Hi, everyone, and welcome to my channel, and welcome to her Beast of a Billionaire Boss. I am so excited about this story. I adore fairy tale retellings. I would write a gazillion more of them if I had the time, and I actually have plans to do a whole series of them eventually one day when I can get it all figured out. So in the meantime, this one was percolating in the back of my mind for about 5 years before Billionaire Bachelor Cove came along and became the home for this story. Now, Adam Moreau pops up in other billionaire stories, as does his wife, Bella. I'm super excited because she came up in the new series that we have, or that I have, that's the let me think. It's another Cove one. It's the Diamond Cove. So if you haven't had a chance to check that one out, go for it. They are romantic comedies. They're super funny. So Bella is my obviously Belle character for Beauty and the Beast, and she does love her libraries, and so she shows up over in Diamond Cove as having designed the library over there, which is awesome because if you are going to have anybody design a library, having Belle do it is the way to go. So, without further ado, I'm going to let this audiobook get started and let you get started in reading. I really appreciate you being here. Go ahead and hit that like and subscribe button for more audiobooks, and there are more Bachelor Cove books on the way. I'm very excited to share them with you. And I'll see you after the show.
Her Beast of a Billionaire Boss. Written by Lucy McConnell. Narrated by Christina Dimmick. Prologue. Just outside the city of Seattle, a castle sits on a cliff overlooking Puget Sound. The chateau has perched there since a French prince was removed from the family estate Wilds of America for loving the wrong woman. However, the prince was not one to hide in the shame forced upon him. He built himself a grand castle on a large estate, where he raised a happy family and amassed a considerable fortune. Years went by, and the castle and the land passed from one generation to another until it reached the prince's great-great-grandson, Adam Moreau, a corporate lawyer who was known for tearing apart his competition in the courtroom. His grandfather had taken the considerable fortune and turned it into ridiculous wealth, which meant young Adam wanted for nothing but the opportunity to prove himself a Moreau in every sense of the name. Unfortunately, as the coffers grew with each generation, the love that had brought the family to the rocky cliffside dwelling dwindled, and Adam was left with the incorrect assumption that love is a weakness. After all, a lawyer couldn't afford sentimentality. His cunning ways and fierce legal attacks earned him many nicknames, but only one lasted through the test of time: the Beast. Our story begins on a cold and drizzly winter Washington day when even the brilliant colors of changing leaves have been pushed aside by a muted, overcast sky and gloominess. Adam, in a move prompted purely by the increase in his financial standing, has subdivided a portion of the family estate and turned it into an exclusive development for billionaires called the Cove. As all but 3 of the lots have sold and the eclectic group of homes nears completion, he'd like to open Phase II. However, local politicians are hesitant to allow the rezoning of some of the city's longtime wooded areas. At the suggestion of his public relations advisor, Adam invites Seattle's most influential people, including the mayor, the city council, and the members of the zoning commission, into his castle for lunch. He's counting on wooing them with fine foods and perhaps intimidating them with the heavily guarded gate into the cove, the solid stone castle walls, and his own reputation as the nation's most formidable attorney. If all goes well, the provincials will release their doubts and Phase II may begin post-haste. For who could ever resist the Beast? Chapter 1. Adam Moreau sidestepped the sloshed city councilwoman as she leaned into him, her pink drink swirling over the edge of her crystal flute. He pressed his lips flat, which was the closest thing he could get to smile while schmoozing. Networking had merit, but chit-chat was a colossal waste of time. Why would you ever give up all this property, the seclusion, the romantic woods? She flipped her limp hand in the general direction of the vast acres of forest to the south of his latest development, the Cove. His pet project had given him a purpose, a drive, and he hadn't once lamented the loss of land. Property had value, yes. But he had enough money to last 10 lifetimes. What Adam craved was a challenge. Miss Stonewall, his public relations advisor, walked behind the councilwoman and coughed lightly, her way of reminding him to use one of the answers she'd spent hours compiling based on each of the city council members' profiles. This particular councilwoman was active in women's rights groups and lobbied for stricter online privacy regulation throughout the nation. Adam mentally shuffled through the cards he'd glanced over and memorized moments before making his grand entrance. Because one of the biggest issues wealth creates is the lack of privacy. The Cove has 2 security bases, a full security team, and an impregnable perimeter, all to make sure that our residents can walk around their home and property and feel safe. The councilwoman threw back the remainder of her drink. Adam went for the kill. We have several female residents who are transplants from other parts of the country, and I'm certain they will be looking for ways to make a difference in their new hometown. Her blue eyes, as dull as they were, widened. We could use more strong women in politics. Her response was as predictable as a doll's recorded message. Dolly needs a bottle. Dolly wants more money for science programs for women. Not that Adam had anything against science programs for women, he donated millions of dollars to them every year. His own mother had been a chemistry professor, brilliant-minded and kind-hearted. There should be more women like her in the world. What Adam minded was the expected. For once, he'd like to meet a woman who could hold his interest, verbally spar with him, and not be reduced to tears if he canceled dinner. Out of the corner of his eye, Adam caught the mayor and her small group of yes men leaning his direction, listening in. Again, predictable. The Cove is a beacon for women and men alike. Adam spoke loud enough that the mayor didn't have to strain to hear him. What did he care if Mayor Kelly Scott heard him boasting about the benefits of living behind a bulletproof vest? The Cove had all the amenities today's billionaire could ask for and then some. He'd meant to create a beacon for the ultra-wealthy. Surrounding himself with successful people was never a bad idea. Rich women and men, groused the mayor, her blonde hair staying put like a helmet, even as she glanced both ways to see who else was listening in. The group of spectators grew, crowding in like teenagers in the hallway. Any moment now, one of them would chant, "Fight, fight, fight," who will no doubt throw money at their candidates. She said this as if it were a bad thing. Adam lifted his eyebrows slightly. Many of them support the democracy vouchers. He lifted his glass. As do I. According to his PR specialist, the democracy vouchers were a brilliant plan cooked up by Mayor Scott's advisors to include more people in the democratic process. Each registered voter received a voucher for $100 that they could donate to the political campaign for the candidate of their choice. Less than half the vouchers had been put to use, but even those dismal numbers represented more pre-election day participation than Seattle had seen in decades. Mayor Kelly Scott wasn't one to back down from a debate, but she wasn't about to start a fight with the man who had donated over half the funds for the democracy voucher program. A program that had earned her the popular vote last election. In short, she was smart. And even though she strongly opposed opening Phase II of the Cove, she bit her tongue. "Excuse me, sir?" Edwards, Adam's head butler, stood stiffly at Adam's elbow. He had a first name, though it was unlikely that anyone in the castle knew what it was. The man had been here when Adam was growing up. He took such pride in his job that he was known to sniff derisively should Adam metaphorically step on his toes. A derisive sniff from any staff member would have earned them a swift dismissal, but Edwards, and his graying mustache, were as much a part of the castle as the grandfather clock in the hall. "Yes." Adam motioned for him to continue. "Your Uncle Philip has arrived with a matter of great urgency." At that moment, the very uncle mentioned hurried into the room. He wore a brown suit that had seen better days, and he carried a leather folder in his thick hands. His bright blue eyes, a trait he shared with Adam's late mother and Adam himself, were frosted with worry. Uncle Philip rarely came to the castle, and his appearance now carried with it the first chill of winter. "It's good to see you, Uncle. Even if the timing is horrible." Adam angled himself between the local highbrows and the man with wispy hair and knuckles swollen with arthritis. "What brings you here?" he asked lowly. "I'm sorry to interrupt the party." He leaned to the side and offered Mayor Scott an apologetic smile. Adam took him by the shoulder and turned him away from the other guests. "What do you need?" "Well, we had the problem with the Rose apartments. Remember?" He moistened his nearly non-existent lips. "Just how old was this man?" Adam remembered him from family gatherings as a child, round face, full cheeks. He'd aged considerably, and not well, by the looks of things. The Rose was one of the first apartment complexes Adam's grandfather built in Seattle. Father had given Uncle Philip the position of manager at Mother's request shortly before she passed away. Since Uncle Philip had proven himself competent, neither Father nor Adam had removed him, and he had remained in that position for ages. The tenant in 503. The one who broke the appliances and sabotaged the plumbing, Uncle Philip prompted. Yes. So? So the lawyer who was supposed to present the case in court was in an accident this morning and can't be in court today. Call the firm and have them send someone else. Really, Uncle Philip, I don't have time for these small squabbles. He punched his arm out to expose his watch and then pointed at it. I did, replied Philip. There's no one else available. Someone tapped him on the shoulder, and he turned to find Mayor Scott scowling. Perhaps you have too many properties to handle at the moment. The Cove has taken so much of your attention that you're neglecting your renters. She lowered her chin. Who happened to be voters? Adam knew how to win a game of truth or dare. He always picked dare, and he never backed down. He clapped his uncle on the shoulder, noting that the shoulder pads added considerable bulk to a man who didn't have a lot of meat on his bones. I'll take care of this one on my own and be back before we're called into lunch, Madam Mayor. I look forward to hearing about your latest battle, beast. She lifted her glass, and several others followed suit. The game was afoot. Adrenaline surged through Adam at the thought of commanding the courtroom and winning a case. He hadn't argued a squabble in ages. This would be fun. Being known as the Beast had served him well, intimidating opposing counsel before he walked through the doors. Heaven help the poor defense attorney who had taken the tenant's case and unsuspectingly agreed to meet the Beast on the battlefield. Edward walked stiffly from the room, no doubt to have the car brought around. Adam couldn't leave his uncle with this group. They would either eat him alive or pump him for information. You can brief me in the car. He propelled the man across the Persian rug and through the great archway to the marbled floor front entry. Uncle Philip stopped and sniffed the air. Lunch smells delicious. Roast pheasant. Adam accepted his raincoat from one of the footmen. He could never remember their names, and they all looked alike with black hair and a uniform. I'll have Edward send something to your apartment. Uncle's face fell. Of course. The smaller limo, the one they used to navigate the busy downtown streets, pulled to a stop on the cobblestone drive at the bottom of the rounded staircase. Two lions, larger than Adam, who was 6'1", stood guard at the bottom of the stairs, their teeth bared. The men climbed inside, and Philip handed Adam the folder. That's all the information I have. He ducked his head as if his evidence was subpar. Adam flipped through it quickly, then went back to look a little closer. Receipts for repairs made. A log of phone calls between the tenant and Philip. The tenant's growing displeasure and refusal to pay the rent. There were pictures of the spray-painted walls, curse words and curses alike, highlighted in neon green and blue. The couch cushions were slashed, the stuffing yellowed, testifying to the time-lapse between the vandalism and the photo shoot. He pulled on his bottom lip as he read a man's catalogued actions as he descended into madness. For one brief moment, he wondered what had triggered the meltdown. Each of his renters were screened. The application papers indicated that he was a pharmacologist and had worked at DGR's pharmacy for 15 years. Instead of dwelling on the whys for his behavior, Adam cast them aside and focused on securing the consequences. He'd have the man locked away to protect society. Uncle Philip broke the silence and Adam's concentration. You remind me so much of your father. Adam slapped the folder shut. He had enough information to win the case. I hope you mean that as a compliment, because it's been said both ways many times. The lines around Philip's eyes had softened. Same noble brow. Same wavy blonde hair. Though I think you're an inch taller than him. The old man just rolled over in his grave, Adam quipped. His father never gave him an inch in life, it was unlikely he'd give him one in death. I offered to take you, you know. After Alicia passed. Philip ran his thumb over the swollen knuckle on his ring finger. Your father had other ideas. Adam stared out the window as the early days of boarding school, the loneliness, and the emptiness of a child still mourning his mother washed over him like a soft Seattle drizzle. He took in the man across from him. A simple man with a simple life, a life that would have made Adam soft. Thank goodness for that, he muttered. At least his father had saved him from a small and unimportant existence. Uncle Philip sighed. You have more in common with him than your looks. This time Adam understood that the words weren't a compliment, though they were spoken with honesty. The realization unexpectedly stabbed, like a thorn in his flesh. No matter. He would shortly prove that being fierce was better than being whatever it was Uncle Philip wished him to be. He lifted the folder. This should only take a moment, and you'll be on your way. The car stopped in front of King County Courthouse. The aged gray building was shaped like a letter H, with two columns of justice connected by a tunnel of office space. There were decorations on the exterior to recommend it as an architectural beauty. Impatient, Adam threw open the door before his driver had a chance to open it for him and marched towards the entry. He was single-minded in his movements and didn't notice the woman in the yellow dress until their hands touched on the door. Oh, she exclaimed, a smile blossoming on her face. Feeling a jolt up his arm, Adam gave her his full attention. Her brown hair was pulled back in a style reminiscent of the 1940s with a few thick, loose curls bouncing to her chin and framing her enchanting, heart-shaped face. She had large, doe-like brown eyes that dropped demurely as his cheeks colored. He never blushed. The sensation was enough to knock him off his course. She smelled of lilacs and fresh rain. I'm so sorry. You go first, she said. Her voice was strong and yet a caress that drew him near. He had the strangest feeling that he'd like to slay a dragon. He thrust the door open and motioned for her to enter. I insist. Thank you. Her cheeks dusted pink, and for the first time in his life, Adam was quite out of his mind over a woman. He couldn't remember where he was going or why it was important. You look lovely, he said, not even sure the words made it out of his mouth. He didn't throw out compliments to strangers. Heck, he didn't compliment anyone. Her smile deepened. Thank you. I'm meeting my fiancé upstairs. We're getting married today. She nodded once, her smile lighting up the entire lobby and cracking through the plaster he'd applied to his heart long ago, and then she was off to the elevators, and he was left feeling as though he'd missed the opportunity of a lifetime. Chapter 2. King County Courthouse was not a cathedral draped in white tulle, nor was it a quaint country church covered in flowers, but it had one thing that Bella Creer's dream locations did not: a groom. She smiled as she thought of the handsome stranger who'd held the door for her. He had wavy blonde hair, and those blue eyes had to be electric, because when he'd looked at her a current ran through her bloodstream. He had a straight nose and an air of determination that was alluring. That was it. The pull she'd felt toward him was all because he was so handsome. Few men could claim the level of good looks he seemed to manage with ease. But she shouldn't be thinking about how good-looking another man was on her wedding day. Charles, her fiancé, was no slouch in the looks department. His jet black hair, olive skin, and charcoal eyes turned heads, including Bella's. Charles Alexander worked as a criminal court researcher by day. At night, they'd study for the bar exam together. Well, more like she'd help him study for the bar exam. But helping him learn was helping her learn too. Charles had graduated from law school and had just taken the exam, so their lives were in flux, and now was the perfect time to get married. Once they'd tied the knot, she would quit and study for the bar herself. Their plan was working beautifully, and even though she didn't have a long train on her dress or a veil, she was satisfied with the courthouse marriage. After all, they both loved the law, and it would be a big part of their lives together. The elevator went up, and Bella tried not to think about the other things that were missing from this day. The cake, who needed the calories? A wedding march, just pomp and circumstance. Although, her heart ached that her father wasn't there to walk her down the aisle or kiss her cheek in congratulations after she became Mrs. Alexander. Her father had always encouraged her to go to law school, as he had, and promised her a place in his small firm. But Bella longed to make her own path, to find her place. She'd been on the fence about law school until she met Charles. He laid out a future for them, where they were partners, he the lawyer and she his law clerk, that sounded romantic and important. Charles was going places, and she was right there with him. That's what this wedding was about. Not showing off a dress, but uniting in their shared dream. Charles wanted her to matter in the world, not handle petty disputes between renters and apartment owners like her father did on a daily basis. She was planning on taking the bar when the timing was right. The numbers over the door ticked off slowly as Bella fell into a contemplative mindset. Perhaps that's why she fell so hard so fast for Charles. He was always dreaming, always planning, always on the lookout for his big break. His level of determination was exhausting and thrilling at the same time. Finding time to tie the knot was more difficult than they'd anticipated. Twice they'd had to put off the date until, finally, Bella thought up the wedding in a lunch. She'd meet Charles in his cubicle on his lunch break, they'd ride the elevators to the top floor for a rooftop exchange of vows, and then be back to work by 1. The elevator doors slid open on the 7th floor, and she glided down the hallway to the small office Charles shared with 20 other underlings. His word, not hers. She smiled at the few people working through their lunch break and picked up her pace. A level of excitement she hadn't felt since their first date had her pulse racing. She was getting married. Rounding the corner, she came up short at an empty cubicle. Not only was Charles missing, so was the picture of the two of them that she'd framed and placed on his desk. She sat down in the rolling chair that smelled of his tangy body spray and drummed her fingers on her knee. Just like Charles, the desk was a cluttered mess of file folders, some empty, some not, a pen without a lid, and irrelevant sticky notes. She looked around to make sure no one was watching and straightened the area for him. After all, a clean desk made a good impression on the boss. She hummed quietly as she worked to fill the sense of emptiness that prevailed. Once the desk was no longer chaos, she checked the time on her phone. He was 15 minutes late. She drummed her fingers once before calling his number. Cradling the phone between her shoulder and her cheek, she listened impatiently as it rang once, twice, 3 times. Hello? Her shoulders sagged with relief. Charles? Are you close? Close to where? He spoke loudly to be heard over the background noise. It sounded like he was on the street. To the courthouse. She glanced at her reflection in the dark monitor and self-consciously smoothed out the line between her eyes. Bella, you aren't going to believe what happened. Her throat went dry. What? I got a call from Wolf and Wolf this morning. They want to hire me. We're waiting for a table at Hattie's right now. I'm floating. Can you believe it? All my hard work is finally paying off. Bella pulled her phone away from her ear and stared at it. His hard work? She'd created his resume. She'd filled out the information packet the firm sent him. She'd looked up interview questions and prepped him for a week, putting off her studies in the process. Brushing away her annoyance, after all, these were the kinds of things people did for one another when they were in love. Sacrifice was part of a healthy relationship, she said. We were supposed to get married 5 minutes ago, as sweetly as she could manage. We'll have to reschedule, he said with all practicality. Reschedule? Reschedule. She'd had to make this appointment 3 months in advance. It wasn't a dental cleaning that could be put off a week. The sound of his hand covering the mic grated across her nerves. She glanced down at the lemon-yellow dress she'd worn simply because she felt happy that morning. That man with the electric blue eyes had said she looked lovely. The word was old-fashioned, but it had rolled off his tongue with ease. When was the last time Charles said anything of the sort? Shouldn't her fiancé be the one to make butterflies take flight in her stomach, not some gorgeous stranger with wavy blonde hair and a broad set of shoulders? She certainly didn't have butterflies at the moment. Right now, all she wanted to do was throw a drink in Charles's face. She cleared her mind. Anger didn't do anyone a good service. When? She managed a pleasant conversational tone. When what? When would you like to reschedule our wedding? I don't know. I've got a lot going on right now with this new, okay, I'm ready. He said the last part to someone else. Bella, our table's ready. Wish you were here, dumpling. He hung up without saying goodbye, without apologizing for standing her up, and without saying he loved her. Well, this was an awful turn of events. Bella set her phone on the wood surface in front of her and stared at it for a full minute, her thoughts as messy as Charles's desk had been when she'd arrived. Once the sting of being left at the courthouse abated, which didn't take that long, surprisingly, she decided to head over to Hattie's and congratulate Charles in person. Maybe she'd buy them all dessert. After all, that's what a good fiancé would do. She'd put her sting aside and be happy that her intended had landed his dream job. This wasn't about her, it was about them. Charles's new job was part of their long-term goals. Life sometimes happened out of order, and she could roll with that. They'd had this dream together, and they should celebrate together too. Having made up her mind, she tucked her phone into her purse and headed out the door to be the world's best fiancé to the new associate of Wolf, Wolf and Wolf. Chapter 3. Adam stared after the mystery woman until the elevator doors shut. Slowly, the noise of people rushing around him and the ding-ding coming from the bank of elevators brought him back to his life. His lonely life, where doe-eyed women rushed off to marry men who would no doubt be home each night by 6 and be happy to raise children in their suburban home. Bleck. He shuddered at the thought. Adam? Uncle Philip held open an elevator and Adam stepped inside. He brushed his hand down his suit and checked the knotted tie at his neck. Everything was as it should be, and no one would be able to tell the woman had gotten to him. But she had gotten to him. The combination of intelligence and innocence in her gaze was like a siren's call. He could not look away. Adam could always look away. Dating was just another game to play, and he played that one quite well, never losing the upper hand. He had a disquieting feeling that this woman had seized the upper hand with a bat of her dark lashes and could have tromped all over him. Which was all the more reason to forget about her. The doors lumbered open, and he strode down the wide hallway and right through the door to the courtroom. The court reporter was at his station and the judge's seat was empty. There were several spectators and junior lawyers in attendance. All good signs that he'd made a timely entrance. As he made his way down the center aisle to the prosecutor's desk, whispers followed, dancing like brittle leaves on the wind. The beast. It's the beast. What is he doing here? The opposing counsel's jaw hung open as if Bigfoot himself had walked into the room. Adam didn't know his name and consulted the paperwork. Ted Stones. Cool name. Bad luck. Stones flipped on his client and Adam pretended that he didn't hear their conversation as he arranged his small pile of evidence and paperwork on the table. You didn't tell me this was Adam Moreau's case. The defendant, a skinny man with sores on his cheeks and cracks around his fingernails, shrugged. He wore a knit hat, the slouchy kind that made him look like a thug, and Adam could smell him from several feet away. What's it matter? The defendant, Bud Baylor Adam, stuck his finger in his mouth and picked something out of his molars. He wiped his hand on his already dirty pants. Adam shuddered. He's the beast, you idiot. He's going to tear us both apart. Stones tugged on his collar, his face going red. Baylor glared. He doesn't deserve my respect. If my daddy handed me $1 billion, I'd. All rise, called the bailiff. The judge entered, black robes swirling. Adam kept his satisfied smile to himself. Judge Curtis was not only an old friend of his father's, but a huge supporter of the Cove. Baylor's statement about him getting all he had handed to him annoyed him for about 5 seconds, then washed away by a river of confidence. The courtroom was his domain. If he'd earned anything in this life, it was his reputation. His father couldn't hand him that. It was time to show the beggar exactly how Adam became the beast. Adam was given the floor first and took his time painting a portrait of the man who had poured grease down the toilet to stop up the plumbing and frayed wires on the back of the fridge to necessitate replacement. Then there were the curse words on the freshly painted walls and mangled newspaper clippings and photos of famous people on the ceiling above his bed. The defense was weak at best, and by the time the beast was through, the judge not only found in favor of Adam, he recommended the defendant for evaluation by a professional for mental instability. The gavel hit the desk with a satisfying thud, and Adam checked his watch. 30 minutes until lunch. He'd have just enough time to pull out the mayor's chair at the table so she could eat crow about his inability to handle his tenants. The bailiff moved to take the defendant into custody. The small man darted around the desk, running towards Adam. Time slowed down and Adam watched things happen, almost predicting them in his head, like watching a car wreck and being unable to stop it. Baylor reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a vial of liquid. "You'll forever be a beast now," he screamed as his arm slashed through the air, raining the contents of the vial down on Adam. Adam threw his arm across his face in an act of self-preservation. Cool liquid splashed his cheek, his chin, and his chest. He dropped his arm in time to see the defendant tackled to the ground, kicking and screaming. "You love only yourself. See if you can love a real beast," he screamed. And the pain began. In seconds, Adam was gasping for air as acid ate away at his flesh. His mind was too sharp not to note the horrifying experience and laud the centimeters of skin as they shrank away. Uncle Philip appeared. He yelled for someone to call 911 and stripped Adam's smoking coat off his body. He reached for the front of his shirt, but Adam stopped him. The acid had already gotten through. "Don't talk, my boy." Philip's voice was fatherly, caring, and full of panic. Adam clenched his jaw shut. Strangely enough, he thought of the woman in the lobby. Of her ivory-colored skin, the perfection of her full lips. How blissful her life must be right now, in the arms of the man she loved. Hers was the image that he held onto as he sank into agony. Chapter 4. Bella scanned the dark interior of Hattie's Hat, restaurant extraordinaire. A hangout for local up-and-coming lawyers as well as the college crowd, the feeling in the air was one of power mixed with ambition. On the east wall was an old-fashioned bar full of scrollwork that would be as welcome on a pirate ship as in an English tavern. A picture of a mermaid hung above an advertisement for a Halloween carnival that had already happened. The smell of steak and sweet potatoes filled the air, making Bella's stomach growl. She placed a hand over it to muffle the noise, promising to order something real before she devoured a dessert with the rest of the table. Body laughter came from the other side of a wood partition. Charles's guffaw was easy enough to make out above the rest, and she headed that direction, waving off a server dressed in all black who asked with his eyes if she needed help. Bella rounded the partition, and the laughter stopped as 8 sets of eyes landed on her. She could care less about the ones in the sharp suits or the woman with her hair in a twist. It was Charles's coal-black eyes, which had looked at her with such fondness and were now filled with horror, which caused her feet to staple themselves to the carpet. "Are you lost, young lady?" asked the French twist woman, her eyes wide with innocence while her tone dripped with derision. She had harsh frown lines around her mouth, a hostile resting face if ever there was one. Beside her were 3 men in gray suits, none of them old enough to be the founders of the well-known firm of Wolf, Wolf & Wolf. Bella's first instinct was to glance down at her knee-length sunny dress and make sure she hadn't accidentally tucked the hem into her undies. Women who were all put together and followed the latest makeup rules always made her feel like she was odd. She could never get the contouring thing down just right and ended up looking like she'd swiped dirt across her cheeks. Her second instinct was to hold her head high. She was dressed for a wedding, her wedding, and the groom should be introducing her instead of slouching behind the table. She put on a polite smile. "I'm here to see Charles." She crooked her finger at him. "I'll just need a moment." With his face the color of dying roses, Charles made all sorts of excuses, took her by the arm and manhandled her around the partition. "What are you thinking showing up here, dressed like you're headed to the beach? I want these people to take me seriously." Bella placed her hand on his chest. "I came to congratulate you. Your new job is a big deal, and I wanted you to know I support you. Even though you missed our wedding." She managed to keep her smile in place. Charles ran his hand through his jet black hair. "Look, I'm sorry about the wedding, but it couldn't be helped." "I understand." At least, she wanted to. The thing that came to mind as she stood there, watching Charles look over his shoulder to make sure they weren't seen or heard by his new employers, was that she would give up their wedding date for him, but he wouldn't have done the same for her. Countless small letdowns added up to an understanding she should have come to months ago. With slow movements, she removed the tiny diamond ring from her finger. When Charles had given it to her, she'd thought it sweet. They were starving students, after all. but now, she saw that it was the least he could have done. And that was all he ever did for her. The very least. She deserved more. She deserved to chase her dream, whatever that was. With a growing desire to be more than a stool to raise Charles higher, came clarity. She'd thrown herself into another person's dream and had let herself become a shadow. That just wouldn't do. She was not a shadow. She was a person with needs and wants and desires and a truckload of self-respect. Where that self-respect had gone off to, she didn't know. But it was time to call it back. She picked up his hand, set the ring inside, and closed his fist for him. "What are you doing?" His thick eyebrows bunched together. For him, this probably was a shock. "I'm giving you freedom to chase your dream." The relief in Charles's face displaced any doubt she may have had about breaking ties. "Thanks, Bella. You're more than I deserve." Though his tone was trite, she had to agree. With a flounce of her skirts, she turned her back on Charles and walked right out the door without feeling the need to look back. Oh, part of her knew she should be devastated that her engagement had come to an end today because of a goodbye instead of an I do. But then there was this huge weight lifted from her shoulders that left her bouncing in her heels. A cold wind grabbed her cheeks like a wake-up call that also blew away the happy feeling that had come with taking off her ring. She wrapped her coat tightly around her thin body. The light rail station wasn't far away and seemed like the type of place a woman could contemplate the direction of her life. She pressed forward, hunching into the wind and trying not to think about how alone she really was in this world. Charles had been her world for so long that, besides her father, she didn't have anyone. Her phone rang and she ducked into a purple doorway to get out of the weather, which was quickly turning nasty. Leo's number appeared on her screen. Her father's secretary was a family friend, she could count him in her small circle, and she instantly felt guilty for not remembering him from the start. "Hi, Leo." "Bella?" His normally deep and calming voice was rushed. "Bella, you need to get down to Swedish Medical. They want to take your dad in for surgery." "Surgery?" Bella jumped from the protection of the doorway and into the growing storm. "I just saw him yesterday and he was fine." She'd gone up to the Cove to see the finished second security base. Her father was so proud of the work he did for Adam Moreau. Beating out the larger firms in the city had been quite the feather in his cap, and he'd poured himself into the legalities of rezoning the land, acquiring permits, and overseeing the general contractors who built the mansions for their billionaire clients. The estate was something out of a storybook, with the lighthouse on the coastline, the castle perched on the cliffs, and the reception hall and dock up at the lake. They'd explored it all from the comforts of a Harley-Davidson golf cart courtesy of Adam Moreau, whom she'd never met in person and hoped never to meet in the courtroom. "He's not fine. His heart. I don't know. They won't really tell me anything." He was complaining about being tired and his heart racing at the same time, and then he just collapsed. "You've got to get here, you're the only family he has." "I'm on Broadway." She broke into a run, dodging a couple walking their chocolate lab. "I can be there in 10 minutes. Her feet complained about the abuse they took as she charged forward in 3-inch heels. She ignored them and ran with all her heart, her jacket flapping out to the sides and dead leaves crackling as they scraped past her face. The clouds released their burden with angry abandon, and she was soon soaked through. She ran to the emergency entrance and fought to get the doors opened. Once inside, she followed the signs, gasping for breath and holding the pinch in her side. An ambulance crew came up behind her, the wheels on the bed rattling and the man in the bed moaning. She couldn't help but look at him as he passed. His face and bare chest looked as though it had been eaten away. She recoiled, covering her mouth at the horror. The fact that the man was still alive tugged at her heart, and almost without thinking, she whispered, "Please, God, heal him." The man's eyes popped open, and for a brief moment of suspended time, they locked gazes. His celestial blue eyes cleared, and he mouthed the word "you" as if he knew her. Bella searched her memory, but the only pair of eyes that captivating had belonged to the man at the courthouse. The paramedics burst forward towards an open elevator, and the connection was lost. Bella's heart jerked painfully at the separation. Her eyes followed his black-clad leg and his shiny shoes, and she realized it was the man from the courthouse. The one who had called her lovely. Something inside of her yearned to be there for him, to hold his hand and ease his pain as he had lightened her day. Her rather dismal day. Her phone dinged a text, Leo telling her where to go, and she pushed the button for the 5th floor several times before clasping her hands together in front of her chest. Please let him be okay. Please, she prayed for her father, and then, because her heart wouldn't let her forget him, she prayed for the stranger too. Your father has HCM or hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. Bella reached for Leo's hand as the doctor laid out the situation with the calm that came from years of telling people horrible news. She stared at his mouth as it moved, wondering how many times he had to stand in front of families like this each day. Probably several, considering he was a cardiologist. 6 hours of surgery. She knew how long the surgery had taken, because she'd spent every minute of it inside an emotional blender. Patients with HCM have a higher chance of developing other heart conditions, including hyperlipidemia, coronary artery disease, and hypertension. Bella took each word like a punch to the chest. Her father, the strongest man she knew, the man who had raised her on his own and given her the courage and determination to follow through with her dream of becoming a lawyer, shouldn't be described by terms that indicated weakness. He will be in a rehab center for a few weeks. Even when he's feeling better, his physical activity will need to be regulated. No sports. Light aerobic. Nothing that could stress his heart. There's also the chance of pneumonia. The doctor clicked off his tablet. You'll need to be tested too, because the heart issue is hereditary. Bella nodded numbly. I'll get right on that. The doctor strode from the room, his movements a study in confidence Bella could only wish she felt at the moment. Leo squeezed her hand. Chin up, now. He's alive, and that's what's important. He was an ox of a man with hair that was never longer than a military-approved length. His murky green eyes were laced with exhaustion, and his shirt was untucked and wrinkled in a manner that spoke volumes of the stress he'd endured. I know. The backs of her eyes prickled with tears that could only be held at bay for as long as it took for the doctor to take her father's heart out, carve away tissue, and put it back in his chest. I was just so scared. She heaved a couple breaths, trying to get her emotions under control. The clock read just after 7 at night. She hadn't eaten anything since breakfast, and her stomach realized it. I'm going in to visit him for a minute, and then I'm going to get something to eat so that I can stay here tonight. Leo nodded. I'll come back in the morning and relieve you for a bit. Trudy won't mind having me out of her hair for once. Bella nodded. Trudy was Leo's wife. He'd semi-retired the month before, and they were going through a bit of an adjustment. He often visited Dad around lunch just to get out of the house, said his wife wasn't used to having him underfoot all the time. Thank you, Leo. You're a good friend. She leaned over and kissed his whiskery cheek. He smiled in return before heading out the door. The hallway was well lit and the nurses busy but quick with smiles. Dad's room was the 3rd door down and the night nurse was inside, checking his charts on the computer. She greeted Bella and said, "We'll make that chair into a bed for you, if you'd like." That would be wonderful. Her very bones were weary. I'll see to it in just a bit. He may be in and out for a while. That's normal. The nurse typed a few things and then shut the door behind her as she left. Bella approached the bed, not wanting to wake up her father but needing to see his chest rise and fall with her own eyes. Her Superman looked old. Gray whiskers graced his lined cheeks, and his pale skin was sallow in the dim light. He stirred and took a deep breath before opening his eyes. Bella, he rasped. She reached for the cup on the side table and offered him a drink. The water went down with a large gulp and he sighed with relief, licking his dry lips. She'd stop by the gift shop and find some chapstick for him before coming back up. Hey, Dad. He reached for her hand. I'm in trouble, baby girl. No, Dad, she hurried to reassure him. The doctor says your heart is going to be fine. No, he chuckled weakly. I'm in trouble at work. She leaned closer. Dad, work is hardly your main concern right now. Let's just worry about getting you better. Listen to me. I'm under contract to finish the Cove on time or I'll lose everything. Dad sank deeper into his pillows. What do you mean, everything? I've poured everything into this contract and agreed to wait for payment until the project is complete. And if I don't finish on time, I don't get paid. Bella gasped. That's how you beat the other firms. He nodded slightly, the movement crinkling the pillow. You have to finish it for me. His grip on her hand tightened. You're the only one I trust. Dad, I can't just, she cut off. 10 hours ago, she had several reasons she couldn't drop everything and run up to the Cove. 10 hours ago, she had a fiancé and a third-tier job as an assistant legal clerk. Dad had worked on this project for a couple of years. It was in the background of her life, but near the center of his. She should have paid more attention, especially when he went to work for the beast. The man ran in a completely different circle, a circle that was so far out of her reach it might as well have been on Pluto. Could she just up and quit? She hadn't even bothered to call the office and tell them why she hadn't come back from lunch. In truth, the work was boring and the people were cold. Leaving would be a relief. Her heart fluttered at the idea of taking over the multi-billion-dollar project. If she put her nose to the grindstone and didn't look up for 20 years, she may still never have the chance to take on a project like this one. And to be able to say she worked for Adam Moreau? That was huge for a resume. Any law firm in the country would look twice, his reputation was stellar. She'd have to Google him to learn more. All she really knew of him was that she should run the other way if ever his name was opposite hers on a case. Her eyes fell on her father, who could hardly keep his eyes open. All the reasons she should do this for herself paled in comparison to doing it for her father. He'd given up the fast lane when her mother died so she'd have a parent home at night to help with her science projects and pack a lunch in the morning. He'd made a good life for them, one full of love and mental challenge. He was her champion, and this was an opportunity to be a champion for him. I'll do it. She pressed a kiss to his forehead. You get some rest and know that I'll take care of everything. Aw, Bella. You make me so proud. The information is in the study at the castle. There's so much to tell you. Shoo, shoo. She rubbed his arm. Rest now. There'll be time enough for that in the morning. Dad nodded off, the pain medication doing its work and letting him sleep peacefully. Bella hugged herself and watched him sleep for a few moments. Once in the corridor, her thoughts went back to the man with the celestial blue eyes. She wondered if he was still in the hospital, if he had lived through the ordeal, if he had anyone to hold his hand and brush his wavy hair off his forehead. She rubbed her eyes. I'm too tired to think straight. She pushed thoughts of the stranger away and focused on finding food. She needed to be at the top of her game if she was going to face the beast in the morning. Chapter 5. Adam spent 7 days in the hospital, where he was scrubbed, saturated with solutions, drugged for the pain, medicated to prevent infections, given his first full-thickness skin graft, and acquired a ghastly plastic compression mask that he was required to wear 24 hours a day for the first month of treatment. His house was full of flowers, gaudy balloon bouquets, and get-well cards, each gift sent from a person he didn't know well enough to call a friend. His story made headlines, and the who's who of the world were in Camp Adam. The gestures were nice, he supposed, but empty. They filled his house with things, but it was still empty of close friendships, meaningfulness. He glared at the ornate floor, hating that his mind was restless enough to dwell on frivolous things. The doctors said they wanted him to focus on healing. How did one do that, exactly? His plastic surgeon was one of the best and one of the few who didn't look at him with pity. Instead, he looked at Adam as if he was a challenge. Which Adam could respect, because he understood that kind of a drive in a man. It was the same drive that made Adam stay up all night studying new case law and debating the latest Supreme Court case with Benedict Troughton, his personal assistant. Ben was the one person in the world who didn't mind ticking Adam off, which was why it drove him nuts that Ben was being so nice to him today. Stop pandering, Ben. I'm not an invalid. Adam pulled up the brakes on the wheelchair, causing Ben to stumble into the back of it. He was officially out of bed, though wheeling around the house wasn't much of an outing. You've had a rough go of it. I'm only trying to help. Ben tugged on his long-sleeved button-up shirt. The weather in Seattle had been drizzly and gray for the last several days, typical winter in the Emerald City and matching Adam's mood as if ordered. A rough go. He was luckier than some, and he knew it. The damage was confined to the left side of his face, below his cheekbone. Throwing his arm up had stopped the acid from reaching his eyes, and covered his mouth. His suit was shredded, having absorbed the acid and protecting his skin. A $5,000 jacket was a small price to pay, a pittance, really, for the chance to see. Nevertheless, he avoided looking at himself in the mirror. You can help by getting me back on track. I've lost too much time to this as it is. He sprung his fingers towards his cheek. Where's Martin? They were less than 2 months away from completion on Phase I. There were things to do. Ben sucked in his cheeks. I'm afraid Martin has been absent since the day of your accident. His assistant has taken over. Assistant? Adam shifted his weight in the chair. Would it kill them to add padding? I don't recall an assistant. From what I understand, she's new. Ben's hesitancy betrayed his worry over this assistant. Whatever was wrong with her, Ben must have known it would upset Adam. Fierceness grew inside Adam's being. He would not allow subpar work. If Ben thought the Cove could be placed on autopilot because Adam was in the hospital, he had another thing coming. Adam smacked the arm of the chair once before slamming his hands on both arms and rising to his feet. The world didn't tilt, a sure sign that he'd allowed himself to sit in the chair for too long. Sit down, ordered Ben. Adam shoved his insistent hands away. I can't sit here and let myself fall to pieces because of a lunatic. And I won't let Martin take advantage of my situation and send in a half-baked assistant. He marched towards the door, his legs wobbling at first and then gaining strength as he went. I'll have his entire salary for this. Adam's voice grew in volume as he neared the study where Martin usually worked. Ben sputtered something about doctors and hospitals behind him. The sliding doors were shut. Reveling in the feel of using his muscles for the first time in weeks, Adam flung both doors wide, sending them clapping against the wall. The sound was like thunder in the ornate room and echoed off the ceiling, making the glass chandelier tinkle. Such a satisfactory sound. A woman jumped to her feet, her hand over her heart. What the? My thoughts exactly, he roared. He was suddenly aware of the black compression mask he wore, of the pajama bottoms and t-shirt, of his hair sticking up in all directions. A scary sight indeed. No wonder she recoiled. If she reacted this way to the mask, he could only imagine what she'd do if she saw beneath it. That would never happen. Who are you? I'm Bella Creer. What are you doing in my house? He growled. I'm here to oversee the final stages of Phase I and continue the expansion into FA. Where's Martin? He yelled again, leaning both fists into the desk as he glared. Her mouth dropped open. Her eyes widened in surprise. A spark of recognition lit in his brain. He knew that heart-shaped face, those doe-like brown eyes. It was the woman from the courthouse. The woman in the yellow dress who was getting married. His eyes fell to her bare fingers. No ring. His heart skipped a beat. Her marital status was none of his concern. Still, what had happened to postpone or, dare he say it, cancel the wedding? His mind grabbed onto the puzzle and didn't want to let go. Her appearance, sans the missus, was the most interesting thing that had happened since he'd been confined to bed. He'd go nuts during bed rest if this woman's love life passed as entertainment. He's in a recovery center. She stepped forward and picked up several papers that had scattered when she burst to her feet. She tapped them back into a tidy line, her eyes on the table, avoiding him. He had open heart surgery a month ago. A month? Adam's mind clouded over, and another memory took shape, one of this woman in the hospital hallway, praying for him. Her hair was plastered against her head from rain and there was a bit of a leaf on her shoulder, but it was her. He was sure of it. It was her prayer that had carried him into the operating room, the kindness in her eyes that had given him hope enough to want to live despite the pain he suffered. And here she was, avoiding looking at him. You've made a mess. He glowered at the pencil holder she'd knocked over. You scared the dickens out of me, she fired back. The ever-active debate gene inside of him sprang to life, and words tumbled out. I'd be surprised if you actually knew any Dickens at all. She paused, as if choosing her words wisely, or perhaps she was sifting through her Dickens knowledge to come up with something truly brilliant. His heartbeat increased. He silently begged her to be brilliant. To have an active mind inside that beautiful head. She looked him up and down. Great men are seldom overscrupulous in the arrangement of their attire. Charles Dickens. So she noticed his pajamas. A spark lit his chest. Any man may be of good spirits and good temper when he is well dressed. Charles Dickens. Then I suggest you find your groomsman and have him outfit you for a better temperament. She tucked the chair beneath her and sat down, dismissing him. Dismissing him. His interest in her grew tenfold. She couldn't be more than 27, if she was over 20 at all. When did you pass the bar? She swallowed. I haven't. Excuse me? He dropped lower, his hands on the desk acting more like supports now that he'd been standing for so long. Where was Ben with that blasted chair when he needed it? I haven't passed the bar exam yet. I've been studying and plan to take it in the spring. She lifted her eyes. I'm working under my father's license at the moment. That was too much. Are you telling me that the Cove is in the hands of an undergrad? She lowered her eyebrows. I'm a law clerk, thank you very much. He straightened and clenched his jaw. Sucking in air, he loosened his muscles. Interesting. For a moment, she'd made him forget himself. Even better, he managed to bite out. His sarcasm was so much thicker when laced with stinging pain. I have several letters of recommendation available. I don't want your letters. I want a competent lawyer. How long until he can return to work? She swallowed thickly. We don't know. His gut clenched with something akin to compassion. He threw his arms in the air and began to pace around the room, hoping to leave the sense of responsibility towards Martin and his beautiful daughter in his wake. His energy was quickly draining, but he wasn't about to show her that. I'll have your father's salary for this. The contract clearly states he has to finish the project on time. And after this, I'll see to it that he never gets another contract in this town again. Bella was on her feet and around the table, bumping him to a stop. The contract also states that in the event of an act of God or life-threatening condition, he can bring in an assistant. It was Adam's turn to narrow his eyes. A competent assistant. She set her jaw. I assure you I can handle this. You're too sweet. This job will eat you alive. She planted her hands on her hips, and he schooled himself not to notice her curves. She wore a gray business skirt, one that hugged her hips and then went straight down to her knees. Very professional. Not at all alluring. Unless the woman wearing it was Bella. My father is a good man and an excellent lawyer. There's no reason I have to be she swallowed back the curse word. Jerk to complete the project. Adam moved into her personal space, using the shiny black mask with eye and mouth holes to his advantage. Your father is a thief. He acquired this contract on a promise he wasn't able to deliver. Because he had heart surgery, she cried. You see, you're too emotional, this will never do. He shouldered past her and resumed pacing. Well, you're irrational and demanding. She glared after him. Suddenly, Adam didn't want her to leave. He couldn't explain it fully if he tried, and the last thing he wanted to do was try to explain why he wanted her around. Fine. I'll give you 1 week. He lifted a finger. You'll work under my license, it's the only way anyone will take you seriously. And you'll stay here. I won't be leaving the castle to sign papers or rescue you when you discover you're way over your head. Agreed. She held out her hand. Adam took it, and a spark raced up his arm, exactly like the one that had gotten him at the courthouse when he'd seen her eyes. He released her quickly, for once thankful for the mask to hide behind. He turned on his heel, the running shoe squeaking on the highly polished floor and making his exit more comical than dramatic. He scowled. Ah, there you are. Ben jumped away from where he leaned casually against the wall in the hallways, out of sight but obviously listening to the whole conversation and biding his time. Adam lowered himself into the chair, frustrated that his strength had only lasted so long. Find out what we can do to get out of this contract. The politicians will eat her alive. Ben began pushing him down the hall towards his private wing. Adam couldn't wait to get into his huge four-poster bed and sleep. Oh, I don't know. She stood up to the beast. Adam harumphed and rested his chin on his fist. She tried. Tried and succeeded. After all, you are the one running away with his tail between his legs. Ben's voice clearly held a smile. Adam twisted in his seat, his stitches pulling. I never run away. Ben laughed. Of course not. You are leaving the argument that you lost, with your dignity intact. I didn't lose. I compromised, he grumbled. They entered his wing, and the last of his energy slipped away. But I'll dismiss you without argument if you continue to take her side. Of course. Ben smiled knowingly. Adam threatened to fire him at least once a month. He probably took it as a sign that Adam's constitution was improving. If Adam had the energy, he'd banish the insufferable man. He sighed as he settled into the blankets. He was only awake long enough to chuckle at the memory of Bella's righteous indignation. There was a fire inside that woman, one he was certain he could easily fan. Chapter 6. Charles lounged in an overstuffed chair at a coffee shop on Broadway. His new assistant, Lee, waited at the counter to place his order. He rather liked having an assistant. Lee came with the new job, a nephew or something of one of the managing partners. Bella had done a lot for him when they were together and would have made a much better assistant than the half-wit he was stuck with now. She'd organized his apartment, kept his desk clean, and ironed his shirts once a week. He glanced down and scowled at the shirt he put on right out of the dryer. The internet site had promised no ironing needed if he put it in the dryer with a damp washcloth. There may not have been wrinkles, but the shirt didn't have that crisp edge to it that he'd grown so fond of. Lee didn't iron, the man wore more wrinkles than Charles's great Aunt Petunia. He glanced around the bustling shop, his eyes landing on a man he'd only met a few times. Martin Creer was shuffling along in line, his face pale. Bella had kept in close contact with her father while they dated, but Charles managed to miss most of their scheduled lunches and dinners. Birthdays were harder to excuse, so he'd suffered through the awkwardness. Speaking of Bella, Charles hadn't heard from her since she'd given him back the ring. Where had he put that? It didn't matter much. It wasn't like it had cost him more than a nice dinner. Still, the fact that she hadn't called to check on him, to ask about his new job, or to see if he needed anything from the market chafed. She'd said she support his dreams. Where was that support now? He threw himself out of the chair and across the room. Martin, old man, good to see you again. He grabbed Martin's hand and pumped it like a politician working for campaign donations. How is Bella? I've hardly stopped thinking about her these past few weeks. Had it really been that long? Martin rubbed his hand over his chest. I'm afraid she's not doing well. Heartbroken? What a wonderfully horrible thought. He arched an eyebrow. Is there anything I can do? Not unless you can find a way to break a contract. Intriguing. Contract loopholes were his specialty, one that he had yet to put to good use at Wolf, and Wolf. So far, all they trusted him with were low-profile cases. He hungered for a case he could sink his teeth into. Lee arrived holding 2 cups, one with each of their names. Charles took them both, handing Lee's to Martin and leading Martin to a nearby table. Sit down. You don't look so good. Lee huffed at the loss of his coffee. Instead of getting back in line, he pulled an extra chair up to the table for 2 and sat at Charles's elbow. The poor man was beside himself with hero worship, and Charles could hardly blame him. After all, he had secured a position with the city's top firm. Charles crossed his arms and leaned against the table. What's this about a contract? Martin took the lid off his cup and added 2 packets of sugar. It's all my fault. I should be the one working for the beast, not Bella. Instead, I'm stuck in a rehab center for a while. He glanced towards the door as if expecting someone. Bella works for the beast? Asked Lee, bringing Martin's attention back to the table. He scooted his chair forward a fraction of an inch. Charles is Bella? Martin eyed them both. I was under the impression Bella had broken off the engagement. It was a mutual decision. Charles took a sip of his coffee. But how did she end up with the beast? She sacrificed herself for me, I'm afraid. I'm the one who should be locked away in that castle for the next 3 months. Unfortunately, the contract is airtight. Nonsense. No contract is that good. Charles scoffed. The beast's reputation was well known, he wasn't one to trifle with. In fact, it surprised him that Martin had taken the job in the first place. I'd be happy to take a look at it. Martin rubbed his eyes with his forefinger and thumb. Perhaps an outside opinion would be a good idea. Charles leaned back. Send it to my office. I won't even bill you. Martin smiled. Thanks, Charles. That's very kind of you. He pushed away from the table as a woman in scrubs burst through the door. That's my signal. Martin lifted his cup in farewell and met the nurse at the door. She waved her hands in the air as she reprimanded him. He didn't look good, but to have a nurse indicated a health problem much larger than a simple cold. Lee rested his chin on his fist and stared at Charles. You're already working on your philanthropy hours. That's commendable. Bah. Charles let his smile fall. He gulped the slightly warm liquid down. Do you know what will happen if I find a loophole in a contract written by the beast? Lee shook his head. The poor, innocent clerk. I'll be made partner. Understanding slowly spread over Lee's pudgy face. You'd be the youngest partner in the firm. And my workload will be cut in half. No more silly patent disputes or squabbling mom-and-pop stores. I'll finally get recognized for my abilities. He rose to his feet, confidence surging through him like a bull ready to charge the matador. Bring me the beast's contract as soon as it comes through. I'll tear it to shreds. Charles strode from the shop, thrusting the door open with one smack of his palm. He took in a deep breath of Seattle air. With one blow, he'd take down the beast and gain his rightful place among Seattle's elite. He adjusted his tie, a man must always look his best. Once he'd freed Bella from the beast, she'd begged to be his girlfriend once again. She may have thought she was doing what was best for him when she'd handed back the ring, but she was useful and pretty. His first assessment of her was correct. She'd make a good lawyer's wife. As a partner, he'd need a wife, and he didn't have time to find one now. Yes, Bella would do just fine. Chapter 7. Where is she off to this time? Adam stood at the window, his hands clasped behind his back. Below him, the hot rod red golf cart jetted across the lawn. I believe she is checking on the movers. Lot 2 is moving in today, Adam muttered. The Wangs from Singapore. They were one of the few families to purchase a lot. Most of the other tenants were single men and women. He hadn't meant for the development to be a bachelor cove, but it turned out that the amenities he offered, around-the-clock security and groundskeeping, attracted a single crowd. The Wang's home design spoke loudly of the traditional Malay houses built on stilts in Singapore. However, the stilts used for this mansion were made from reinforced steel and driven deeply into the rock to provide stability. With the general contractor overseeing the building and Martin managing the legal end of things, they'd done most of the work. Adam had kept a keen eye on the building process, finding it fascinating. Lot 2 and Lot 8. The home on Lot 8 was a study in curves. There were 3 tiers, each one with a balcony bowing out, the bottom one being the deepest. The top tier, where the master bedroom was located, had the smallest, and even that balcony was large enough to hold 3 outdoor couches and a hot tub. The pool off the back was a perfect circle that went right to the edge of a 10-foot drop-off. The whole building was done in earth tones, and the glass was emerald green from the outside. The golf cart disappeared from sight, and Adam turned from the window. She scheduled 2 move-ins on the same day? That's an overload of work. She hasn't shied away from a task yet. Ben tugged at the beard he'd been growing. I believe she scheduled these move-ins on the same day so she could plan to be out in the development for the day. She said it was better to spend one day putting out fires than two. Adam grunted in response. She'll wear herself out. Ben paused. Perhaps you could invite her to lunch? Make sure she gets a healthy meal. Are you mad? Adam had to remove his mask to eat. The small hole in the plastic didn't allow for more than a straw to pass through, and he was done eating his meals from a blender. It would be good for both of you. Although I'm a stimulating conversationalist, you must be tired of me by now. Adam nodded thoughtfully. I have been cooped up here. Except for his doctor visits, he didn't leave the house. And even those were done in the wee hours of the morning, when reporters were less likely to see him come and go through the main gate. He did follow the progress of the case against the madman who'd cursed him with acid. He hadn't made it to court because he'd been placed in an asylum with little hope of getting out. Adam made a large contribution to the institution to ensure they had enough to function for decades to come. Bella wouldn't be terrible to share a meal with. Besides her obvious beauty, she had a quick mind. He would have bet the castle that she wouldn't make it past the first week probationary period, but she'd done well. Not perfect, but a passable job as his liaison with the residents and with the land survey for Phase II, which showed promise for a better performance the next week. Adam continued to check on her work more as something to pass the time than out of need. She didn't shy away from his face anymore. He never asked her if she remembered him from the courthouse or the hospital, because he didn't want to. He didn't know why, he just didn't. Having lunch with her, he did want to do. He couldn't explain that any better than the other, so he followed his gut. Send her a request to join me for lunch. He sat at his desk, ready to dive into his monthly bank statements. I don't think so. Ben busied himself dusting off the bookshelves, a task that was neither his nor needed to be accomplished. But it was your idea. I said you should invite her. He craned his neck to look out the window. She's just returning. If you hurry, you can catch her before she makes it to her office. It's not her office, it's my study, Adam grumbled as he made his way out of the room. Of all the silly ideas. A note would suffice. He nearly ran over his uncle in his haste to get to Bella before she buried herself in work again. Once that happened, it could take hours for her to surface. If he was going to pull off a casual invitation, it had to be now. Uncle, what are you doing here? Uncle Philip worked his lips for a moment before he sputtered. 2 more tenants have moved out this week. That's 10 in total. 10? From the Rose? But it's always been a hot spot. He couldn't remember the last time they'd updated the building, but it felt like yesterday. I know. Philip wiped a bead of sweat off his forehead. Something is amiss. I'm afraid our reputation is slipping. We haven't had more than the basic upgrades in 15 years. Adam lightly touched the plastic compression mask. All his pain happened because of the Rose. If he didn't own the blasted building, he would have been spared the senseless curse of a wild man. Let them leave. I've half a mind to bulldoze the whole thing and start from scratch. He continued on his errand, intent on finding Bella and forgetting about all the trouble the Rose had brought into his life. If it hadn't been for that building, and his father's sentimentality in holding on to it, then Adam would be able to look at himself in the mirror without knowing horror and dread. He hated that place, hated the fact that it was tied to him because of a choice another man made. How many scars would he have to bear because of another's actions? You can't do that, his uncle called after him. It's in your father's will that the row. Adam spun and advanced on the now cowering man. I don't care what the will says, he spat. My father did all he could to control me in life, but I will not be told what I can and cannot do. I'm the master of this castle, the master of my fate. Let them leave. He threw his arm in the air and stormed through the hallways. I'll leave a copy of the will in your study. Philip's voice grew smaller as the distance from him grew longer. In a few more turns, Bella appeared before him, her head bent over a fat law book. Her cheekbones stood out and her skirt hung on her hips. She hadn't been taking care of herself, just as Ben had said. You will join me for lunch and dinner today, he growled. Her head popped up, her doe eyes wide. She locked gazes with him, her eyes never leaving his to take in the mask or look him over. She saw right into his soul. I will not. She snapped the book shut and brushed past him into the study. It will do neither of us any good for you to work yourself into a sickbed, he growled. I'm in excellent health, thank you very much. You're thin as a rail and pale as a ghost. Thank you for that narrative on my physical appearance, but I've neither the time nor the patience to sit down to a meal with you today. So it's me you object to, not the food? He folded his arms. She opened the bottom drawer of her desk and riffled through the files. Wait, not her desk, his desk. I never object to food, only to the time it takes to consume it, she said distractedly. Her words, or rather the words she didn't say, stung. Are you so shallow that you can't stand to share a table with an ugly man? Her eyes lifted from her task. Find me one and I'll let you know. He barely had time to register that she'd complimented his looks, in a backhanded and roundabout way, before she was on her feet and headed for the door again. If you'll excuse me, I've got to get this signed by Mr. Wong before they can add the koi to the pond behind their house. There are several fish in a bucket who don't look at all pleased with their current accommodations. She left, leaving a trail of her delicate scent behind her. Adam sniffed the air, trying to discern what exactly was in the exotic scent. Some kind of flower and perhaps pineapple. No, that wasn't right. There wasn't sharpness at all, only softness and deep scents. Like peonies. They had those in the garden before his mother died. He stormed into the kitchens and found his cook, Mrs. Poole, stirring a pot over the stove. The scents of cinnamon and sugar mingled with marinated steak and boiling broccoli. Her grandson, Corbin, was at the side table, a math book in front of him and the end of the pencil tucked between his lips as he worked over a problem. The kid was bright, and as long as he kept his grades up, which Adam checked on regularly, he'd continue to pay for the expensive private school education. Mr. Moreau, you startled me bursting in here like that. Mrs. Poole wiped her hands on her apron. Would you like a cookie? She popped the lid off the cookie jar on the counter. It was the same jar she'd had since Adam's father had hired her 30 years ago. He'd grown up sneaking cookies out of that jar. To eat one today, he'd have to take off his mask. He hadn't dared expose more than Ben to the sight of his facial scars. They were red, puffy, and ugly, and he could only imagine how grotesque he looked when he chewed his food. Not today, thank you. Well, then, what can I do for you? Bella Creer, the lawyer's assistant. Mrs. Poole's eyes widened slightly. Yes. Does she eat here? Mrs. Poole sighed. I've not seen heads or tails of her in the kitchen or dining room with the servants when they take their meals. The study garbage is full of granola wrappers and such, though, added Corbin. How do you know this? Adam's tone was sharper than he'd intended to use on the child, but he didn't amend it. I empty all the garbage cans on the first floor. Corbin glanced at Mrs. Poole. Graham says I have to do my chores. She's right. Adam hadn't ever had chores growing up. He had maids and footmen and butlers. And one of your new chores is to make sure Bella eats a good meal every day. Perhaps she'd listen to a child. Mrs. Poole draped an arm over Corbin's shoulder. We'll take care of her. She nodded once, her eyes sparkling with understanding. Adam didn't like the look she gave him. Like there was something more to his request than a desire to have his legal counsel in tip-top health. See that you do. He left before Mrs. Poole's knowing smirk could grate his last nerve down to a stump. He didn't care about Bella as a woman, he cared that the Cove was in the best hands possible. Everyone knew that when blood sugar dropped, the brain's ability to function went down considerably. Rational decision-making grew more difficult. Bella was pointlessly putting his investment at risk, and he wouldn't stand for it. If she wouldn't watch out for herself, then he'd simply have to watch out for her. Chapter 8. Bella came back from the Wangs with the signed paperwork in hand. She'd taken a picture with her phone and emailed it to the Conservation Association and the Department of Fish and Wildlife. Her phone rang. An icon of a horse popped up on her screen. Mr. West, hello. Hi, Bella. She couldn't help but smile at the Texas drawl as thick as butter. Jamon West was a cowboy who'd made his first $50 million figuring out how to save a lame horse's life. Through investments and a few more inventions, he'd become a billionaire and had bought the lot right across the street from Adam's castle. Well, right across the street was a relative term when the lots were 20+ acres. Jamon's house was on schedule for him to move into in less than a month, however, they'd hit a snag between his schedule and the landscapers. The general contractor was freaking out because of the issue, and she'd offered to smooth things over with the homeowner. She hoped this phone call was the answer to their problems. "What can I do for you today?" She didn't have to work that hard to be polite to the guy. Jamon was pretty easygoing as far as billionaires went. Not at all like her demanding boss. Sheesh, that guy could put a lion to shame with his quick temper. "I'm afraid I'm going to have to cancel our meeting again. I've had a family emergency come up." "Oh, I'm so sorry." She clicked open her calendar app. The landscaper was scheduled to start work on the temple's property. She couldn't put that off, the resident had specific needs. "I was also thinking that I'd like to reconsider the layout of the arena and round pen," added Jamon. "Well, according to your contract, all landscaping must be done before you move in, but with the change in schedule and drawing up a new layout, I'm afraid that will put us behind." Which wasn't an option. Dad needed this money now more than ever with the hospital bills. Heart surgery wasn't cheap. "How about I move in and then we get it figured out? I'd like to be out of Texas soon. It's important to me." Bella rubbed her temple. She could hire a new landscaper. Groan. That could take up to 2 months. There were background checks on all employees that had to be done as well as an interview process. He asked the impossible. "I'd be willing to sign something about the landscaping not being done if I need to." Bella sagged with relief. She couldn't have offered that solution, but to have him offer it was a miracle. "I can send you an amended contract within the hour, and we can finish up the landscaping once you've moved in." She heard the smile in her voice and allowed herself the freedom to go ahead and let her lips spread. It wasn't often that she had a reason to grin during the day, especially on a day when the beast made an appearance. She still couldn't believe he'd come in here to demand she eat. He must have no idea how much work she had to accomplish each day, otherwise he wouldn't have even suggested she take a break, let alone a leisurely lunch with him. Like she could lounge around in the dining room for an hour or more. Bringing up the legal template for an addendum to the contract, she said goodbye to Mr. West and hung up the phone. The clattering of dishes brought her out of the document. In the doorway stood a child carrying a tea tray loaded with finger sandwiches, a bottle of Dr. Pepper, and a piece of chocolate cake. "Hi." She smiled at the boy. His dark brown hair hung over his eyes, and he flipped it away with a jerk. "Hello." He rushed into the room, tripping on the edge of the ornate rug and catching himself, all without spilling a thing off the tray. "Corbin, mind yourself," said a robust woman with dark gray hair and a grandmotherly aura about her. She glanced over Bella and scat her tongue. Adam was right. "You're a skeleton." "Oh, so now he's telling others how horrible I look?" She felt her cheeks burn. When he'd said she was too thin, she'd nearly died of embarrassment and snapped at him. "What happened to lovely?" "More like he was bragging about how hard you worked in here." The woman cleared a spot on the end of the desk and took the tray from the boy. "Now, I'm Mrs. Poole, and this is Corbin. We're here to make sure you've got a spot to eat, and then we'll clear out of your way." She popped the top off the soda and poured it into a glass filled with ice. The fizz filled the silence. Bella had never had someone wait on her at work before. She'd avoided the staff, preferring to keep to herself and get the job done. The situation was silly, really, when Mrs. Poole was so nice. "I can do that." She reached for the bottle only to have the woman pull it away, never spilling a drop. "I don't try to do your job, now you don't try to do mine." Corbin giggled. Bella shrank back from the tray, turned back to her computer, and finished changing the schedule for Mr. West's landscaping, unsure of what else she was supposed to do. Mrs. Poole's scolding was light enough that Corbin laughed, but Bella got the message. Doing her job was the only thing she was here for, so she might as well do it. Mrs. Poole set a plate of sandwiches, baby pickles, and, from the smell of them, vinegar chips at her elbow. She then went to the couch, fluffed a pillow, and took a seat. Bella eyed her. "Did he tell you to watch me eat too?" "Nope. I'm taking that on myself." She folded her hands over her rounded belly. "I've a mind to adopt you as one of my own, what with those big brown eyes of yours. I've met your father, and he didn't have those beauties. What happened to your mom?" Bella selected a sandwich and took a bite. The chicken salad was divine, and she moaned. "This is so good." "Don't talk with your mouth full," admonished Corbin as if he were an expert on the subject. Bella nodded, chewed, and swallowed. "Sorry." Mrs. Poole waved her off. "Your mom?" she prompted. "She died when I was just a baby. My dad raised me. That must have been lonely." "I didn't feel alone." Mrs. Poole got to her feet. "I meant for him." She winked. Bella took another bite of the sandwich. Perhaps it was lonely for Dad. She hadn't thought about it much when she was a kid, but now that she was an adult, she worried often that he didn't have someone. Maybe she should set him up on a dating site. He'd hate that. In no time she'd finished off a sandwich and a half, 3 pickles, and a handful of chips. She put her hand over her stomach. "You shouldn't feed me so well. I'll go into a food coma and be worthless in court this afternoon." Mrs. Poole's eyes shifted. "What are you doing in court?" "Some protesters filed an injunction against developing Phase II. It shouldn't stand, they have no legal grounds. I'm going to court this afternoon to have it removed." She glanced across her desk. "I had a book here. One that had the precedent I needed." Her heart sped up. She couldn't remember the name of the case, or she could look it up online. She'd only just found it that morning. If she didn't have it, she may not win and the injunction would stand. "Are you scared?" asked Corbin. "Not scared, nervous. I won't even be presenting a case. This is pretty cut and dry." She paused, her stomach churning. "The firm representing the activists is one of the best in the city." "Really? What's their name?" "Wolf, Wolf and Wolf." Mrs. Poole gasped. "You're going up against the wolves in court this afternoon?" Bella's already fluttering heart picked up speed. "Who's facing the wolves?" asked Ben as he sauntered in. Wiggling his fingers, he picked up a BLT sandwich from the tray. "Bella." Mrs. Poole threw her hand at Bella. Ben choked on his food. "But you can't. It is dangerous." "I'm not afraid. And I'm not arguing with them. I just have to be there to represent." "Oh dear." Mrs. Poole wrung her hands. "Corbin, take this tray back to the kitchen." She busied herself reloading the tray and giving him a slight shove to get moving. Ben held his sandwich to his chest to keep her from sending it off. Once the boy was out of earshot, Mrs. Poole spoke. "It's not about being brave, my dear. It's about saving your skin. If you go into that courtroom and they smell the beast on you, they'll pounce." Ben snapped his fingers. Bella rolled her eyes. "It's a court of law, not a dark forest at night." She may have sounded brave, but inside she trembled. She needed that book. "Little difference," muttered Ben. "I had a book here." She pointed to the middle of her desk. "I need it. Do you know where it may have wandered off to?" Ben and Mrs. Poole exchanged a look and lifted their shoulders simultaneously. "Most law books end up in the West Study." Mrs. Poole clamped her hand over her mouth. "But you can't go in there," admonished Ben. "It's Adam's private chambers." Bella rubbed her lips together. Private chambers or not, she had to have that book. It was the key to her defense. "Of course. I wouldn't dream of trespassing." A timer went off in Mrs. Poole's pocket. "That'll be the apple turnovers." She hit the stop button, and the beeping ceased. Ben's whole face lit up. Mrs. Poole didn't miss the transformation. Yes, you can have one. But mind your mouth. They're coming right out of a 425-degree oven. She shook her finger in his bearded face. But of course. He swept after her. At the door, he paused. Remember what we said, no going into the master suite. Bella wiggled her fingers in a wave. Ben hopped once and then followed his nose to the kitchen, where he would no doubt burn his mouth on an apple turnover. Once his footsteps had quieted and the only sounds that could be heard were the ticking of the grandfather clock in the hallway and the quiet buzzing of the radiant heating, she tiptoed into the hallway. The case in that book was the only thing that could save her from the wolves, as Mrs. Poole had called them. Funny how the name sounded so much more intimidating than wolf, wolf, and wolf. She had been looking forward to today, her first day in court, but now her excitement was laced with worry. She couldn't afford to lose today. The entrance to the West Wing was off the front entry of the house. She passed several butlers and maids, all busy doing their work and none of them paying her any attention. Still, she straightened her back. The more she looked like she knew where she was going, the less likely anyone would suspect her of trespassing. At least, that's what movies had taught her. Hopefully Hollywood was right about this. She made it into the West Wing. This side of the house was darker, shaded at this time of the day, although the sunsets would be beautiful coming through the bank of windows in every room on the ground floor. Unfortunately, none of those rooms were studies. Ben had said it was part of the master suite. She glanced up the curving grand staircase and sucked air through her teeth. She didn't have time to be a coward. With measured steps, she climbed the red carpeted stairs and turned left. Several rooms lined the dimly lit hallway, and she glanced inside. A personal gym. I'll bet that wasn't here when the castle was built, she muttered. A media room, complete with movie screen and leather couches. That'd be nice. A billiard room, which she didn't spend much time on. And a study. There were more open doors down the hall, but Adam could be inside any one of them, and the last thing she wanted to do was explain why she was lurking in his private sanctuary. Besides, the way Mrs. Poole and Ben talked, she was doing something wrong by going to court today. She couldn't just let the court date pass by. Someone had to show. It should have been her father, but he was in no shape to stand before a judge. The beast could have gone, but he didn't make public appearances anymore. She wondered if he ever would. What she'd seen in the hospital had shaken her. Even though she'd taken in the damage to his cheek, it was his eyes that had held her captive. They still did. When she allowed herself to look into them, it was like she was seeing right into his soul. And his soul was in so much pain. Not all of it came from the attack, either. He was a complicated man, fascinating, really. She shook herself from her thoughts and focused on her reason for being there. Her book was on the edge of a round table in the middle of the room. Relief flooded her system and allowed her stammering heart to slow to a normal pace. No wonder she'd lost weight, this job produced more stress hormones than being stranded on a desert island with a hungry tiger. She crossed the room, the soft carpet eating up her footfalls. As she reached for the book, a highlighted paragraph on a sheaf of papers caught her eye. The Rose Apartments. I know those. She reached for the papers, turning them so she could get a better look. If the apartment complex should empty due to lack of attention on the part of Adam Moreau, then. A small sound, no more than an intake of breath, made her blood freeze. She jerked her head up to find the beast, his broad chest rising and falling rapidly, seeming to get bigger with every breath, glaring at her from the now open French doors to the deck. "What are you doing in here?" roared Adam. He wore a new mask, a clear one. Pressed tight against his skin, she could see the angry red and purple lines across his cheek and down to his jawline. They almost touched his lips as they cut across the flesh. His eyebrows were darker than his blonde hair, and his pronounced cheekbones were exaggerated by the compression. His hair was a mess under the black straps holding the mask in place, and his face was red with anger. He was a scary sight, not because of his scars, but because of his beautiful fury. The scars were. Well, they were what they were. But his anger, now, that was something to behold. She was in his personal space. She'd gone where she was forbidden to go. Bella dropped the papers out of a guilty reflex, scattering them across the floor. She fell to her knees and scooped them together in a messy pile as she stammered an apology. I needed this book. She got to her feet, swallowing the lump of fear in her throat. Needing something to say, she held them out to him and asked, "Have you read this?" "You read my papers?" he growled, snatching them from her grasp. His blue eyes had gone icy. Oh man, she was fired. She'd ruined everything for her father. Not on purpose. Which sounded dumb in her ears, so she could only imagine how it sounded in his. He rose to his full height, towering over her. "Get out!" He pointed to the door. Bella clutched the book to her chest and took off at a sprint. She ran until she was safely back in the east wing, and then she ran right to the garage where her car awaited. Landing behind the steering wheel, she buried her face in her hands. She understood his nickname now, could see how he made men tremble. And yet, she hadn't been afraid of him physically. Even as his eyes sparked, she knew he'd not lay a hand on her. She should have stood her ground. She should have told him not to take things from her study. Coward, she berated herself. Why did he have the book, anyway? He should have returned it. He must have been checking up on her again. Micromanaging her every move. She started her car and threw it into reverse. A need for victory, to redeem herself, fired her spirit. Bring on the wolves. Chapter 9. She's what? Adam bellowed. His deep voice shook the aged rafters. Ben circled the couch, his long legs moving in a giraffe-like gait. He and Mrs. Poole had come running in shortly after Bella went running out, like his rooms were suddenly a drive-through. He huffed. "We tried to tell her it was dangerous, but she ran out of here as if being chased by a wild animal." The look he gave Adam made it clear how he felt about Adam yelling at Bella. Well, she shouldn't have come into his personal wing. And she darn sure shouldn't have read his papers. He hadn't even read them. His father was manipulative and distrustful every day of his life and made sure his will carried on the tradition. Adam had read it once, allowed himself to hate his father for the last time, and then let it all go. At least, he thought he had. Philip's continual insistence that he read over the document made his stomach churn. Adam went to run his hand through his hair and caught his fingers in the elastic straps of his clear mask. The doctor had switched the black mask out for one with tiny holes that allowed his skin to breathe. It felt so good to stand out on the veranda, to feel the cool breeze on his cheeks, to have feeling in his skin. Some reports he'd read said that it could take months to get feeling back in his face, but it hadn't been that long. That's what his big contribution to the hospital had gotten him, the best of everything. He didn't dare probe his cheek with his fingers for fear he'd cause damage. Instead, he'd let the breeze tell him the news. It was just after he'd figured out that he had sensations in his cheek that he'd heard Bella moving around in his study. Feeling vulnerable and ugly in his clear mask, having nothing to hide behind, he'd lashed out at her. The fear in her face confirmed every dark thought he'd had about himself. Mrs. Poole wrung her apron. "She's a strong-minded girl." "Foolish is more like it," Adam quipped. "Like someone else I know." Mrs. Poole glared. Adam glanced at the table. Bella had taken the book. She has the right case information. She should be able to block the injunction. She's never been in court, Adam. And you would leave her to the wolves? Ben shook his head sadly. How many of their junior lawyers did you chew up and spit out? Or partners, for that matter, added Mrs. Poole. Adam glared at the two of them. They won't hesitate to return the favor to one of your associates. And don't think for a minute that they will go easy on her because she's beautiful. Adam blinked. I never said she was beautiful. But you were thinking it. Ben winked knowingly. She's an innocent, Adam. She still believes the law is just and true and that judges are bound by their oaths to put aside personal vendettas. Adam stilled. Who is the judge? The two of them exchanged a look. Ben pulled out his phone and quickly found King County's website. Stavish. Adam cursed. Find me a suit. He stripped off his t-shirt and threw it on the nearby chair. Ben ran to the walk-in closet, his giraffe legs making it a quick trip. Mrs. Poole ducked into the bathroom and came out with a spray bottle and brush. "If we comb it before you put on the mask, it should stay in place." Adam cringed. "I'll not be wearing the mask." His face was bad enough on its own, but the mask intensified the gruesomeness. But Ben pressed his lips together. He tossed Adam a light blue button-up shirt. "As you wish." In no time at all, Adam was dressed and in the back seat of the small limo. The driver broke a few laws to get him to the courthouse in record time. Ben gave him the location, and they took off at a trot. Adam hesitated at the doors, his hands shaking. There would be reporters inside. This wasn't exactly a low-profile situation with all the marketing the protesters had done. He could be walking into a media trap. But on the other side of that door was also Bella, sweet Bella, who, though she stood up to him at every turn, didn't have the experience to face a pack of wolves. Yes, she'd run out on him today, but he'd been ugly. He deserved to be abandoned. She did not. He pushed the door open, his head held high. The whoosh of air brushed his sensitive cheek and sent chills over his body. He could feel the places where the scars were thicker than the skin around them and could mentally map out the lines that would never go away. The room was aflurry with Zeke Wolf himself orating before Judge Stavish. Every eye was on him, mesmerized by the web he created with his words. There wasn't supposed to be an argument. This should have been a show up, get the previously made decision, and get out thing. The wolves were circling, and it raised Adam's hackles. His eyes darted to Bella at the defendant's table. She sat tall, her back straight, her chin lifted, too intense, too vulnerable. Run, he wanted to tell her. She wouldn't. She was too foolish to know the dangers or to heed them. She had a warrior's spirit, and that stirred a pot of desire in his belly that had lain cold for too long. At the prosecutor's table sat the other Wolf brothers, Leopold and Orion. All of them had the same gray at the temples, though Leopold had a goatee in the same color while the other two were clean-shaven. Each time Zeke made a point, they would hum and nod in agreement. So far, no one had noticed him. "But Your Honor, the biggest insult of all is that Mr. Moreau sent this clerk into your court today." He threw his finger in Bella's face. She flinched away, and a protective instinct rose up in Adam. It was so strong that it propelled him down the center aisle and compelled him to do something he rarely did. He interrupted the court. "I sent a clerk because this case is so preposterous that I knew a judge with any intelligence would throw it out of court." Adam's lawyer voice filled the room and rang with confidence and finality he didn't feel at the moment. He'd once been told by a professor that he had the type of voice that could command armies. The shock of his arrival lasted long enough for him to sweep through the small gate separating the court officials from the spectators and take his place next to Bella. Relief flooded her eyes and then was gone, replaced by her steel determination and a fighting instinct. She shuffled several papers his direction. He did a double take when he saw his father's will. The document followed him around like a ghost. He supposed it was evidence for his ownership of the land he wanted to subdivide. He didn't take his eyes off Zeke. "You're late, counsel," scolded Judge Stavish. Adam rarely had to be in Stavish's courtroom, and when he did, he had to be at the top of his game to win. Stavish would look for any chance to land that gavel on Adam's weakness. "My apologies, Your Honor." He didn't offer an excuse and barely managed to sound humble enough to apologize. He narrowed his eyes at the judge, assessing how much the man truly hated him. Judge Stavish's tongue flicked out to lick his lips. "If you interrupt again, I'll have you tossed out." Adam inclined his head. The guy was out for blood. Stavish motioned for Zeke to continue. He bared his teeth in a satisfied smile. "Seattle's comprehensive plan does not include public transportation to and from the Cove. Neither does it have small businesses nearby to accommodate the increase in families a development like this would stimulate." Bella nudged the papers closer to Adam's elbow. He glanced down, noting the numbers of single men and women who lived in the Cove, and nodded. "In short, we're not set up to sustain nor support the type of growth proposed, and we move for an injunction on the project until the city has a chance to review the infrastructure of the area." Noted. Final arguments. Stavish didn't look up from his papers. Bella stood. Her fingers shook, but she pressed them onto the table to hide it. Adam fought the desire to take her hand in his. The only draw the Cove will make on the city is for power, recycling, and garbage. We have our own water and sewer facilities. As for public transportation needs, our residents have multi-car garages, helicopter pads, and their own planes, which land on our private airstrip and are stored in private hangars. Snobs, Orion Wolf coughed. Bella smiled indulgently at him. We prefer the term self-sufficient. What about local businesses? Prodded Leopold. Adam lowered his chin, waiting for Judge Stavish to call them out for interrupting. Stavish let it go. We found that most of our residents have groceries and other items delivered. So they don't stimulate our economy. Zeke leaned back in his chair like the punk teen in the back row in English. Bella sifted through her notes. They'll provide jobs. Yeah, and pay minimum wage for someone to clean their toilets, snarked Orion. Bella scowled. I've met most of the residents in Phase I. They're good people. Who are out of touch with reality. Leopold leaned forward, salivating over the chance to fluster Bella. They were taking this case way off course and as far from the law as possible. Adam's blood pressure began to rise. Just because a person has money means they think they can do whatever they want, interrupted Zeke. Adam had had enough. He rose to his feet and buttoned his jacket. Your Honor, the question before you isn't the character of the Cove's residents, but the legal right I have to rezone and subdivide my land. You have the documents before you that prove the land is mine. You have the law before you that clearly states I have the right to do with it as I choose. And you have the permit issued 2 weeks ago from the city of Seattle, thanks to the diligent efforts of Miss Creer, granting the change. Bella jolted at his inclusion of her in the argument. He could feel the pride of his compliment radiating off of her, and it bolstered his confidence. So much so that he added, I'll be sure to share Mr. Wolf's assessment of our residents with our residents. We wouldn't want the billionaire homeowners to hire a local attorney who thought so little of them. The Wolf brothers sank deeply into their gray padded seats. Adam had delivered a death blow to their hopes of landing huge retainers. No one in the Cove would so much as read a letter from their office when he blackballed them. Judge Stavish tossed the injunction out rather reluctantly, and scuttled back to his chambers. No doubt he was thinking about his upcoming re-election and the campaign funds he might procure from the Cove's deep pockets. Adam stepped across the small space between the desks and clamped his hand on Zeke's thin shoulder. The man gasped, his eyes tracing the scar on Adam's cheek. Adam's fury rose, and he leaned close to growl. Don't ever attack my clerk in court again. Zeke nodded quickly, his jowls swinging. We were just doing our jobs, whined Orion. Adam locked eyes with the youngest Wolf and increased the pressure on Zeke's shoulder. The man slid farther down in the chair to get away from his grip. Orion's eyes widened in fear. He'd hidden behind his brother's suits, and being in the direct line of fire was a new experience. He dropped his eyes and turned slightly away. Adam stood tall and motioned for the brothers to leave. They did. The door opened, and several flashes went off in the hallway. Journalists that had been in the courtroom lined up outside to take pictures. Bella piled papers and that darn law book in her arms, looking more like an adorable co-ed on campus than a lawyer. She strode down the aisle, intent on making it out the door. Spent, Adam sank into the chair and laid his forehead on the desk. His chest felt like it had been clawed open, and his back ached from carrying a burden of an evil man's decision. Mr. Moreau? Bella was beside him. She bent down so her face was level with his and touched his arm. Her hand was warm and comforting through his jacket. The kindness in her voice was more than he deserved after the way he'd treated her. I can't face the reporters. He lifted his head off the table and noted how close they were. He could see the black rings around her brown eyes, the softness in them almost too much to bear. They'll see. Me. He was tired, too tired to keep his walls up, especially when she looked at him like she cared. Had anyone ever looked at him that way before? Certainly not his father. The resulting warmth in his chest was a newly tapped well. He could no longer deny that Bella affected him, though whether that was a good thing or a bad thing remained to be seen. She bit her bottom lip. "I'll help you." She looked around. "We can go out through the judge's chambers." He snorted. "Stavish hates me." She smiled sweetly. "Yeah, I kind of got that." His smile was tentative. "Would you really walk out with me?" The gesture was more than he'd dare ask for, but it was enough to carry him through the moment when his scars were revealed to the world. Somehow, the world had shrunk to the two of them in this moment. She moved her hand down his arm, laced their fingers together, and gave him a reassuring squeeze. The warm spring in his chest bubbled and then burst forth, electricity dancing across his skin. "I'd be honored." Compassion, that's what he'd seen in her gaze. Mixed with respect. He could handle that. He nodded once and got to his feet. She released his hand, and he tugged his shirt sleeves down inside his jacket. Bella took a position on his left side, where the scars were. Depending on the angle of the cameras, her head would be in the way for most of the shots. He put his hand on the small of her back, amazed at how it fit right there. They made their way through the doors, and the mob of reporters throwing questions and sometimes insults to get them to turn their direction for a picture or a quote. The first reporter jumped in front of them, making Bella cringe. She recovered quickly and managed to remain calm and classy for the rest of the ordeal. She pushed right past the worst of them, clearing a path for him to follow without looking like she was babying him. Once in the car, Adam leaned his head back against the seat. Exhaustion overtook him, and he slept, barely feeling it when Ben helped him from the car and into his bed. "Will he be all right?" Bella's voice came to him through the drowsiness. "He needs rest," assured Ben. Adam didn't want her to leave him, but he didn't have the strength to call out. He hadn't left the house since the incident, hadn't even passed the 6-week basic recovery phase for surgery, and he'd hurled himself into a full-fledged battle. He wouldn't change a thing, though. The soft smile on Bella's face was worth it. Chapter 10. Charles's office was a disaster. Lee couldn't organize worth a penny, and Charles wanted Bella back. She wouldn't let his case files pile up in the corner, nor would she leave coffee cups all over his desk. With an angry scowl, he tossed 2 into the garbage can in the corner, not caring that they burst open and spilt cold coffee in the bin. Let the janitor worry about the mess. Charles had worked 80-hour weeks for 6 weeks now, and Bella still wouldn't answer his calls. Combined, it made him grumpy. A soft knock at the door brought him around. "Lee, I told you, don't." "Hello, Charles." Martin stood in the doorway. His white hair had been trimmed and his whiskers shaved. He had on a polo shirt and a cardigan and looked like Mr. Rogers instead of the lawman he claimed to be. Charles instantly smoothed his expression. Since meeting Martin in the coffee shop, he'd done his research and learned about his heart condition. Getting in good with Bella's father would further his case with her. She adored the old man, and a recommendation from him was worth his patience. "Martin, it's good to see you." He lifted a stack of files off the leather chair by the desk and set them on top of the filing cabinet. "Have a seat." "How are you doing?" "I've been released from that awful rehab center, thank the Lord." "Wonderful. Your color has improved greatly." Martin absent-mindedly rubbed his cheek. "I suppose it has." Charles settled into his desk chair and looked around for the copy of the contract Marin had sent over after their first meeting. He found it in the file rack and opened it up. "I'm afraid I haven't made much headway on breaking this contract." It was, by far, the best written contract he'd ever seen, but he wasn't about to say that out loud. "It's as if the devil himself wrote it." He chuckled, feigning a lightness he didn't feel. The menial work on the bottom rung was getting to him, eating away at his soul. He needed a promotion, and soon. "You're closer than you think." Martin leaned closer. "Did you see the article in Times? The beast is back in court, and he dragged Bella with him." Charles typed in a few search words into the browser, and the article appeared on screen. He'd heard rumors in the building, but wanted the whole story. The beast was there, glowering, and just in front of him, Bella cowered. He had his hand on her back as if shoving her into the crowd of reporters. Charles scanned the article. His law firm had been on the other side, and they'd lost. No wonder the firm was under a cloud of gloom and doom these days. Please, Charles, if there's anything you can do. Charles stared at the screen, an idea slowly forming. Have you been in touch with Bella? We talk almost every day. She says it's not so horrible working for him, but she's doing more than she should. She said something about remodeling one of his apartment buildings, and that wasn't in the original contract. I can't imagine that she has time for that. Did you see how thin she is in the picture? Yes, Charles breathed. Quite stunning. Bella had been beautiful before, but she now had the look of a supermodel. Her bone structure was positively regal. What he could do with a woman like that on his arm. He leaned on his forearms. I feel I was too hasty, letting her get away from me. And I'd like another shot. Do you think you could set us up? Martin grimaced. I don't like to interfere in her dating life. It's not interfering, it's looking out for her best interest. I could offer her a job here. My clerk is obviously underqualified. He motioned to the mess around him. Martin was shaking his head before Charles finished. Bella's studying for the bar exam. But she never said anything about being a lawyer. This was preposterous. Bella wasn't cut out for the courtroom, she was a behind-the-scenes type of person. My wife, then, perhaps? Charles rubbed his fingers together. A wife was a step up from a clerk in title, although he planned to give her the same tasks. Martin leaned back, running his hands back and forth over the arms of the chair. I don't know that you two are a match, Charles. Charles's head throbbed with the complexities this man presented. He had a hard time getting a read on Martin. Did he want his help or not? Perhaps tugging on his heartstrings was the way to go. I miss her. She made life so easy for me. Martin nodded. And what did you do for her? He opened and closed his mouth. I gave her life purpose, meaning. She said so herself. Martin stood. She's found a purpose of her own and a path that is independent of you and your needs. I'm sorry, Charles. I can't give you my blessing. Charles sprang to his feet, anger overtaking the layer of patience he'd so carefully applied. But you'll send her off to work for the beast? You think being married to me is worse than that? Orion Wolf stuck his head in. What's going on in here? Just his luck. One of the founders would be walking by his office when he lost his cool and raised his voice. And where was Lee? His office wasn't presentable. Charles laughed easily in an effort to dispel the tension in the room. We're discussing a contract. Orion put his hands on his hips. What was this about the beast? A string of curse words ran through his head. I was just looking over one of his contracts for my old friend here. He tipped his head, waiting for Martin to pick up the lie and carry it to the next level. Martin pressed his lips together until a thin white line was all that was left. Orion glanced behind him and shut the door. I'm highly interested. Charles might just hate him. It's a personal matter, cut in Martin. He shifted closer to the door, no doubt wanting to make a break for it. Orion grinned, showing his sharp canine teeth, and Charles fought back a shudder. Even better. I don't want my name or the firm associated with this business in any way. Orion bustled around the desk and entered his password to get into the mainframe. In a second, a new document was on Charles's screen. The two of them leaned in, and Martin scooted closer. This is Duke Moreau's will. There's a clause in here that you might be able to exploit, should the need arise. Charles read and reread the clause, his mind filling with possibilities. How did you get this? His full clerk filed it as proof of ownership to block the injunction. Orion straightened. Of course, you didn't get this from me. He saved the document to Charles's desktop and logged out of the system. He nodded once and left, his leather shoes wheezing with each step. Charles sensed the hesitancy in Martin, the guy had more scruples than brains. He put an arm around the old man's shoulders and ushered him towards the exit. Thank you for stopping by today. I'm going to look into this new development and see if there's anything we can do for your case. But Charles held up his palm to stop Martin's protests. It's the least I can do for the woman I love. But good day. He dropped his arm and left Martin standing at the receptionist's desk. Terence, the security guard, would make sure he didn't follow Charles back into his office. Charles rubbed his palms together. It was time to get his hands dirty. On the way back, he caught a glimpse of Lee in the break room, talking to a woman who had legs for days. Charles looked her over and found several flaws, the biggest one being she laughed like a clown, yucking it up. Lee? His assistant jumped at the crack of his name and scuttled away from the amused brunette. Get in here and clean this place up. Charles gathered the papers he'd need and his laptop and headed to the door. I'm working from the coffee shop. Call me when you have the filing under control. Lee stammered an answer. And I don't want to see this happen again. What Orion had to say, and didn't outright say, had Charles's complete attention. This was his chance to prove he had what it took to run with the big boys. The possibilities sparkled like jewels on a crown. Chapter 11. Bella once again stood in the private wing, her heart hammering as memories of Mr. Moreau's deep voice pounded through her entire being. He'd been upset at her intrusion, and rightly so, but he'd come after her, saved her from the wolves. If it hadn't been for his timely arrival, she would have lost the case, the injunction would have stood, and her father would have lost the contract. Adam, as she was beginning to think of him with softness, had every reason to let her fail. It would have saved him hundreds of thousands of dollars. But he didn't. A pessimist would argue that he'd come to save Phase II, but there had been something in his eyes, something that told her he was there to protect her and not himself. That's why she was outside his bedroom door. Talk about the lair of the beast. No one, save Ben, was allowed beyond these doors, and here she stood, ready to throw them open and charge inside. Her heart pounded and her stomach wobbled. She glanced behind her at Mrs. Poole, who shooed her forward. It was Mrs. Poole who had given her permission to come up here. Okay. I can do this, she told herself. She pushed open the heavy, ornately carved wooden door and squinted into the dim light. There was a man-sized lump covered in blankets on the bed. She checked behind her again. Mrs. Poole nodded her encouragement. What a fool idea this was, but Adam hadn't been out of his room in over a week. Not since he'd fought the wolves, and a fight it was. Bella had no idea the law was so personal. Watching Adam calmly state his evidence when she had become so flustered made her want to be better, stronger like him. More than that, it had lit something inside of her, something she didn't know was waiting to be discovered, a desire to be a part of the law, to practice law and use her knowledge to help others. It took failing for her to see what she'd been missing all this time. Adam's plastic surgeon had checked on him yesterday, confirming that his exhaustion was from doing too much too soon after surgery. Anesthesia wasn't something to mess with. But he'd also said that Adam needed sunshine, and today they had a surprise February visit from Mr. Sunshine. In for a penny. Bella strode to the brocade curtains, grabbed them by the handful, and flung them open, allowing sunshine to drench the dreary room. Adam groaned and rolled, pulling the pillow over his face. Come on, sleepyhead. There's something you need to see. Bella tugged the pillow. Adam's hair was a mess, all rumpled. His skin was sallow, which was to be expected after lounging about all day. But his blue eyes were every bit as captivating as she tried to forget. He blinked at her several times and lifted his arm to shield his eyes from the light. It was only then that Bella realized he wasn't wearing a shirt. She gulped, hugging the pillow to her chest as she took in the muscles, the valleys, and the smoothness of his skin. Her knees sagged and she leaned against the huge four-poster bed for support. Holy guacamole. What are you doing here? He moaned, rubbing his temples. He wasn't wearing his mask, neither the black one nor the clear one. She'd heard from Mrs. Poole that the doctor said he only had to wear it at night now. He must be relieved, and yet she wondered if he was at all comfortable having his scars on display. Maybe that's why he'd hidden away in here. And that made his appearance in court to rescue her, as much as she hated to admit that was what he'd done, all the more heroic. To have put himself on display like that. For her. She yanked her eyes to the headboard and said, "I've something to show you." He lifted one side of his mouth in an amused yet haughty expression. So he'd caught her checking him out. Well, fine. She wasn't ashamed. She was a female, after all, and a man like that couldn't expect her not to notice his exquisite body. Her cheeks warmed. For goodness sakes. Get up. She hit him in the arm with the pillow. There. That felt much better. No, he threw it back at her. Quit sulking and get out of bed. You've an empire to run, and I'm sick of taking care of your issues. My issues? My issues. He scrambled out of bed and loomed over her. She caught the scent of sleep and fabric softener and a touch of his body wash. Good heavens, he smelled wonderful. She steeled herself and reinforced her blasted knees, which wanted to melt from the heat coming off his skin. You ran off half-cocked and almost cost me phase II. Wait, what? She scowled. You have the temper control of a 5-year-old. He growled but didn't reply, because she was right and he knew it. She folded her arms. With a sigh, she tried again. Please come with me. I'd like you to see something. Truly, when the long row of dump trucks had arrived that morning, looking like ants marching off to the colony, her first thought had been of Adam. He'd had the vision that was being built, and he ought to enjoy seeing it come to life. He growled again. Fine. But we're not going outside the gates. He stomped off to his giant walk-in closet. We won't have to. Bella leaned to the side so she could get a better view of his closet. Yes, it was the closet she wanted to see. Not his sculpted body. The walls were lined with dark wood shelves and rods where suit after suit hung equally spaced apart. In the middle of the room was a bank of dressers in the same polished wood. Adam stepped out and smirked. Are you done ogling? My closet? Bella rolled her eyes. A closet like that is every woman's dream. She sighed gustily and gave the room another sweep of her eyes. Adam chuckled. All right. You've got me out of bed and dressed. Where are we going? Bella clasped her hands together. It's a surprise. He rolled his eyes and bowed. Show me the way. She hopped once as she turned, like a coed who'd gotten her first A, took him by the hand, and led him out of the room. His hand was big, square, and rough, but gentle. When it became obvious that he wasn't going to back out, she forced herself to let go. Adam felt the loss of Bella's hand in his as keenly as he'd felt the loss of his freedom after the attack. She was warm, safe, and strong, and drew him to her in a way no other woman had done before. Though plenty had tried. He'd grown up knowing he was handsome, it was one of the family traits, and his dearly departed mother was a classic beauty. His gaze swept over Bella as she walked just ahead of him to the garage. She had many of the features that would label her beautiful, but it wasn't her straight nose or her big eyes where her beauty originated. Her features were an outward manifestation of the beauty she carried inside. The lights automatically came on as they entered the garage. He hesitated, not wanting the world to see the beast he'd become. Of course, the pictures from the courthouse were all over the internet. He looked as bad as he'd feared. Bella didn't make out that well either. It seemed editors were determined to cast him and those he associated with in shadow. Bella didn't pause when he did. She walked right over to the hot rod red golf cart and turned the key, filling the air with a robotic beeping noise. His nerves calmed slightly. If they were taking the golf cart, it was unlikely she'd spirit him outside the gates. He wasn't keen on the idea of the residents seeing him without a mask, but at least he could count on their discretion. He reached into his pickup and retrieved a ball cap to keep the sun off his face. He settled in and she put the accelerator to the floor, turning tightly so she didn't hit his Bugatti. He grabbed for the safety bar. Do you think you could manage not to throw me from the vehicle? She laughed, throwing her head back. They zipped over the lawn, the motor silent but the grass crackling beneath the wheels. Small pieces of hair slipped from her low bun and trailed across her face like a lace veil. Her eyes were clear and bright, and he suddenly realized that whatever they were about to see delighted her. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. She took them down the main road, which sloped to the gate. They went down into a gully and then back up the rise, and a peculiar sight greeted them. Dump truck after dump truck disappeared around the bend to the shoreline. Now that the wind wasn't whistling past his ears, Adam could hear the gentle sound of the waves, the call of a bird, and the rumble from so many diesel engines. Bella stopped the cart with a small lurch. "I thought you might like to see them create a sandy beach on the Puget Sound." He gripped the grab bar and pulled himself out of the cart. His energy was better before he'd gone to court. It seemed the excursion had set him back in his recovery. Or, perhaps lying around for days at a time wasn't doing him any good. Bella set the brake and joined him on his side of the cart. They watched in silence as the trucks lumbered down the packed dirt, did a three-point turn, dumped their load, and then made their way back up to the gate. "I'd forgotten about this." He rubbed his hand over his chin, careful not to tug on the grafted skin. For the past few days as he'd lain in bed, he'd lamented the things he'd lost, but right now, he didn't want to think about all that. Today he gained something. The 3 residents along this stretch would have their own private beach. There was a 4th lot that he'd transformed into a communal area. Any homeowner in the cove could spend the day frolicking on the imported white sand or lying about in a lounge chair. There was a cabana with changing rooms, showers, and a small bar staffed 8 hours a day. All upkeep paid for with monthly HOA fees. "Are you sure you don't want to rent the beach for weddings?" Bella clasped her hands behind her back. "The sunsets will be spectacular." He shook his head. The cove is meant to be a showpiece, but most of all, it's meant to be a haven for the homeowners. He turned and surveyed the area, not able to see much from this lower elevation. From his castle, he could oversee the whole development. "I expect grand parties, the likes of which Seattle has never seen before." Bella nodded. "You should throw the first one, set the example." Her lips parted slightly. "A ball. You have that incredible ballroom." Her hands covered her mouth and her eyes danced. "A welcome ball. Most of the homes will be done in 2 months. I'm sure Mrs. Poole would have a wonderful time planning the menu, and Edward would relish the chance to have the chandeliers dusted." His stomach dropped. His life of isolation slipped away with her every word. "No." Her lips clamped together. She pressed them harder, as if her argument was trying to force its way out and she was holding it back. He admired her determination. She flipped towards the water, and the wind plastered a piece of hair across her cheek. Adam fought the urge to tuck it behind her ear. She was a grown woman. If she wanted her hair moved, she could do it herself. "The lighthouse looks good," he commented. They both turned to take in the huge structure on the small peninsula that served as the first beach lot. The outside was painted white with a traditional red stripe and the glass lantern room at the top, complete with a working lamp. Behind the 3-story, round portion of the design sprawled a large mansion. The trick with the design was to balance the lighthouse section with the accompanying structure so that one didn't overwhelm the other. "Did you know that in order to have a working lighthouse, your father had to arrange purchase of several properties on the other shoreline?" This was the first time they'd spoken of Martin since he'd had surgery. It suddenly hit Adam how much the older man had accomplished over the last 2 years. "Why is that?" "Because of the light pollution." He rolled his eyes. It seemed people didn't like having a spotlight hit their bedroom window every 5 minutes. Bella giggled. "I can understand their concern." He smiled, feeling his damaged cheek wrinkle in places it hadn't before. But Bella didn't seem to notice. She was watching the dump trucks with the sand. "Do you know I've never built a sandcastle?" He shook his head. "That's a travesty." She lifted a shoulder. "I was a rather studious child, getting lost in books." "What type?" "Mysteries, mostly." She laughed. "I'd read a Nancy Drew and always feel that the story ended too soon." "So I'd." She laughed at herself. "I'd set up a pretend courtroom, my dad would be the judge, and I'd argue my case to send the bad guy to jail." Adam warmed at the image. "And did you win?" "Every time." Her eyes sparkled like the sunlight off the imported sand. And then the light faded away, replaced by troubled waters. Facing the wolves wasn't at all like my make-believe courtroom. I'm sorry, I almost lost. Adam was touched by her sincere apology, and he was struck by the knowledge that she had given him her best. Her best may have not been good enough that day, but she had it in her to take on the wolves. I'm sorry, I said those things about your father and that I've left you to manage all this on your own. You've not been well. I've not been myself. But perhaps that isn't such a bad thing. Bella shrugged. I didn't know you before, so I've no comparison. Her words were a lightning bolt to his heart. Bella was a fresh start, one he could grab onto with both hands if he wished. He wished. Come on. This time he climbed into the driver's seat and turned the key. Bella scrambled to get in. Where are we going? To do something you should have done ages ago. Instead of driving back to the house, he took a right and headed to the airstrip. There were several hangars, and he made his way to the one with his family crest painted on the side. The staff saw him coming and sprang into action. It wasn't unusual for him to need air transport at a moment's notice. He parked the golf cart near the entrance and walked towards the plane, which was almost ready for takeoff. His crew was efficient and could have the plane in the air within 7 minutes of his surprise arrival. Adam? Bella called from the golf cart. He should have thought this through. He should turn them both around and stay home. But he was tired of what he should do. Come on. You don't want to miss this. He climbed the steps and, after a quick word with the pilot, was handed a warm, wet towel for his face and hands. He cleaned his fingers but didn't wash his face. The skin was sensitive to temperature changes, and he'd applied a liberal amount of cream to help reduce scarring. Bella climbed aboard, her eyes wide. He glanced around at the off-white leather seating, the platinum accents, and the marble paneling, and wondered if she'd ever been on a plane before. Surely she had. This was the modern age. She accepted the wet cloth from the flight attendant, her eyes dropping to the woman's name tag, thanking her by name. They settled in and the pilot trundled to the runway. Bella leaned her head back, her cheeks pale. He reached for her hand, hesitating before settling his fingers over hers. She'd taken his hand earlier but then released it at the first opportunity. His forwardness may not be welcome, and vulnerability caused his pulse to quicken. Bella turned her hand under his so that their palms were together and gripped tight. You know, my father told me never to get into an airplane with a strange man. Adam's chest warmed and expanded. Despite her misgivings, she was a brave woman and she was teasing him. He rather liked being teased by her, it made him feel special. Not in the same way he felt when he won a case or when his nickname whispered along behind him. This was gentle, like a caress. Then it's a good thing I'm not strange. She giggled. I beg to differ. He lifted an eyebrow in challenge. Tread lightly, counsel. Her cheeks took on a rosy hue. Most men don't have a private airplane in their backyard, therefore, you are strange. He leaned closer to her. Most men want one, though. She considered his comment and ceded his point with an incline of her head. And I'm not counsel, not yet anyway. Why not? You're certainly old enough. Had Ben run a background check on her the moment he'd known she was in the castle. She cringed. Thanks for the reminder. 27 is not an age to be embarrassed by. I quite enjoyed my 27th year. You talk as if you're 50. Now who's cringing? She laughed. Please, you have to know you're young and handsome. She sighed heavily. And when you're 50, you'll look more distinguished and your attractiveness will only grow. I feel like I should apologize for something. Her mood lightened. Not at all. I only wish women had the same courtesy to age with dignity. I can't imagine a wrinkle or 70 would dim your beauty. At this, her cheeks turned crimson, and he looked away, lest either of them read too much in the moment. The flight attendant arrived with their lunch. She spent the next several minutes setting up their trays, adding place settings, and draping cloth napkins over their laps. Bella kept trying to do things for herself until Sarah scolded her with a look. She folded her hands in her lap and waited for Sarah to finish before she took a deep breath again. Adam smothered his smile. Bella was an independent woman, that was for sure. He couldn't help but contrast her to the women he normally dated, the ones who had easily let someone, mostly him, take care of them, and when he ran out of patience or time, they found another who was willing to take his place. What would it be like to be with a woman who didn't need him for what he could provide, but wanted him? Bella was that type of woman. He doubted she would be with a man who coddled her. His gaze dropped to her bare left hand where a ring had once been. "Why aren't you married?" There was no point in beating around the bush. Bella's fork stopped halfway to her mouth and the bit of salmon dropped back to her plate. Adam maintained eye contact, wanting to see for himself what toll the broken engagement had taken on Bella. "When I first saw you, at the courthouse that day, you were rushing in to get married. What happened?" "You remember?" she asked in surprise. "I remember everything that happened that day." He gestured to his cheek. Bella set her fork next to her plate, her gaze on the tray top for a moment. "I've been so busy I've hardly had a chance to process it." She took a small sip of water. "My fiancé, if you could call him that." She tipped her head in contemplation. "I don't suppose he did more than put a ring on my finger to earn the title." She sipped again, and he got the feeling that she was sipping at a well of knowledge, looking back on her life much like she had looked over the beach this morning, picking out regrets and holding on to successes. "Charles wasn't the man for me, and I think he figured it out long before I did." "What was wrong with him?" Adam was ready to measure himself against her yardstick. She sighed, leaning back in the chair, holding her glass in her hand. "I thought that being a part of his dream was enough to make me happy. He's ambitious and driven. Handsome? He must be begging for pain." "Quite," she replied with a small smile. Adam narrowed his eyes as he watched her for a gusty sigh or a grimace of loss. There wasn't one. He took that to mean that her attraction to Charles, whatever it had been, was there any longer. "Good. But that wasn't enough?" he prodded. She twisted her lips, adorably animated with her thoughts playing out on her face. "I always had the feeling that I wasn't quite enough." Adam called Charles an unkind name. Bella shook her head. "I didn't mean to say that he didn't value me, the problem was that I didn't value me. I thought my best role in life was behind the scenes, that the spotlight wasn't meant for me." Adam cocked his head, trying to put himself into her mindset. He'd always known what his life would hold, that he would be at the forefront of the small Moreau empire. The spotlight was a given. "And what do you think now?" Bella ran her finger around the rim of her glass, her eyes unfocused as she sifted through her thoughts. She was there with him physically, but her mind was elsewhere. That didn't stop her from talking, and he hung on her every word. "I find myself wanting more than someone else's dream. I want my own." Her gaze sharpened, and she lifted her chin so that she could make and hold eye contact. The whole world disappeared. For all Adam knew, they could have been in the middle of the ocean on a deserted island or surrounded by thousands at Times Square on New Year's Eve. Bella could do that to him. She consumed his thoughts, his consciousness, to the point of excluding all else. The effect was that he wanted more, and then even more. "I finally realized that I don't want to take second place." Bella's words burned through him. "You deserve more." She shook her head. "I deserve better." "What's the difference?" His interest in the conversation grew. Though he had years of experience over her, she had a way of looking at things that was totally fresh. "More of the same would not have satisfied me. I want a better man." Adam swallowed. Was he a better man? At Bella's age, he'd relentlessly pursued his goals, most of them starting with dollar signs. He wasn't that much older than her, but he felt every year that passed like a weight about his neck. "You disagree?" she asked, a playful light in her eyes. "Why do you think I disagree?" "Because your eyebrows are touching." She reached up and smoothed the pressure between his eyes. He leaned into her touch, just slightly, amazed at how tender she was with him. He yearned for her to do it again, but instead she dropped her hand to her lap and her eyes to her plate. "They come together when you disagree with someone." "The only person I disagree with is myself," he mumbled. The captain came over the speaker to inform them that they'd be landing soon. Bella leaned over to look out the window. Where are we? Now was as good a time as any to reveal the surprise. A wonderful place to build a sandcastle. Bella pressed her hand to her chest. No way. He tipped his head back and laughed with delight. Way. Chapter 12. The sun hung just above the horizon line, painting the sky and the water the same shade of salmon with ribbons of gold sewn throughout. Santa Barbara was known for its steady temperatures, but 70 degrees and sunny was heaven in the winter. Bella tried to remember the words to the princess song to describe what she was looking at. Where the sky meets the sea. That was the phrase. That's where the sun had settled like a duck in its nest. She sighed in contentment and dug her feet deeper into the warm sand on the private stretch of beach. She and Adam had spent the afternoon building several sandcastles, each one a work of art in her opinion and passable in his. She giggled quietly, remembering the way he went about packing wet sand into a bucket with the determination of a 10-year-old. Behind them, Adam's beach house was lit with fairy lights, the paths bathed in solar lighting and the palm trees spotlighted. The white walls were pink in the sunset, and the whole thing looked like a magazine spread for a tropical getaway. You'd never know they were still on the mainland. There was enough magic in the air to start a wizarding school. Upon arrival, she'd changed from her skirt to a pair of Adam's drawstring white beach pants. They hung on her hips and puddled around her ankles, but she didn't care if she got them wet or dirty, and neither did he. They'd romped like children without responsibility, and for once, she'd felt free from the expectations that had hung over her since her mother died, many of them placed there by herself and her desire to make a mother she didn't know proud. As the sand sifted through her fingers, she thought that perhaps her mom would want her to enjoy life a little more. Adam threw another driftwood log on the fire and settled next to her, not so close that they were touching, but close enough she could feel his body heat. She longed to lean into him. Then, thinking of her mother, she did, resting her head on his shoulder. Thank you for teaching me how to build a sandcastle. Thank you for learning. He touching his cheek lightly to her head and then lifted his again. I've been trying to remember something all evening. Yes. Where is the property line between me and Lot 4? Did I save myself any beach? She smiled to herself. She wouldn't mind having more days like this. With Adam. He was different than she'd first believed him to be. Strong. Exacting. Yes, he was both of those. But there was something more, something that ran deeper. About 10 feet. So the cliffs are mine. He drew a line in the sand with his fingers. I suppose so. She tipped her head back, looking for the first star to appear. She didn't want to miss it. I think I'd like to climb them. She sat up. Climb them? He nodded. I used to climb in college, before I got so serious about life. He huffed out the last word as if it were heavier than the ones before. I'm going to start up again. He turned to her, searching for her reaction. He needn't worry that she'd think he was crazy. He was talking to the woman who adorned sandcastles with pink seashells and who had enough sand in her hair to practically fill a playground. I think that's a great idea. She looped her arm through his, wanting to hold him tight and keep him safe. Rock climbing, especially the black cliffs below the castle, wasn't for the faint of heart. He pressed a kiss to her sand-filled hair, and her stomach spun in circles. She wanted to lift her chin and invite him to kiss her. Wanted it more than she could tell. Even though she'd spent the day playing like a child, she couldn't quite let the cautious woman inside of her go. She kept her chin down and admonished herself to be satisfied with the closeness they shared. This was Adam Moreau, for heaven's sake. He was a master of the law and a billionaire. And what was she? A law clerk with a dream. It wasn't about the money. She couldn't care less if Adam had a buck or a billion. It was what the money represented in him, the drive, the constant pressure to do more and be more. Take rock climbing, for example. He saw it as a challenge. Probably a way to get his strength back up after the surgery. He could do anything, be anything, and date anyone he wanted to. She didn't need that kind of competition. Mostly, she was afraid she'd lose in love again. While Charles hadn't broken her heart, losing him had wounded her confidence. If she couldn't hold on to a man like Charles who wanted the billionaire life, then how could she ever expect to hold on to a man who was already there? The sun slipped into a line and disappeared. The fire next to them crackled as if it had just gotten permission to take over. "Be safe," she whispered. Adam rested his hand on top of hers. They sat there until the fire dwindled and Bella could barely keep her eyes open. She wasn't scared or nervous about being alone with Adam. Her feelings were quite the opposite. She felt safe and protected next to him. Like nothing in the world could harm her, simply because he was there. Chapter 13. Welcome. Charles extended his hand over the slightly sticky tabletop to the older gentleman in the bad suit. Hadn't this guy been inside a department store in the last decade? "Thanks for coming by. Philip Wilson, this is Martin Creer." He motioned to Martin, who sat on the other side of the booth from him. The frail man agreed to this meeting, albeit reluctantly. Charles had a feeling he'd have to be his most charming to make this work. He'd chosen the sandwich shop because it was near a link station and he didn't have long. The firm expected him to bill all 80 hours this week, and his supervisor was a stickler for having results to show for the hours billed. He'd billed too many research hours to paying clients when working on Breaking the Beast already and needed to watch his back. Oliver Wolf wouldn't so much as acknowledge him in the hallway, and he doubted the owner would back him in a dispute against his mentor. "We've met." Philip shook Martin's hand. "Although I didn't know the two of you were well acquainted." He eyed Charles's Wolf and Wolf monogrammed briefcase, a gift for joining the firm. "I'm engaged to his daughter," Charles supplied. "Nothing like the power of positive thinking." "Formerly engaged," supplied Martin. "Bella?" asked Philip, his head tipping to the side like a puppy in a meme. Gag. Could these two be any more gullible? Martin nodded. "That's my girl. She's bright." Charles beamed. "I only pick the best." Martin's jaw clenched. "Why are we here, Charles?" He pushed his briefcase off the table and onto the seat next to him. "I'm curious about renting an apartment in the Rose." Philip swallowed. "We don't have any openings. I have it on good authority that 5 tenants moved out this week alone." Philip's face was calm, but there was a storm in his gray eyes. Something was up. Charles hoped that the move-outs were in his favor. Martin leaned across the table, the lines on his face deepening with distress. "Charles, what does this have to do with anything?" Charles threw his arms wide and grinned. "Everything, Martin. Everything." He pointed at Martin. "You want to free Bella from that contract? Then we need to take down the beast. And I'm not saying stop the Cove or put off Phase II. We need to go for Adam himself." He gripped his hand into a tight fist for emphasis. "I say we strip him of his fortune and lay waste to his legacy." Martin stood up and glowered down at Charles. Charles lifted his chin. No man had the right to look down on him, especially not some aged lawyer who hadn't made a mark on this city in his life. "I'll have none of this, Charles. I'm not out to ruin a man's life, I just want my daughter to be free to follow her heart." Charles surged from the booth. "I am her heart." He felt the anger burn in his chest and used it to fuel his words. "And if it weren't for that contract, she would have come crawling back to me weeks ago. If you think being married to you would be any better than being chained to the beast, then you're delusional. I stayed out of your relationship before, but I won't again. You'll never have my blessing to marry Bella." Charles fumed. "I don't need you, old man." He leaned onto the table and glared at Philip. "And I don't need you to take him down either. There are public records that will tell me what I need to know. And mark my words, the beast will fall." He grabbed his briefcase, with the precious will from Duke Moreau inside. The father's will that had made his son a billionaire would be the bullet that took him down. Chapter 14. Martin sank heavily onto the bench, his hand over his racing heart. He'd felt calm in the moment, telling Charles that he'd never have Bella, his daughter deserved so much better than that sniveling man. But now that the confrontation was over, he felt as if he'd sprinted from the Space Needle to Pike Place Market. Are you all right? Philip scooted a glass of ice water across the table. Martin took a sip, grateful for the kindness. I'll be fine. I just need to sit for a while. He drank more, willing his heart to slow down. A trip back to the hospital wasn't a pleasant thought. Is it true? Is there a way to take down the beast? Philip leaned back and eyed him warily. Why do you ask? Martin watched the people hurrying past the large window. I worked for Adam Moreau for 3 years. He's driven and therefore successful. Selfish and hurried. He drained the cup of water, his heart finally starting to slow but his mouth dry. But I don't think he's evil. Philip threw one arm across the back of the booth. I agree. My nephew was raised to be what he is today. I hope there is some of his mother left in him, but I suppose time will tell. Well, that was news. So Adam had family after all. Martin smiled softly. He took Bella to the beach to build sandcastles. Philip blinked. Then he chortled. Sandcastles were my sister's specialty. Should we warn him about Charles? Asked Martin. He had tried to visit Bella at the castle one day, only to be turned away at the gate. His name had been taken off the approved visitors list. David, the security guard who had led him through countless times before, was embarrassed to turn him away. He hadn't told Bella about the blockade. She would have worried. And he didn't call up to the house to have Edward let him in. If the beast was that angry with him, then he'd stay away and not give Adam a reason to take his anger out on Bella. Even with all that, he didn't wish on the beast, or any man, what Charles had in mind. Philip shook his head sadly. I've tried several times to warn him, he won't listen. But for Bella, I'll try again. Martin's stomach churned. Whatever Charles had in store for Adam Moreau would surely splash over to Bella. He rubbed at the soreness in his chest. Perhaps you should take reinforcements. Philip's eyebrows went up. That's a good idea. His gaze dropped to where Martin's hand moved in circles. For Martin's whole life, he'd not felt more than a pulse from his heart, but now, his heart hurt easily. Like a sore muscle, it griped at him for being overworked. The sensations were strange and unsettling. Philip continued, Don't worry. Adam is a fighter. If anyone can watch his own back, it's him. I hope you're right. The server appeared and asked if he could take their order. Philip offered to buy him lunch, and since his heart was still beating out of rhythm, Martin opted to stay for a while. When Bella checked in tonight, he'd do some digging and find out if all was well in the cove. Chapter 15. Adam looked down at his climbing clothes, freshly delivered by his instructor, who waited in the garage. The ex-Navy SEAL, Pike, had spent the morning setting anchors and ropes so they could begin climbing the 120-foot cliff below. Pike had black hair cut so short it was a mere shadow on his head. He was brawny and walked with the knowledge that he could kill a man with his bare hands. He was also missing part of his jaw from a run-in with an IED. He'd looked Adam's injury over closely, making Adam more uncomfortable than he'd been since facing the horde of reporters a few weeks ago. Then, he lifted his chin and said, Your turn. Excuse me? Adam cringed at his bluntness. He quickly schooled his features. Moreau's didn't cringe. Pike gave him an easy smile, like having someone stare at your deformity was a normal occurrence. Come on. Take a minute and get a good look. We're going to be working closely, and if we satisfy our curiosity about these things, then we'll stop seeing it all together and can get to work. Adam hadn't moved. He had no desire to put Pike's injury under a microscope to satisfy his own curiosity, because he didn't want anyone doing that to him. Being seen as different wasn't an experience he yearned for, nor was it one he appreciated. Impatient, Pike grabbed him by the shoulders and pulled him close to his face, where Adam could smell the laundry soap on his olive green t-shirt. Look at it, he insisted. Without another choice, Adam did. He took in the shininess where skin had come together. He noted the way Pike's face wasn't symmetrical, and he stared for too long at the spot where bone should have been. It wasn't until he relaxed that Pike let him go, and he realized that any misgivings or discomfort he'd felt had lifted. All right, get changed and I'll meet you outside. Adam wondered if he'd ever have the courage to face the world the way Pike did. He was no coward. He could face the world, it was the mirror that was giving him trouble. Though he was in a hurry and felt somewhat ridiculous in his tight, stretchy pants, he swung past the east study, hoping to catch a glimpse of Bella as she worked. Their time on the beach had been more than he could have asked for, he'd gained a true friend that day. And, though he wished there could be more between them, he understood why she wouldn't want him. For now, her friendship was perfect, and he looked for ways to nurture it each day. The trouble was, he didn't have a lot of experience doing that. He second-guessed himself and chickened out each time a thought popped into his head. Send her flowers. Cliché. Take her to dinner. People would stare and they would both be uncomfortable. Write her a note. What would he say that didn't sound ridiculous? He breezed past the door, trying to look preoccupied when he spotted Bella, her head on the desk, her eyes closed, and her back rising and falling in a relaxed, steady cadence. He approached slowly, entranced by seeing her so content. Her hair was down today and fell in soft waves over her back. She smelled of books and flowers, such an odd combination, yet he'd pay thousands to have it bottled and keep near his bedside. His eyes fell on the study books laid out on the table, and his conscience pricked. She'd fallen asleep at her desk because she worked too hard for him. On top of her daily tasks, she studied for the bar exam. Most people took studying for a full-time job, he had. So she was doing the work of two. An idea came to his mind, and before he could talk himself out of it, he gently touched her elbow. Bella, he said softly. She lifted her head, her eyes having a difficult time opening. The effect was darling, and he never used the word darling. This woman had him doing, saying, and thinking things he most definitely shouldn't think about his law clerk. Come. There's something I want to show you. A lazy smile spread across her face, and his heart leapt. She'd used those same words to take him down to the beach, and he thought he might understand some of her excitement that day. It wasn't that she wanted to see the dump trucks full of sand, she'd wanted him to see them, to see his face when the project he'd started months ago, the sand he'd ordered specially, arrived. He took her arm as she stood and pulled her down the hall. Her body heat sent warmth through his hand, up his arm, and into his whole body. Her steps were slow and groggy at first, but they picked up as they made their way to the West Wing, and he flung open the doors to his personal library. The fact that she trusted him enough to enter his private chambers melted a section of his heart. When she looked at him, she didn't see the beast. For the first time, he wondered what she really saw, the scars or the man inside of him who was growing and learning and falling in love. Bella gasped. I didn't know this was here. He placed his hands on his hips and noted with satisfaction the appreciation and excitement on her face. This is my personal law library. She turned to the side, running her hands over the matching spines of decades of case law. He hurried to give her the tour, wanting her to see all of it. This section is specific to Washington State, but the rest is everything from the Constitution onward. Where did they all come from? She continued to walk the perimeter of the room. It was large, and yet they talked easily thanks to the honeycomb ceiling that passed a whisper around like it was candy. My great-great-grandfather started the collection. I've added to it. He felt a sense of pride in this room, in what he'd done with his life. The law touched every citizen of the country, and he'd helped shape some of them. That was no small feat. Bella deserved her chance to do the same thing. You'll find everything you need to study for the bar on that shelf. He pointed to the window seat and the 2 rows of books. She bent to study them and moaned. There's so much, and the test is coming fast. He had a climbing lesson now, but what after that? Review his bank statements once again? What a boring afternoon. I suppose making a few phone calls won't kill me. If it would give you more study time. Bella's head came up. Are you serious? Do I look like I'm joking? She laughed, running across the room to throw her arms around his neck. Her body was soft against his, her curves fitting into all the right places, and her floral scent made his head swim. He tentatively wrapped her in his arms, afraid she'd realize whom she hugged and jump away. Thank you, she said, her voice strong and her sincerity clear. She pulled slowly out of his arms, as if reluctant to leave. Adam's fingertips grazed her sides and her silky blouse slid out of his grasp. He looked into her eyes, searching for regret, and found none. What he did find was gratitude and something more, something that took his breath away and threatened to change his heart. "You're quite welcome." He managed to get it out without stammering. "My climbing instructor is waiting." He hurried out the door without saying goodbye. They didn't say that word often, because they'd see one another again soon. It was the nature of the project and sharing a house. As he rounded the corner, he heard a happy squeal behind him. His heart soared. He'd done it. He'd given Bella a gift, one that made her happy. The sense of accomplishment swelling in his chest was more real than the sense of triumph he'd had when he'd won his first case. The excitement carried him faster through the house. He would climb that cliff today. "Adam!" Uncle Philip's voice coming from the drawing room drew him up like a jockey pulling on the reins. Uncle Philip didn't stop by with good news. His appearance brought a scowl to Adam's brow. He should have picked a different day to spoil. With regretful steps, Adam backtracked to the entrance of the drawing room. The room itself was decorated in light tones, white, creams, and dark wood. The modern furniture was stuffed for comfort, and the fireplace was intricate. Banking the fireplace were two large bookshelves full of conversation pieces his parents had picked up on their travels before he was born. Fresh flowers graced the tabletop in a clear vase. Their scent battled with the smell of the new, gold-threaded rug. His housekeeper must have thought the old red one needed replacing or was out of date. Standing stiffly next to the couch was Uncle Philip, wearing that same ugly brown suit, and Gemma Stonewall, his PR director. She'd helped him improve the beast's image as he worked to pass the rezoning for Phase I, and she wasn't supposed to be here. "I thought I gave you a leave of absence." He didn't want to work on his image, didn't want to sit for pictures, and didn't want to appear at galas or fundraisers or museums. Gemma lifted her chin. She was a small woman, did time on the gymnastics circuit, if he remembered right. Those gymnasts were tough as nails. Which was one reason he picked her over the other, more experienced candidates. People had to have thick skin to work with him. He knew it and made sure not to hire anyone who couldn't hack an honest evaluation. "Technically, you're still paying me, so I'm still working." Her eyes dropped to his scars and then back up to his eyes. Adam sniffed. He didn't like the way his face was an object of interest. But then, after his experience with Pike, trading battle wounds, he knew he'd need to get used to it all. Today was as good as any to start building a wall. "Why are you here?" Gemma nodded for Uncle Philip to speak. "5 more occupants have moved out. We're down to a skeleton at the Rose. I'm afraid people are talking." Adam waved a hand. "Let them talk." Gemma tucked her hair behind her ear. "It's not that simple, and you know it. Your reputation as a fair landlord is suffering, and with the timing of Phase II, you can't afford to let it slip." "I can't afford." He glared at the odd pair, upset that they thought this was such a big deal and felt the need to gang up on him. "The Rose could crumble into a pile of dust and it wouldn't affect my bottom line. That old rat trap is only around because my father was a sentimental fool." Uncle Philip snorted. "You and I both know your father was anything but sentimental." He lifted a leather-bound folder. "If you take 5 minutes and look this over, you'll see. Why was it always about paperwork with this man? Couldn't he give Adam one day to feel happy? A day that he didn't have to look into the past, relive the coldness of his father, and just enjoy the fact that he was still alive? He'd faced death, possible blindness, and disfigurement. That was enough for one lifetime, let alone all the memories Philip wanted to drag to the surface. "I don't have 5 minutes. I'm late already." He left without saying goodbye to them either. Not because he hoped he'd see them again soon, like Bella, but because sometimes not saying something was more powerful. His steps slowed as he neared the garage and a memory began to surface. Adam had ridden his mountain bike into the woods behind the castle. He'd been reckless and crashed hard, fracturing his left arm in 2 places. The walk home was brutal, but he'd made it. When he went to his father for help, he was told that if he was dumb enough to take risks with his body, then he'd better learn quickly how to fix them. Mrs. Poole had driven him to the doctor and held his right hand while they applied the cast to his left. "He's unreasonable," young Adam ground out through hot tears. He swiped them away with his shoulder, not willing to let go of Mrs. Poole's hand. His life was a true mess if the one person who cared about him was the hired help. "He's an important man and he knows it," replied Mrs. Poole. "He wouldn't even listen to me." "Well, why would he need to listen to anyone else when he's the center of the universe?" Mrs. Poole smiled wickedly, making Adam laugh. The sound of his young laughter faded from his ears. Shame filled Adam from the soles of his feet all the way up to the tips of his hair. He hadn't behaved any better than his father today, or many days, for that matter. Spinning around, he hurried back to the drawing room. The least he could do was listen to Philip's concerns about the will. The most he could do was apologize and ask for forgiveness for his rudeness. He swallowed. One step at a time. "Uncle Philip, Adam came up short." The room was empty. He stepped back to check the hallway and listen for footsteps, but there were none. He scratched his chin. Their shoe impressions were in the carpet, so he knew they had been there. With a shake of his head, he made his way to the garage. Other memories grabbed at him as he moved through the house he'd grown up in. He brushed them away like spider webs that clung to his shoulders. Life was about moving forward, not looking back. Reading his father's will would have opened a door he'd rather stayed shut. Perhaps it was for the best that Philip had gone. Yes, time to look toward a future and let the dead rest in peace. Chapter 16. You didn't have to blindfold me. Bella touched the silk scarf wrapped around her head for the 10th time. She sniffed the air but didn't smell salt water, though she did smell water. Since they had taken the golf cart, she deduced that they were probably by the lake at the top of the development. There were several lots up here, each one with a private dock, as well as a residence dock where anyone who lived in the cove could tie a boat or a seaplane. What good is a surprise if you see it coming? Adam's deep chuckle was familiar now, and it made her laugh as well. "You can't surprise me. I know every inch of the cove." And she was darn proud of it too. The work she did each day had real, tangible results that meant something to the people who lived here. Procuring the proper permits for a helipad or stable produced a building she could point at and say, "I had a hand in making that possible." Which was pretty darn cool. The golf cart drifted to a stop, and Adam tugged at the ends of her blindfold, letting it fall away. Bella blinked several times against the sunlight, her gaze automatically going to Adam first. His hands were folded over the steering wheel, his corded forearms teasing out of the rolled-up dress shirt. He'd been climbing every day for 2 weeks now, and the results were easy to spot. Besides his increase in muscles mass, which was impressive on its own, he was calmer, kinder. Easier to talk to. Sweet enough to kiss. Bella ripped her eyes away from Adam and turned them toward the lake. They'd had days and days of rain and wind. With the castle situated on the cliff, it took the brunt of all weather, the windows rattling when the thunder crashed. But today was a different kind of day. The air smelled of new beginnings and the temperature hinted at spring, even though they were more than a month off from blooms and blossoms. She watched Adam as he surveyed his secret project, the one he'd kept from her since he'd taken over some of the planning details of the cove. Mere days had passed since his offer to take some of her load so she could study more, a week at most. "I thought we'd go fishing." He smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners and sparkling with delight. He lifted a hand and pointed out towards the lake, where a large water truck was spilling something into the water. Bella leaned forward. "Is that trout?" "Rainbow trout, to be specific." Adam waved to the fish and game workers. The foreman waved back. "I hear they're delicious. Can you actually fish here?" Bella hadn't looked into the legalities of any of this, because Adam had it in hand. Her stomach churned at the idea that one of the residents would get into trouble with the law because she hadn't done her homework. "I still own the lake, which makes it private property." "So?" Bella needed to hear the specifics. "So as long as you're not trespassing, you're fine." "Oh." She settled back into her seat. "Good." Adam glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. "You're going to look it up when we get back, aren't you?" she wilted. I have to see the statute number. He threw his head back and laughed at the same time he pressed the accelerator. Well, you'll have to wait a little longer, because we're having lunch. He took them over a small rise, and below them was a stunning gazebo situated right on the edge of the lake. Bella's breath caught in her throat. The gleaming white posts and the shaker roof were accented by the cupola sporting a weather vane. How did you? Adam grinned. She shook her head. It seemed Adam knew how to get things done. He probably had a crew up here night and day. Sitting on this side of him, she'd never know he'd been attacked by that man. But even sitting on the other side, where the scars were visible, he was the most handsome man she'd ever known. He'd taken to coming to the library to read while she studied in the evenings. Or maybe he always read in there at night and she was the one intruding. Either way, she was glad to have someone around. It didn't make her feel so alone, even if he rarely spoke. When Adam dipped his head down to concentrate on his book, his hair fell over his forehead in the most distracting way, and she had to fight to keep from brushing it back for him. When it fell forward now, he flicked it away. I'm a man of many talents. She smiled, using the handle to pull herself out of the cart. She walked in a big circle around the gazebo, taking in the small details that came together to make a beautiful structure. The building could easily hold 100 people, and yet it felt intimate. This would be the perfect place for a wedding. Her cheeks grew warm. She shouldn't mention things like weddings around Adam. Not when her heart fluttered at his touch. She had thought about him in a forever sense, but she wouldn't dare let those thoughts out in the light of day. You said the same thing about the beach. He leaned against a pillar and folded his arms. Bella came inside and found that what she'd thought were open archways could be closed off by sliding glass doors into place. I'm not wrong. She smiled easily and headed for the small cluster of furniture on the other side of the pavilion. There, she found a wicker couch and a glass-top table loaded with fruits, veggies, and finger sandwiches a la Mrs. Poole. Adam gestured for her to sit first, and he poured them some sparkling cider. He didn't drink. Mrs. Poole said his father had drunk too much, and Bella got the feeling that he wanted nothing to do with his dad. Bella took her glass with a thank you. I'm guessing there are heaters in here somewhere. She couldn't see any vents, but the chill that had chased them across the cove stayed outside. In the floor. Adam finished filling his fizzing drink and set the bottle on the table with a soft clink. Genius. She lifted her glass to him. He lifted his in return, his eyes burning with something she couldn't identify but that made butterflies fill her stomach. Adam grabbed a handful of grapes and settled back into the cushions. Does it still bother you that you didn't get married that day? His tone was casual, but there was a tilt to his jaw that made Bella think he was bracing for a blow. She peeled a banana slowly, taking her time. I probably should be, since I'm the jilted bride and all. But I'm not. Not in the least. Really? Adam's eyes brightened. The sight took her breath away. Truly. My life would have been so different, so dreary compared to my life with Y. She caught herself from saying my life with you. She and Adam didn't have a life together, they had a contract to fulfill. Still, her time at the Cove was like a dream. A wonderful, enchanted dream where an unseen maid did her laundry and a cook made her meals, where she had access to all the law books her heart desired as well as work that fulfilled her. And she had Adam to share it with. Yes, the sharing was limited, but that didn't make it any less precious to her. My life as it is now, she finished. She smiled, hoping he understood that she was happy here. Well, as happy as she could be without her father, but they spoke daily. She wished she could see him with her own eyes and know that he was doing as well as he claimed with his recovery, but there was too much to do, and he insisted she finish up the contract as soon as possible so she could be done. Have you met the owners of Lot 13 and 14? Bella motioned to the south where the two lots were located, hoping her feelings weren't shining through her face. The gazebo was located on an acre of shared land just above them, well, still owned by Adam but shared with the residents, much like the security stations and the caregiver's cottage were part of his trust. Unfortunately, he grumbled. Bella shoved his shoulder, feeling a zing up her arm from the contact. They can't be all that bad. Lot 14's already applied for permits to do fireworks over the lake for the 4th of July. It should be a great party. He sighed heavily, rolling his eyes. One for the books. You don't like parties? She asked. All that fuss and fumble. He rolled his hands around and then tossed them up. She poked his side. I suppose you'd rather be cooped up in your library with a good book. He poked her side in return. As a matter of fact, I would. Bella giggled. She couldn't help herself, she was hypersensitive and ticklish. I still think you should hold a ball. A ball would bring the residents together, something that hadn't happened yet. Many of them ran in the same circles, but there were a few that didn't. They may not be dropping fruitcake off on each other's doorsteps come Christmas, but knowing your neighbors was important. And I think you should spend more time worrying about the bar exam than my social life. Trust me, I worry about that more than you know. She broke off a piece of banana and chewed slowly. Did you know 72% of applicants fail? I can't help but think that the odds are not in my favor. Adam shrugged. So you fail. Take it again. Says Mr. Pass the first time. He lifted one eyebrow. FDR failed the New York bar exam once. JFK failed it twice. Michelle Obama failed in Illinois on her first try. It's a hard test. It was Bella's turn to roll her eyes. You're making me feel so much better. A slow, lazy smile spread across Adam's face, and with it came a warm, delicious feeling in Bella's lower belly. One of these days we're going to run out of things to talk about, and then you'll be bored, she warned him. It never ceased to amaze her when he sought her out during the day. Or that he'd gone to so much trouble for a lakeside lunch. Then again, for a billionaire, all it took was telling the right people what he wanted and things got done. Maybe that's why it was the thought that counted. And the fact that he'd thought of her was almost too much. Not possible. He tossed the grape stem onto the table and brushed off his fingers before snatching a cube of cheese. Tell me what you're studying. Bella blew out a breath. De facto corporations. Adam scooted closer, his energy zinging. And the 3 requirements are. Bella set her half-eaten banana on the table and ticked them off on her fingers, happy to have someone to review with. She retained most of what she read, but being able to repeat it back was just as important. Number 1, there must be an incorporation statute that the entity could have incorporated under had the articles of incorporation been properly filed. Number 2, the corporation made a good faith effort to comply. And number 3, the business is running as if it were a corporation. He lifted a finger. The limitations? She reached for her drink. I fell asleep on the page and didn't get that far. Adam nodded. But you're smart. What would you guess? She rolled her drink around in her glass, watching the bubbles float to the top, her mind going blank at his compliment. Had Charles ever told her she was smart? Not that she could remember. He probably thought associating with her implied that her intelligence level was up to par. She mentally shrugged off the thoughts. If she was so smart, she wouldn't have dated Charles. She yanked her thoughts back to Adam's question and mulled it over. Each of the rules seems to imply that the company, or owners of the company, believed they were a corporation. So, the limitation would be if they knew that they weren't a legal corporation and were operating that way anyway. Adam's eyes gleamed with triumph for her, telling her that she'd gotten the answer right. How would you prove it? He pressed. She thought about all the hoops she had to jump through to allocate funds for the Cove. How they use company funds. If they take draws for personal use or if they have a salary and tax schedule. His hand brushed her knee. You've a keen mind, Bella. She blushed under his praise and his touch. The man known to the world as the Beast rarely gave a compliment in the legal field. This one was like a precious jewel to her. But more important was that it came from Adam, the man only she seemed to know. He was quickly becoming important to her in a way no other person had been before. And yet, nothing was set in stone. When the contract was up, she could walk out of the Cove and not be allowed back inside. She wanted more time with him. No, what she really wanted was more of him. The question was he willing to give more of himself to her? She laid her hand on his arm. Will you tutor me, Adam? In the evenings? His body softened towards her. I'd be delighted. Bella smiled shyly. Inside of her, things were changing. Her heart was spreading open to let Adam in. She only hoped that she got to keep a portion of the happiness he brought her, no matter what the future may bring. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to be the first to fish on my lake. His blue eyes sparkled. Bella grinned and brushed her hands. I don't mind at all. Chapter 17. Adam kept his head bent over a book and his eyes on Bella. A lock of her hair had escaped from the messy bun secured by a pen at the top of her head. She never looked as beautiful as she did when her mind was churning through information and categorized it into usable data. When she concentrated, a tiny line appeared between her eyebrows. He doubted she even knew it existed. Her long lashes brushed her cheeks in the most distracting way. He'd love to feel them tickle his skin, her head resting in that space between his collarbone and... Adam? He asked, reluctant to leave his daydream behind. If only he could take Bella by the hand and pull her close, just once. Just one taste of her perfectly formed lips would last him through eternity. Bella pulled his book gently out of his hands. What is so interesting? She closed the cover and ran her hand over the leather binding. Anatomy of Murder. Adam, are you reading fiction? Based on a real case. He snatched his book back. And written by a Supreme Court justice, so. There, he finished lamely. Bella brought out the child in him, a child he doubted had played outside or stuck his tongue out after his mother died. Bella laughed, the sound filling all the empty spaces between the books and the cracks in the walls of his heart. He settled back, throwing one arm across the leather sofa they shared and opening the book in his lap. Bella leaned into his chest, fitting perfectly beside him. She tucked her legs up on the couch and disappeared into the fat book of civil procedures once again. Adam's mind never quite got back into the courtroom thriller, because the woman sitting with him captivated his attention. He slowly lifted his hand and tugged the pen from her hair. Long, beautiful waves fell around her shoulders and across his chest. Hey! Bella looked over her shoulder at him, a question in her eyes. Adam, feeling braver than he ought, buried his fingers in her hair and rubbed her scalp. You looked tense. Bella melted against him once more. Thanks. Her voice was soft, intimate. He used his thumb to rub small circles at the base of her head. She moaned softly and leaned into him, accepting his touch, accepting him. Even as she relaxed into the massage, he stiffened with fear that she'd recoil from him. He was crossing lines here, big ones that companies hold meetings to educate employers not to cross. Bella was here because of a contract, but he wanted her here because he was falling in love with her. He'd taken this far enough. It was better to quit now before he did something foolish. Well, more foolish than what he'd already done. Adam's heart pounded so quickly he couldn't count the beats. He slowly removed his hands from her silky hair and stood up. That small line appeared between Bella's eyes, as if she were studying him, compiling information, and trying to make sense of it all. He wished her luck, because he couldn't make sense out of what was happening to him. I need to send an email I forgot about, he said by way of explanation. Backing towards the door, he ran his hands through his hair. It's going to take a while, so I won't see you until tomorrow. She bit her bottom lip. Good night. He nodded and then made his way out of the room with measured steps. Ben met him in the hallway with a tray of hot chocolate and cookies. I thought the two of you could use a snack. Adam cleared his throat. I'm retiring for the night. But I'm sure Bella will appreciate it. Ben continued down the hall. Adam watched him for several seconds. Ben? Ben turned, the tray held perfectly level at chest height. Yes. Do you think it's possible that Bella could? He glanced away and caught his reflection in the mirror. What a gruesome sight he'd become. The idea that Bella, who was sweet and strong and beautiful, could ever care for him the way he cared for her was preposterous. Not because she was so shallow that she wouldn't see past his injury, but because he'd done nothing in his life to qualify him for a woman of her caliber. Never mind. He paused, Ben patiently waiting. Thank you, Ben, for all you do around here, for sticking with me even when I behave like the beast they all call me. Ben's expression was a mixture of surprise and modesty. You are not so bad, he teased. Adam laughed, feeling some of the self-loathing ease. I'll try to remember that. You should. Ben said it as though he had read Adam's thoughts only moments before. With a slight incline of his head, he turned to take the tray into Bella. Adam watched him go, wishing he was a better man and could confidently take Bella into his arms. Though, what would happen after the contract was fulfilled and she passed the bar exam, he didn't know. Perhaps, when she was free to go, she would run away and never return. The thought brought gloomy rain clouds into his soul, and he plodded into his room, alone. Chapter 18. Rain pelted windows and lightning flashed, sending eerie shadows dancing across the room, but inside, the library was cozy. The gas fireplace cast a golden glow over everything, making the leather books gleam and Adam's skin turn golden. Bella couldn't stop looking at him. No matter how many times she told herself to concentrate, torts weren't as interesting as the man sitting across from her. 2 nights ago he'd undone her hair and run his fingers through it in the most delightful way that left Bella's head spinning. She had no idea a man could be that gentle, that caring in a caress. He'd awakened thoughts and feelings inside of her that she'd managed to keep below the surface until then. Her eyes traced over his broad shoulders and defined chest. Even though he wore a button-up shirt, open at the collar and the sleeves rolled up, she could tell his body was strong and fit. What? Adam asked her suddenly, having caught her staring. Her cheeks warmed and she sat up taller. I was just thinking that you look. She paused to keep herself from blurting out something ridiculous like hot. Healthy. I think you're finally recovered from the surgery. His face darkened. Not likely. He lightly brushed his fingers across his scarred cheek. The lines where the skin had joined together were pink and stood out. Wearing the mask at night was supposed to help with that, but it would take time. She reached up and brushed his fingers away with her own. Touching ever so lightly, she cupped his cheek in her hand. You're more than a pretty face, Adam. His eyes danced, and there was a challenge in there that she was eager to meet. You shouldn't call a man pretty. Bella flipped her hair over her shoulder. She wore it down because part of her wished Adam would dig his fingers into her scalp once more. She'd never felt so cared for by a man as when he touched her. What do you want me to call you? She challenged. Something shifted in Adam's gaze. The teasing was gone, and in its place was a warm and tender invitation. The warmth grew as his eyes traced her lips until it was a sizzling attraction that could and certainly would consume her. Here we are. Mrs. Poole bustled into the room, pushing a serving cart. Her arrival interrupted whatever was going on between Bella and Adam. They both leaned back, away from the blaze burning between them. Even with the connection broken, there was still something going on inside Bella. This room, and their time spent here alone, was fast becoming her most cherished part of the day. Though she hoped it would never end, the Cove was almost complete and the contract less than a month from being fulfilled. Then, she would be free to go without any repercussions. Well, legal repercussions. Her heart may never be the same, because it knew it belonged here, with Adam. In order to leave, she may have to leave it behind. The smell of seafood and butter wafted from the tray as Mrs. Poole lifted a silver lid, revealing 2 lobsters in a bed of green lettuce. Adam's face paled. Lobster? Mrs. Poole began clearing the books off the coffee table as if her employer didn't look like he'd swallowed the lobster tail whole. Bella rushed to help her, adding bookmarks and saving spaces so she would be able to pick up where she'd left off. She wasn't scolded for helping this time. Perhaps Mrs. Poole was getting used to her wanting to do things on her own. More likely she was respectful of the fact that this was Bella's work, and she didn't want to mess that up. I always serve lobster on Valentine's Day. And since the 2 of you hole up in here like birds of a feather, I had to bring it to you. Bella dropped the book on torts with a thud that sounded through the whole house. It's Valentine's Day? If that was true, it was also her father's birthday, and she hadn't called him yet. Nor had she thought to buy him a gift. As lazy as her evening seemed, she was soaking in every last bit of information possible before the test. Adam was a huge help, but he was also a distraction, and more often than not it was him that filled her thoughts before bedtime and not criminal law and procedure. February 14th, same as last year. Mrs. Poole looked back and forth between the two of them. You'd think you two would keep track of the date. I do, they answered in unison. Just that morning Bella had Adam sign and date the reapplication for subdividing Phase II. The first one had lapsed because the planning council dragged their feet making a decision, and so they'd had to reapply. That was one of many things she'd accomplished, the days were too short to get it all done. She kept her eyes off of Adam and on organizing the books as Mrs. Poole laid out what would be considered a romantic meal, including 2 golden candlesticks. Her face burned. Were her feelings so transparent that the cook felt the need to play matchmaker? If Adam didn't want to be with her, then he shouldn't be forced into an intimate dinner. I should take this back to my room and study there. I don't want to impose on a family tradition. Adam's hand on her arm stilled her movements. Stay, he said softly, asking in his own way even though it came out as a command. I promise we'll cover everything on your study guide for the night. Her eyes lifted to gauge his sincerity and found no reason to say no. Though it wasn't the study guide she was worried about. The more time she spent with Adam, the more she couldn't help but touch him, his hand, his arm, his back. It was like she had no control over herself anymore. Throw in candlelight and the storm raging outside, and she may not keep her head straight. Okay. Mrs. Poole finished setting out their plates, side by side, so they had to share the couch to eat. There. I'll be back in a while to gather the dishes. Don't you dare touch them. She pointed her finger at Bella. Promise. Bella smiled easily. Mrs. Poole winked before leaving the room, and Bella thought she just might die of embarrassment. Did the whole castle know that she'd fallen for Adam? They were always disappearing with secretive smiles on their faces when the two of them entered a room. I have a confession to make. Bella sat on her hands. I've never eaten lobster before. Never? Adam asked as if that was the most preposterous thing he'd ever heard. He added a slight gasp, telling her it was scandalous as well. She slapped his arm. Not all of us grew up in a castle, you know. Adam smiled. I'll make you a deal, you tell me about your childhood, and I'll make sure you don't starve. What do you want to know? She mimicked his movements as he grabbed the body and tail of the lobster and twisted to separate. Her hands were covered in butter. Adam grinned, his eyes doing that adorable crinkling thing in the corners. Don't worry about it. You'll get a lot messier before we're done. She scowled. Great. He cracked the flat end of the tail, the crackling noise competing with the hum of the gas fireplace. Then he pressed on the back of the tail, and the meat fell right out. Bella did the same thing, but her lobster didn't cooperate. Like this. Adam covered her hands with his and showed her how to do it right. Her stomach flipped, and she ducked her head. His hands lingered a moment longer than necessary. He leaned close and whispered in her ear, "Start talking." She giggled. Okay. Okay. Adam dipped a piece of meat into a small bowl of garlic butter and took a bite. Bella did the same, but quickly, so she could fulfill her part of the bargain. The meat was tender, and she let out a soft moan before speaking. So, my mom died when I was 3. Do you remember her? Only what I've seen in photographs, so I guess they aren't real memories. She'd been sick for some time, so I don't think we had much of a chance to bond. He licked the butter off his thumb, distracting her for a moment. He had the perfect lips. They weren't too full, nor were they too thin, just right for a man to kiss her thoughts right out of her head. And they were shiny with butter, so they'd surely taste good too. Anyway, she said just a little too loudly. My dad had been on the fast track to partnership at McGregor and Associates. Adam let out a low whistle. That's impressive. McGregor and Associates was an older firm in Oregon. One of those family dynasty firms that demanded excellence and rarely took on an associate who didn't bear the McGregor name. Her dad had been one of the exceptions. She smiled, so proud of her father. And she hadn't even bought him a birthday gift. What a lousy daughter. He has what it takes to make it in this field. I dare say he could take on the beast. She bumped him with her shoulder as she took another bite. Lobster was good. She'd been missing out. He lifted one eyebrow but didn't argue. He put all that aside and moved to Seattle to set up his own practice so he could have time to be with me. That was noble of him. She tipped her head. It wasn't until I was in high school that I learned he'd turned down clients and big contracts to keep his workload light. We lived comfortably, but when I look at all this, she waved her butter-covered hand in the air. I realize how much he sacrificed. Adam set down the claw he'd been working on. I'm sorry I called him weak. And a quitter. She bumped him again, softer this time. She smiled to let him know she wasn't truly angry. He'd said some mean things, but then, he'd been in a bad place. Knowing he wasn't the horrible person she'd met in the East study that day made it easier to forgive him. Seeing him go through all that he had to recover from the attack had softened her heart to him. He may have a plane and live in a castle, but he had a heart. One that was as vulnerable as hers. That too. He wiped his fingers on a napkin. I haven't told you, or him, but I was impressed with the courage of his bid to oversee the Cove, the brassy confidence. I suppose it reminded me of me. Bella giggled. Makes total sense. Adam used his napkin to swipe her chin. She felt the butter whisk away and rolled her eyes. I don't suppose there's a course I can take on eating lobster without dripping butter on your face. He shook his head. It's not possible. He leaned forward to continue his way through the meal. Bella copied his every move, sometimes successful and sometimes not so much. When they were finished, and the table looked like a tornado had blown through, they both leaned back, their hands over their stomachs. It was after 8. Dad would still be up. Do you have someplace to be? Adam asked, his voice low and with an edge. It's Dad's birthday and I haven't talked to him all day. She reached for her phone on the side table. Do you mind? He shook his head. I'll clean some of this up and we can get another hour or two of studying in. He grimaced. Not exactly a romantic holiday for you. Bella gasped. No. It's been perfect. His head came up, that longer piece of hair in the front falling over his eyes. Really? Before she could talk herself out of it, she reached up and brushed the hair aside. Really? Adam held still, like he was frightened he'd scare her away. Bella brushed the hair aside once more and then moved back. She wasn't afraid of him, she was afraid of what he could do to her. Feeling the attraction pulsing between them, she concentrated on her phone. Adam retrieved the serving cart from the hallway. He stacked dishes as she dialed. Dad picked up on the first ring. Hello? He coughed several times. Dad? Are you okay? I'm fine. He sounded out of breath. I've got a cold. The guilt for not calling him earlier doubled. A cold? Can I bring you some soup? Here she'd sat, having a lovely lobster dinner with a handsome man, and her father was in bed on his birthday. Not in this storm. But it's not worth the hassle. I'll be better before you know it. I hope so. She bit her thumb with worry. Do you have the humidifier hooked up? It's all running smoothly. Tell me how things are going there. He coughed again, this one a hacking, deep in the lungs rumble that had Bella on her feet. That doesn't sound good. Adam paused in his pathetic attempt to clean up. She stared at the coffee table, wondering how he'd managed to make it look more messy. She covered the receiver. Dad's sick. She hit the speakerphone button so he could hear the coughing. His brows came together. I'm fine. I'm fine. There's nothing you can do for me here but pace the floor. I could work from your home office for a day or two. She glanced at Adam for confirmation. He frowned but nodded. Her heart pounded. Was it the idea of her being away that bothered him, or was it the idea that she might fall behind on work? She had 3 meetings with head butlers tomorrow to discuss any needs their employers had from the Cove. Keeping in touch with them through the first year as they settled in was so important. And with each house being a reflection of the owner, designed to their personal tastes and whims, no two homeowners had the same set of needs. She reached a hand out and laid it on Adam's bicep to steady herself as a fresh wave of homesickness washed over her. Talking about her dad and growing up with him must have softened her. He put his arm around her and drew her to his side for comfort. She soaked it in, the support and the feel of his body next to hers. Not a romantic evening? Ha! She'd float on this half-hug for weeks. Stay, finish what I couldn't and then get the heck out of there, Dad said. Bella cringed. Adam stiffened. She wanted to tell Dad it wasn't like that even though she missed him, she loved being here, loved the castle, the staff who were more like family, and Adam. She loved Adam. Before Dad could say anything else to upset Adam, she took the phone off speaker. Dad? I'm sorry, I can't be there to sing happy birthday to you. I wouldn't be able to eat the cake anyway. It's not on my heart diet. I'll find one that is, and have it sent over. There must be a bakery somewhere in Seattle that made vegan, non-fat, low-sugar, dairy-free birthday cake. You should have a treat on your special day. Thank you, sweetheart. Love you. Love you too. She hung up and sheepishly looked up at Adam. He doesn't hate you, she offered. He just misses me. Adam glanced quickly away. I suppose I can understand that. He released his arm from around her side, leaving a sense of loss in its absence. Bella hugged her arms around her body to ward off the chill. She wondered what it would be like to wake up in those arms each morning. Adam stacked and moved dishes for a moment more, growing more frustrated in the process. Bella giggled. Haven't you ever cleared the table before? She held back, not helping, because it was more entertaining to watch him struggle with something. He was just so darn good at everything else. I know it all fit on the tray when she brought it in. His eyes widened for a split second. Aha! He gathered all 4 corners of the tablecloth, making the fine china clink and clank together. Bella covered her face. Mrs. Poole is going to kill you. He tied a knot in the top and then transferred the whole thing to the serving tray, which he pushed into the hallway. When he reappeared, he was dusting his hands together. There. Dishes done. Bella plopped onto the couch. You are in so much trouble. She flapped her hands. Oh my gosh. I had nothing to do with that. If she asks, it was all you. You'd throw me under the bus? She didn't hesitate. In this case? Yes. He laughed deeply, but there was still a troubled something in his eyes that Bella yearned to erase. She wasn't sure how to bring up what her father had said. It probably sounded like she wanted to go. That she'd been lamenting her time here to her father on their nightly chats. She hadn't. Dad understood that Adam wasn't the beast he'd been made out to be. Not that she'd told him everything, but they had talked about the day he'd rescued her in court, the time making sandcastles, and the fact that Adam was tutoring her. I never thanked you for coming to court that day, for saving me. Adam shrugged off her gratitude. It wasn't you they were really after, it was me. They've wanted to take me down for years. It was then that Bella could finally put into words what she'd seen in Adam's eyes that first day they met. It's lonely at the top, isn't it? It weeds out the people you can't trust, that's for sure. She almost asked if he trusted her, because she wanted him to. But, at the last second, she bit back the words. If he said no, her heart would shatter, and she wasn't quite ready for that to happen. Wasn't strong enough to work beside him and know he didn't want her. What they had, this thing growing between them, was precious and young. It hadn't had time to put down thick roots or reach for the sky. Although it captured her whole heart, she wasn't ready to test it quite yet. What in the name of St. Peter, screamed Mrs. Poole from the hallway. Bella slapped both hands over her mouth to hold in her giggles. You're in for it now, she warned Adam. Adam looked about the room for a place to hide. I'll give you $10,000 if you say you did it. Bella laughed right out loud. Don't even think about it. She gathered up her books. I'm going to study in my room. I have a feeling you'll be doing dishes tonight. She exited right as Mrs. Poole bustled in. Adam Moreau, why? Mrs. Poole wailed. There's butter all over the tablecloth and a chip in one of the plates. Bella smiled all the way back to her room. Mrs. Poole wouldn't make Adam do the dishes, although it would probably be good for him. But she'd give him a talking to. That would probably be good for him too. She checked her email on her phone as she walked, finding her way around the castle as if she'd grown up here. There was an email about the remodeling project she'd taken on without telling Adam. She'd started it shortly after being caught in his room, looking at his father's will. The email was from the general contractor outlining his bid for the project. She needed to run it past Adam before she approved it. She marked the email as important and then shut her phone down. She was officially off the clock and needed to focus. Once in her room, Bella settled in on her giant four-poster bed and did as much studying as she could between remembering the feel of Adam's arm around her and the way he'd looked injured that she might want to leave. She didn't. She just didn't know how to tell him without making a fool of herself. If he didn't love her back, then she'd be forced to work alongside him until the contract was up, humiliated and embarrassed at every turn. The sad thing was, she had a frame of reference in this area. Working with her ex-fiancé would be the absolute worst. But if she could hold off until the contract was over, then if he didn't love her back, she'd never have to see him again. Having a plan of action in place, she drifted off to sleep, the deep smell of Adam's cologne lingering on her skin. Chapter 19. Martin buried his face in the crook of his arm as he coughed. The woman on the other side of the elevator took another step away. That was her third step in the short ride to the top floor of Wolf, Wolf and Wolf. Probably a smart idea. Martin knew he looked terrible. His skin was clammy and his temperature up, but he needed to stop Charles. The longer he lay in his sickbed, the clearer things became. He hadn't put two and two together because he'd been so wrapped up in his failure at breaking the contract and freeing Bella. But hearing Bella's voice last night, he realized there was a light there that hadn't been there before. She was happy, truly happy working with the beast, Adam, as she so tenderly called him. If he didn't know better, he'd think his daughter was in love. He had no real reason to object to her and Adam together. Except for the fact that Adam was emotionally closed off to the world. Or, he had been when Martin worked for him. Men could change. He'd changed. When his wife died, all that he'd thought was important fell away like bricks off an old building. What remained were two pillars, his daughter and the law, and he'd built his life around those two pillars and had been happy. Perhaps Adam had a similar experience because of the attack. It wouldn't surprise him. Bella was worth changing for. The elevator doors slid open and the woman darted out as if she could outrun his germs. He wasn't contagious, or at least that was what the doctors told him, since he'd been on an antibiotic for 48 hours. One of the things he'd noticed since the heart surgery was that he wasn't in a hurry anymore. The sense of urgency that chased him most of his life had disappeared and been replaced with a concentration on life. Living life. Cherishing his daily phone calls with Bella. Missing her smile. And doing the right thing. When the cashier accidentally gave him $3 extra in change, he turned around and went back to the grocery store, despite the cold weather and his slight cough, to return the money. He'd always been a good man, but before, he would have shrugged off the mistake and went on his day. Now, he cared because he didn't want to meet his God with small smudges on his soul. Which was what brought him to the offices of Wolf, Wolf and Wolf this afternoon. He knew that Charles was up to no good, and he needed to warn someone who could take action. He'd thought about telling Bella, but she had so much on her plate already that adding this was a last resort. No, he'd try a professional meeting, be civil. Besides, Philip had already tried to warn the beast and was run off the property. His father's heart didn't want Bella in the same position. Zeke Wolf was his best shot. The oldest of the three Wolf brothers, Zeke was also the most likely to take action on his own, the other two followed the pack. Martin wasn't looking to create a storm, he only needed to make a small storm cloud. He and Zeke had collaborated together more than once, and each time had been successful. "I'm Martin Creer. I'm here to see Zeke Wolf," he told the receptionist with the round face and disinterested look. He wondered what brought her to this office, this job, if she didn't love it, and he fought the urge to grab her hands and tell her life was too short to spend 8 hours a day at a job you didn't love. The young woman typed quickly and nodded. "He'll meet you in the small conference room. First door on your right." "Thank you." Martin followed her pointed finger and found himself in a glass room with black chairs made from some type of wire. He grabbed the arms and shook the chair to test its sturdiness before sitting down. Just as he was about to relax, the door swung open and Charles strode in. He stood with his hands on his hips, blocking the doorway. His brow was low and his jaw tight. "Martin, what are you doing here?" He must have seen him through the glass. Didn't people believe in privacy anymore? Martin barely held back his curse. He'd purposefully made this appointment when he thought Charles would be in court. He'd checked the case list just this morning. Before he could answer, Zeke Wolf strode in. Zeke wore a dark gray suit that matched the patches of gray at his temples. His smile was guarded at best and he didn't show his teeth. He offered his hand, and they shook. "It's good to see you again, Martin. I hear you've been under the weather." "Heart surgery." Martin tapped his chest, feeling the weight inside. They sat down, the relief at being off his feet spreading through Martin's body. Perhaps he should get back to the doctor and try another round of prescription meds. Standing shouldn't be this taxing. Then again, his heart had been taken out of his chest, rearranged, and put back in. That was bound to have some side effects. Charles took up the position of sentry by the door. Zeke didn't ask him to leave. Maybe he thought Charles was invited. Martin's head pounded and he rubbed his temple as he tried to think of the best way to handle the situation. "That's too bad. What can I do for you?" Zeke asked. Martin glanced at Charles. With a resigned sigh, he pressed forward with his mission, treading lightly. "It's come to my attention that one of your associates is poking the bear, so to speak." Zeke ran his thumb along his jawline. "You're going to have to be more specific." Martin wondered if he wasn't the one poking the bear now. But there was no going back. The right thing was protecting an innocent man from ruin. Did he think Charles was capable of taking down the beast? Not on his own, but he'd scored a major weapon when he'd gotten that will. "It's Charles." Martin gestured to him. "He's gotten it in his head to take down the beast and make partner. But he's not just after a courtroom win, he wants to ruin the man completely. I tried to warn him off this fool's task, but he won't listen to me. I'm hoping, as his boss, you'll have a little more sway." Charles glared daggers when Zeke wasn't looking, but the moment Zeke turned, he was all smiles. "I don't know what he's talking about." He lifted his hands and then refolded them, the picture of innocence. "Tell him about the will, Charles. Tell him how you plan to use the Rose Apartments to rip his fortune away." Martin's heart sped up the more he talked, his passion for the truth surging through his veins. Zeke looked back and forth between the two of them. "Charles, if you have something in the works, now's the time to tell me." Charles's eyes flicked to the side before he made and held eye contact with Zeke. "I don't know what he's talking about, Mr. Wolf. You can check my billable hours. I don't have time for an extra project." Zeke's lips disappeared into a thin line. He considered Charles for a moment longer, pressuring him to confess with his silence. Charles didn't budge. Zeke swung his attention back to Martin. "Have you any evidence?" Martin chewed his lip. "Only my word. I'd bet my license on this, Zeke." Zeke tapped a shiny section on the table, and it brightened into a computer screen. Martin shook his head. He'd had no idea that was there. Zeke was soon knee-deep into the company system and brought up Charles's billable hours for the last 2 weeks. As he'd said, there were 80+ hours on there. If he was being honest with his billing. Martin's heart sank. It was his word against Charles's, and the only evidence was in favor of the junior lawyer. Zeke lifted one eyebrow. "It's true, Zeke. I wouldn't make this up." He swiped at a drop of moisture accumulating on his forehead. When had it become so hot? Perhaps. Charles pushed off the wall and advanced on them. You're confused, Martin. You're on a lot of medication, and you don't sound well. He put his hands on the table and applied a concerned look. Have you been taking cold medication? Yes, but I'm not hallucinating, if that's what you're implying. Charles shrugged and stood tall. He doesn't look well, he said to Zeke, as if Martin were a child and they were in charge of his care. Zeke tapped the screen, and the receptionist's voice came over the speaker. What can I help you with, sir? Please call a cab for Mr. Creer, he needs to get home. Martin dropped his head back. I'm not delusional. He leveled Zeke with a look. Charles is going after Seattle's most successful lawyer. He's taking the battle to his home court. If you let him proceed, then your firm will be a casualty when the beast gets his fangs into him. He was on his feet, shouting by the time he was done. Why wouldn't they listen to reason? A man in a dark suit with a thick build stepped into the room. He didn't smile. Didn't look like he knew how to smile. His beady eyes narrowed in on Marin. Zeke was on his feet in a flash. Ah, Jameson. Will you escort our visitor to the waiting vehicle on the curb? We're done here. Zeke, I'm trying to warn you. Charles. Zeke rounded on him, his teeth bared. Get it together, man. You used to be respected in this town. He tugged on his tie. If you keep ranting on about this nonsense, you're going to lose what little reputation you have. Martin pulled his hands to his chest. He saw the dire warning in Zeke's eyes, the danger. And it was of little consequence. What was his reputation compared to his daughter's safety? You're the fool, Zeke. He brushed past Zeke, Charles, and the security guard with the ugly mug. He'd have to find another way to stop Charles. Adam hadn't listened to Philip, but perhaps Bella. He winced at the idea of putting her in the line of fire. He'd already thrown her into the beast's den. He was not the father he longed to be. By the time he was in the elevator, his body was drenched in sweat and he had a hard time taking a full breath. Jameson put a hand out to hold the elevator doors open because Martin wasn't moving fast enough. He shuffled to the waiting cab. The door shut, and Jameson pounded twice on the top of the car with his meaty fist. Where to? Asked the driver. Martin considered his situation. King County Medical, please. He closed his eyes and leaned his forehead against the cold glass. Chapter 20. I can't believe I'm doing this. Adam slipped his arms into the black tuxedo jacket. Ben lifted it onto his shoulders. His smile was part smug, part excitement. Men do crazy things for the women they love. Hosting a ball for two doesn't even make the top 10 list. Adam didn't bother protesting Ben's assessment of his feelings. He'd always been in tune with Adam's moods, anticipating when he needed a car at the ready or an extra hour with a personal trainer to work off some steam. It was what made him invaluable as an employee. Not that Adam had ever thanked him. The omission hung heavy on Adam's mind. He glanced at Ben, wondering if the man would think him mad for expressing such thoughts after years of stoic behavior. I blame you for this penguin suit. Adam waved his hand down his body. It was bad enough Bella talked me into a trial run for a ball I'm not having. He dug his fingers into his hair. There were dozens of arguments he could have brought up, but they all were burned away by the light of hope in her eyes. Stinking Ben had cornered him with a barber in the shop downstairs. His grandmother had had a full salon installed to ensure she was always put together, come surprise visitors or Seattle rain. He'd missed 2 regular appointments with his barber since the accident, and now his freshly cut hair felt strange. He'd had the barber leave it a little longer than he normally wore it, but it was much shorter than he'd grown used to. He wondered if Bella would like it, if she'd like him. If she loved him. Ben snorted as if Adam's protests were a pebble pretending to be a boulder. Adam glared into the full-length mirror. But then you had to go and recommend we dress for the occasion. Ben hadn't been shy about it either, bringing the subject up in front of Bella with Mrs. Poole there to agree right quick. They may have been excellent employees, friends, even, but they were not subtle. Ah, Adam. Didn't you see Bella's eyes light up? What woman can resist the opportunity to wear a ball gown? And I have it on good authority that she made full use of the stylist I arranged for her. Even now she is trying on beautiful dresses and being spoiled with chocolate. Adam's lips twisted into a full smile. I truly did not peg Bella as a fashionista. She's not, Ben said simply. But I believe she thought dancing with you in a pretty dress might be, dare I say it, fun. Adam broke out in a cold sweat. He fell onto the overstuffed chair and slouched. Be honest with me, Ben. Is there any chance she could possibly, maybe, perhaps, I mean? Ben slapped his hands on both Adam's shoulders, jolting him out of his stuttering foolishness. Yes. But if you make her wait, I think she may question your devotion. Adam was on his feet in a blink. Bella lifted the mounds of golden fabric as she paced back and forth in front of the oblong mirror in her room, a sense of the surreal swished right along with the fabric. A tray of gourmet chocolates and petit fours lay untouched in the corner. The door that led down the stairs and into the private salon was open, and the sound of women draining the footbath and vacuuming the floor could be heard. She'd been massaged, oiled, painted, brushed, combed, plucked, curled, and otherwise treated like a princess for 2 hours. The woman she was when she climbed up those steps was quite different than the one who had gone down them. This Bella had flawless skin, her few laugh lines were erased by some magic cream that probably cost more than her car, and she tingled all over with anticipation. Marcy, a woman sent over from Gucci to be her style consultant, walked over and shut the door, allowing Bella to hear the soft violin music piping through hidden speakers in the wall. She tipped her head this way and that as she watched Bella move. Well, I dare say you won't have a problem dancing in that gown. You're surprisingly spry. Bella stopped suddenly and twisted her hands together. I'm just so nervous. She paused, wondering if she should say anything in front of this woman. Marcy was polished, had the skin of a porcelain doll and the figure of a dancer. But she was a stranger. Before living with Adam, she hadn't imagined being a part of his world, where employees lived a few feet away from you and yet were not allowed to enter your life, well, except for a select few who had become friends. Where you didn't wash your own clothes or cook your own meals. Where a large iron gate and a security team of 50 men and women were needed to ensure your safety. Where you could make a phone call and the dress department came to your house, complete with a seamstress and personal style consultant. Adam was possessive with his privacy, telling this woman that she was in love with her boss and they were about to spend a romantic evening dancing might not be the best course of action. Bella suddenly wished for her mother. Forgive me. This isn't why you're here. She turned to consider the dress. She'd already tried on 5. One was a light blue that looked like a cupcake. One was dark green that made her skin glow but was too tight in the hips. The third was deep rose red and itchy like it had thorns. The next one was black, classic, but nothing special. The one before this one had been a ghastly shade of pink that she'd only tried on because she was too nice to tell Marcy it was ugly. But this dress, this gold dress, fit every inch of her. It allowed movement in all the right places, but it didn't constrict her breathing. Most importantly, she felt pretty. On my gosh, she felt stunning. Her hair was done in 1940s pin curls, but instead of tucking her hair into a bun at the nape of her neck, the stylist had draped the large waves over her left shoulder. It was soft and silky, touchable and elegant. And so not like her. She was an I've got work to do messy bun kind of girl. But that girl wasn't the type of woman who ran in Adam Moreau's circle. The scary thing about the woman standing in the mirror was that she was the type of woman who dated a billionaire. And not just any billionaire, but Adam Moreau. The beast of the legal world. A man whose family could be found on every page of Seattle history. The woman staring back at her was poised and elegant. This is the one. Marcy clapped her hands in excitement. The seamstress descended on Bella, tugging, puffing, and inspecting every inch. Her elderly hands moved with the precision of someone who understood fabric, fit, and design. I could lower the hem 1/4 of an inch, but I don't believe it is necessary. Bella glanced down, unable to see the golden slippers on her feet. Thank you for the offer, but I like it just the way it is. She nodded once and backed off to pack up her rolling case of supplies. The tape measure around her neck was the first thing to go. Marcy's assistant had already swept away the unchosen gowns. Bella mentally fumbled. Was she supposed to pay these people? The dress didn't have a price tag. She cringed. Not that she had enough money to buy something this expensive anyway. Mrs. Poole stepped into the room, efficiently shuffling everyone out and not saying a word about payment. Marcy didn't either. Bella shook her head in amazement. How much did this cost? She waved her arm down her body, starting from the top of her head, and poked her foot out from under the skirt. Don't even blink an eye about that. Mrs. Poole flapped her hands as if a designer gown didn't cost any more than a bag of flour. Let me look at you. Bella spun in a circle, enjoying the feel of the silky fabric against her smooth legs. She hadn't worn anything so delicate in quite some time, perhaps in all her life. Her prom dress had been red velvet, form-fitting with a slit up the leg that made her blush every time she had to get out of the car. As refined as this dress may be, it was not flimsy. On the contrary, sewn into the bodice were support rods that could hold up the castle walls. They did a mighty fine job of holding her in all the right places. She pressed her hand against her belly to see if she could feel them and was surprised to find she couldn't. Which meant, as they danced, Adam wouldn't be able to feel them either. She felt the blood drain out of her face and her cheeks grow cold. Mrs. Poole watched her for a moment. Are you all right, dear? I think I'm going to faint. Goodness. Mrs. Poole took her elbow and steered her to the padded bench, where she fell with a plop and a whoosh. Once she was certain Bella wouldn't topple over, she trotted over to pour a glass of water. Bella stared at the pattern in the wood floor. A craftsman with exceeding talent had inlaid a fleur-de-lis in each square. The shapes went in and out of focus. Drink up, now. Mrs. Poole pressed the cup to her lips. Bella dutifully took a sip, and then another, the cold water helping to clear her head and bring her eyesight back into focus. I can't do this. She pushed the cup away. I can't go out there and pretend that I'm some debutante or princess, or something equally impressive. She turned her pleading eyes on Mrs. Poole, begging her to let her out of this night. Mrs. Poole looked her over. Well, you certainly look like one. Bella grabbed a handful of skirt and shook it. This isn't me. I have knots in my back because I earned them hunching over books and the computer and legal forms. I wear my hair in a knot, a literal knot, that I hold in place with a pen. She was warming up to hysterics, but she couldn't seem to pull back. Up until I started working here, the wealthiest people I knew were characters in books. She struggled to her feet and pointed to her reflection in the mirror. I don't even know this person. Ah, now. Mrs. Poole smiled reassuringly. You're still the same person. A dress doesn't turn you into a stranger. She fussed with the fabric, fluffing it out as if it weren't poofy enough. And Mr. Moreau didn't ask this woman to a ball, now, did he? She lifted one eyebrow. He asked the woman with knots in her back and her hair. Won't he be surprised when he sees you? Bella pressed her fingers to her cheeks. What if he's not? She whispered her biggest fear. Now we're getting to the heart of it. Mrs. Poole pecked a motherly kiss on her cheek. If he doesn't, you tell me, and I'll make sure he has cold dinners for a month of Sundays. Her threat made Bella smile. She'd truly found some wonderful people in this old, drafty castle. Thank you, Mrs. Poole. You've given me the courage to go dancing. Mrs. Poole grinned. Nah, you had it in you all along. You're the bravest girl I know. Bella smiled and did a final check in the mirror. She may not know this version of herself, but she didn't hate her. In fact, she might just grow to like her. She started towards the door, careful to keep her steps measured. She had a long evening on her feet, and she wasn't going to put any of that in jeopardy by twisting her ankle in a carpet. The question that hung in the air, following her around like one of those thought bubbles in a cartoon, was, what would Adam think? She knew exactly why she cared so much about the answer, because she cared about the man. Her admiration of him had grown, and she was quite sure she loved him. His touch made her pulse race, and his smiles, so rare for the rest of the world but easily shared with her, melted her insides and made her knees weak. She wouldn't be able to leave him when the contract was over, and she hoped that tonight, he would ask her to stay. With that thought as her captain, she made her way to the ballroom. Chapter 21. Adam hovered near the ballroom's grand entrance. With the wide doors thrown open, the room appeared as large as a circus tent. But there was nothing tawdry about this space. The 12 crystal chandeliers had been imported from France. The 3 fireplaces were bought in 1792 after the French Revolution, when the Château de Chambord was left to rot. The walls were covered in cream linen with scenes from the French countryside done in satin. The lights had been dimmed to a romantic level, akin to the soft glow of candlelight. Delicate music filled the air. Nothing loud or pulsing with a heavy beat, but the kind of music that floated through the room, touching on your consciousness like 100 feathers falling through the air. The notes tickling his anticipation to hold Bella in his arms. Adam had loved this room as a child. He'd run in and hit his knees, sliding across the polished floor like he was careening down a slip-and slide. Tonight, he felt every one of his years and every bit the grown man whose heart hung in the balance. The soft sound of Bella clearing her throat brought him whipping around. He stood there, his tongue glued to the top of his mouth and his brain unable to form a thought. His head was empty. The man who could tear apart an argument in the courtroom without batting an eye was officially tongue-tied. Bella's hands went to her stomach, pressing flat and splaying her fingers. Adam's gaze drifted from there up to her large doe eyes and then dropped to her delicious mouth. She bit her bottom lip, looking nervous and vulnerable. All at once, he knew what he needed to do. He had a purpose. "You look stunning." Bella's hands dropped to her sides, and her lips twitched into a smile that was his and his alone. "You too," she breathed. Her eyes danced. "I mean, you look handsome." He strode quickly to her, the pull between them more than he could resist, as if he wanted to resist. He took her hand, her delicate, beautiful hand, in his heart pounding against his ribcage. He wanted this woman. He wanted her heart. He wanted her lips. He wanted her body and her mind and her thoughts and her time and her complete and utter attention. Being deliberately slow, so that he could remember each and every moment and so that she would understand how completely, how entirely, and how utterly enchanted he was by her appearance, he bent at the waist and pressed a kiss to her knuckles. A small gasp escaped her lips, telling him she felt the electrical current between them too. She must feel how right this was, how they were meant to be together. She hadn't said the words, neither had he, but he planned to. Tonight. Bella's head would not grace her pillow without his declaration of love to carry her there. Straightening, he tugged her softly, bringing her body flush with his and his arm around her back. He stared into her brown eyes, taking in the swirl of emotion and the way passion weighed down her lashes. They brushed against her skin as she glanced down, causing his thoughts to skip across the dancing and move on to the kissing. Man. He wanted to feel her velvet lips move beneath his. Heaven. He couldn't rush this night. No, Bella deserved every bit of romance and wooing he could muster. She wasn't a fling. Wasn't a woman to kiss and forget. She was the forever kind of woman. Once she gave her heart, it would be his throughout eternity. If she loved him, if her eyes spoke the truth, and if she was brave enough to speak the words, he would do all in his power, give up fortune and prestige to have her if need be. All that he had, all that he was nothing if he couldn't have her. He just had to find a way to tell her that. "Would you like to dance?" She nodded, her lips catching between her teeth once more. This time, Adam didn't hold back. He gently tugged her lip free with his thumb and then traced her jawline. She sighed into his touch, accepting him. The honesty in her expression was almost too much. What man could live up to the expectation that came with that look? He may be doing her a disservice by offering himself, his heart, to her tonight, but he'd be tossed into the gutter before he'd give up the opportunity. God had given him a chance that no law degree or court case would ever provide, and he was not one to waste an opportunity. Leading her into the middle of the room, directly under the largest chandelier, he lifted her hand and began to lead her in a basic box step. Once he was sure she could keep up, he moved about the room, keeping time with his steps. "You can dance," he said, admiration coating his words. "My father taught me." Bella's smile was soft and intimate. "He said that any man worth his salt would know how to dance. I think he wanted to spoil me for junior high boys who thought shuffling was dancing." "And did he?" Adam found himself keenly interested in the answer and extremely grateful for his boring dance lessons. "He did." She chuckled, then giggled, and then laughed. Throwing her arms out to the sides, she let him hold her middle and spin her round. Her happiness made him happy. He marveled at the idea, because never in his life had he craved a person's laughter like he craved Bella's. "I can't believe we're doing this." "What?" He wrinkled his brow in confusion. "This. A ball. On a Wednesday night." She spun out of his arms and stopped several feet away. Her chest heaved up and down as if she'd run a mile. They locked eyes, and her breaths became faster, matching his. Her cheeks glowed. "Have we gone mad? Do you feel mad?" Her chest quickly rose and fell. "I feel daring." She took a step closer to him. He matched her stride. "How daring?" The words were hard to press out, like his heart was beating so quickly his body didn't have time to react, to form a plan. He moved on instinct and passion. She took 2 steps closer, giving him the rest of the distance to close. "The bravest I've ever felt." He moved slowly, as if on a cloud, his feet taking him within inches of her. "You've always been brave." He reached out and brushed the backs of his fingers over her cheek. She hummed in response, her eyes drifting closed. "Not in love." "Not in love?" He repeated her words, caught up in the soft scent of her perfume. It wrapped his mind in a haze. He buried his face in her neck and breathed in her scent. "Is this love?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. This was a part of Bella that the world didn't get to see. She laid herself bare before him, and a surge of protectiveness swelled within his breast. "It's..." The music came to a screeching halt, and Mrs. Poole, Ben, and Edward plowed into the room. Adam leaned back, glaring at the interruption. The trio stopped, looking like comical statues for several seconds as they took in the scene before them, their hands and arms splayed out and their legs bent. Adam gathered Bella to his chest, cupping her cheek with his palm. Whatever catastrophe had them running into the room would not tear this woman from him. "Yes?" he asked, managing to veil his annoyance at their terrible timing. "Sorry to interrupt," started Ben. Mrs. Poole stepped forward, her arms reaching for Bella. "It's your father, sweetie. He's in the hospital. It's bad." Bella's hands flew to her mouth. "I have to," she cut off when she realized she was still in Adam's arms. He'd tightened his hold, thinking he needed to hold her up. "I have to go." "Go?" he repeated dumbly. She couldn't go. She was his world. Tears pooled on her lower lashes. As much as Adam needed Bella here with him, his whole soul yearned to be near her, and separation was physically painful. What he really needed to do was get her to the hospital. "Edward, the chopper," Adam commanded. They'd get clearance to land on the helipad on the roof of the hospital if he needed to build them a new wing. "It's ready." "Good man." Adam didn't miss the look of astonishment on Edward's face. His head butler was all business. No compliments and no complaints. Ever. He released his hold on Bella only to take her hand. She in turn threaded their fingers together and gave him a grateful look. The group rushed to the back lawn, where a helicopter waited. The blades twirled, making the grass lie down in submission, and Bella's skirts cling to her legs. She struggled to walk, going with the fastest solution. Adam swooped her into his arms and ran to the chopper. He hardly had time to note the weight of her before they loaded. They were airborne within seconds of buckling their seatbelts. As they lifted off, Adam watched his home grow smaller and then fade into the distance, the feeling that things were undone following him into the sky. He tightened his hold on Bella's hand. He'd lost the moment to reveal his heart. The hospital came into view moments later. He listened as the pilot spoke to the tower. "The pad is for emergency transportation of patients only," came the response to his plea to touch down. Adam growled. "This is Adam Moreau. You might recognize the name from the new addition to the burn unit." His declaration was met with silence. "We will land in less than 3 minutes. Adam Moreau, be advised that if that helicopter so much as touches our landing pad, we'll have you arrested." Apparently, they weren't impressed with the multi-million-dollar addition to the hospital plaza. It was under construction, but still. Adam rolled his eyes. For what? Violating AC 150 divided by 5390-2B, blocking a helipad with an unauthorized vehicle. Fine. We won't land. Adam hit the button to close the circuit on their conversation. "Jade, can you hover about a foot off the ground?" he asked the pilot. "Yes, sir." Jade grinned like this was his best day on the job. He circled the hospital to make his approach. Adam turned to Bella. "When I tell you to, jump to the pad and sprint to the doors." He pointed out the window. "They'll take you down to where you can get an elevator and get to your father." Bella squeezed her eyes shut and nodded. Adam waited for her to insist he come along. To tell him that she couldn't do this without him. To say that she loved him. Anything that would indicate that he was as important to her as she was to him. Her eyes opened, and she focused on the door, not sparing him a glance. Adam cupped the back of her head and pressed a kiss to her hair. "They shouldn't bother you, but if they do, call me and I'll come tear them apart." Her eyes widened, and for a moment he thought she'd say she needed him there, or at the very least wanted him there. "I don't have my phone." Of course, logistics. He snagged Jade's phone out of his shirt pocket. Jade didn't even flinch. Adam did, though. Bella was always capable of taking care of things. He shouldn't think that she would suddenly need him to take care of her. "Take this one." "Ready the door," yelled Jade. Adam maneuvered so his shoulder was against the door and his hand on the handle. Bella's entire frame shook. "Thank you, Adam. I wish we'd gotten to finish our dance." Adam felt the night slip out of his control. He'd planned to tell Bella he loved her, to ask her to be his. He'd wanted so much to make that happen, but it seemed life had other plans. Despite the knowledge that this was a bump in the road, he couldn't shake the sense of foreboding. "One," called Jade. They were getting close. There were 3 men on the roof, waving red wands of light to warn them off. Jade cursed. "Life flight is 2 minutes out. We have to do this now." He dropped the helicopter down, sending Adam's stomach up his esophagus. "Now!" Jade screamed. Adam threw open the door and handed Bella out. She stumbled and rolled, sitting up and waving. "Goodbye," she yelled. Adam shut the door and laid back against the seat. The cold, empty seat. "Goodbye." She'd said goodbye. His heart trembled. Jade pulled up, and they moved into the night sky. Bella got to her feet and gathered her skirts, sprinting to the door, just as he'd told her. The 3 men stayed on the roof, shaking their heads at the spectacle. "You might be in some trouble," warned Jade. Adam shrugged. Whatever trouble came his way was nothing compared to the gratitude on Bella's face. He would give his whole world to make her happy, if he ever got the chance. He shook himself. She'd said goodbye. They didn't say goodbye. The word was like a slammed door and an electric shock all rolled into one. The chopper landed on the back lawn, and Ben opened the door for him. He stared at the door for a moment. He'd opened it for Bella not 10 minutes before and was certainly capable of doing it again. Yet he'd waited for Ben out of habit more than anything. He'd been letting others do things for him that he was perfectly capable of doing for quite some time. Like the Cove. He could have done the legwork, filed the permits, and met the residents. And yet he'd let Martin and then Bella do it for him because his time was too precious. The sarcasm in his thoughts was thick as a New York strip steak. He glanced through the other window at the house, wondering why it already felt different. Bella had left before, but not for long and not for her own purposes, and she'd never said goodbye. She'd always been on business. This was different. This was personal. The look in her brown eyes was one of panic and yet resolve. She was not going to leave her father's side until he was well. Which meant she chose Martin. She would always choose running to her father instead of staying with Adam. Not that he expected her to leave her dad and never speak to him again. And not that a night of dancing was more important than a man's life. It was just. There was something in her look that was desperate. Maybe he should have said the words. He should have told her he loved her. Maybe she would have asked him to jump out of the helicopter with her. But she hadn't. She'd released his hand and jumped. And his heart had fallen out the door with her. He got out and began firing questions at Ben, feeling his old self rise up and insist on being in charge. What's the status on Bella's father? He had to know what they were up against, get the lay of the land before choosing his battle. He has pneumonia, and with his weakened heart, the doctors aren't optimistic. Ben's long legs had no trouble keeping up with Adam's pace as he cleared the house and headed towards the east study. I've packed a bag so you can stay with her. I'll not be going to the hospital. The idea of spending any time in a hospital room made his stomach churn. It wasn't his aversion to hospitals that kept him away, it was the understanding that he was more valuable to Bella here than he was there. She was strong and capable. And he was the last person Martin would want to see when he woke up, especially since he'd had him blocked at the gate. Yes, that had been him. He'd sent off an email that first night without even thinking about it. Keeping Bella to himself hadn't been his motivation at the time, but as he marched through the castle, he realized that he'd come between father and daughter. Bella adored her dad, and rightly so. The man had given up everything for her. When had Adam ever made such a sacrifice for anyone? Never. The answer was never. The cove needs to be finished, and Bella won't be here to do it. Adam shrugged out of his tuxedo jacket and tossed it onto a chair. He unhooked his cufflinks, dropping them on the bookcase, and rolled up his sleeves. Bella's desk was in perfect order. Her filing system was easy to navigate. Her computer was a log of activity. With only a few seconds to orient himself, he was ready to send off a final occupancy letter. "Sir, if I may." Edward strode into the room, Adam's overnight bag rolling behind him. When the family is in crisis, the family should be together. What in my life has ever taught me that? Adam snapped. Edward dropped his head in shame. Mrs. Poole hovered in the hallway, her arm around Corbin, who had snuck in as they watched him fall apart. Ben stood like a statue, his lips moving but no words coming out. Adam's family, his father, his grandparents, they'd all had their own lives and left him to find his. These people were as close to family as he'd had, and they were on the payroll. So was Bella. Adam's frustration with himself grew. Bella had been gone for less than an hour, and already his head was filled with doubts and his confidence shaken. Since when did he need a woman to feel like a complete man? Since the day she appeared in your study, came a voice in his head. The voice was right. He'd fallen for her the moment she'd stood behind this very desk, her eyes burning with determination. Man, she was beautiful. And he was weak. The knowledge was like a bowling ball to the chest. He ran his fingers across the scars on his cheek. He'd been vulnerable, and he'd allowed himself to become weak. That was unacceptable. As much as he loved Bella, and he did love her, he needed to find his strength once again. He needed to find the beast. Bring me something with caffeine. I have a late night ahead of me. Adam, asked Ben. Adam sighed. His thoughts and feelings tumbled into a recognizable pattern. He spoke low, the weight of the words bearing down on him. If I can release her from the contract and she comes back to me, then I know it's love. Ben's, Edward's, and Mrs. Poole's eyebrows shot up. Then Ben began to nod, slowly. I see where you are going, and I like it. She'll be back, insisted Mrs. Poole. Adam took heart from her conviction, because he wasn't so sure. Yes, they'd shared some beautiful moments together, and he'd shown a side of himself to Bella that he hadn't known existed. She brought out the best in him. He only hoped he did the same for her. Chapter 22. Several days had passed since the ball, and instead of waking in a four-poster bed with soft sheets and a warm comforter, Bella woke up on the blasted chair the nurses had transformed into a bed in her father's hospital room. Yes, she used air quotes around the word because, while the surface may be horizontal and covered in scratchy cotton, it did not resemble a bed in any other way. Her neck was sore and her hip was numb, and she was in a foul mood to start off what appeared to be another day of watching her father's health fail. Pneumonia had settled into his lungs. This wouldn't be such a bad prognosis, but having had surgery so recently, he was at risk for a number of complications. The morning nurse, Judy, who had hair the color of a Valentine's heart and a heart the size of Washington, took his vitals. "Any change?" Bella croaked. She reached for the lukewarm cup of water she'd set out last night and grimaced at the mineral flavor. The scrubs the staff provided were thin, and she shivered. "His blood pressure and oxygen levels are up. It's a good sign." Judy patted Bella's arm before quitting the room. Bella stretched her arms above her head and reached for the phone Adam had thrust at her before he'd thrown her out of a helicopter. She'd fired off text after text of updates the first day and then stopped when she realized she was getting one-word answers. Maybe Adam wasn't a texter, some guys just weren't. Still, she missed his charm. She missed him. She had a new text from Adam. "I'm here" was all it said. She typed quickly, scrambling for the toothbrush the nurses had given her. He'd sent the text 10 minutes ago. "Here, where?" "Waiting room. They won't let me up. Not family." She rolled her eyes. Stupid hospital rules. "I'm coming. I'm coming" repeated over and over in her head. After brushing her teeth with the provided toothbrush and paste and deciding that hospital lighting did awful things to a woman's skin, she practically ran to him. The gripper socks didn't grip as well as she would have liked. And they were ugly ducky yellow. And she didn't care, because her heart sang with the knowledge that he would soon be close enough to touch. She scrubbed her hands over her face to try and look awake, maybe even bright-eyed, for Adam. She'd hardly slept at all for the last 2 nights, so she knew she wasn't dreaming. But when she saw Adam standing in the lobby, his hands in his pockets and his chin down, she thought she might be. The fact that this man, this brooding billionaire, was here for her was overwhelming. Adam's head came up at her sigh, his blue eyes troubled. "How are you?" She sighed heavily, the weight of the world on her shoulders made lighter just because he was there. "I'm hanging in there." She was about to fall into him, but chickened out at the last second because he hadn't moved towards her. Her head pounded, trying to figure out what that meant. "What are you doing here?" she asked, giving him the perfect opening to tell her that he'd come for her, that he was there to hold her hand while she stared at beeping monitors and fought an exhaustion headache. "I brought you a bag. Your textbooks are in there. I thought while you were here, you could study." "Study. Change clothes." The gold dress hung in the bathroom and the mint green scrubs were wrinkled. She hadn't even noticed the bag at his feet until he grabbed the strap and handed it to her. The weight of it was too much to add to her burden, so she let it drop to the ground with a thud. Every book she owned must be in that bag. Which meant he'd cleaned her out of his personal study. The thought was stark and cold, calculating, and in strong contrast to when he'd held her in his arms and pressed his lips to her skin. She'd felt cherished, like she was more than she'd ever been before simply by being herself. She wanted him to reach for her now, to pull her close, but his hands stayed out of sight. She'd always been the one to initiate physical contact with Charles. Always, unless he wanted to make out. So she held back, because what she'd told Adam on the beach that day, about deserving better, meant she had to wait for him to make the first move. He glanced around the empty room, his eyes never lingering on one thing for long. Bella didn't blame him, the washed-out watercolor on the wall was depressing, and the fake plant on the coffee table had seen better days. The chipped furniture wasn't inviting. Nothing about this room said rest from your troubles. Awkwardness filled the silence, and Bella shifted her weight from one foot to the other. "How are things?" Adam bobbed his head. "Phase 1 is done." He said the words simply, easily, but they hit her with the weight of a sledgehammer. Done? But the Bolt brothers weren't due to move in until. She trailed off, not really sure what the date was anymore. Jetton Bolt was supposed to move in with his 3 children, and Dexter Bolt. She sort of remembered an extension on his contract. Her head said it had only been a few days since she'd arrived at the hospital, maybe 3 or 4? But her body said it had been a month. Everyone's in. He shifted his feet. And I had dinner with the head of the zoning commission last night. Phase 2 is a go. Bella studied him. His face was clean-shaven, his hair shorter than it had been for the ball. And there was an air of detached coolness she hadn't seen since the first day. He looked more like the beast than her Adam at the moment. The cogs in her mind began to turn. He must have finished the last of the walk-ins, gotten the signatures from the occupants before the moving trucks arrived, and he'd finished the project while she was here. Which meant she was officially fired. Was that why he was being so cold? Because he had to fire her? "Why are you here?" she asked in a low voice, one she didn't quite recognize. She rubbed her temples. The lack of sleep was making her cranky. Adam was the last person she should be taking her orneriness out on. As she stood there watching him in all his perfectness, she realized that she had nothing to give him. Nothing. She didn't have a trust fund, not that she felt Adam was that preoccupied with money. But still, if she listed Adam's finances on one side of a page and hers on the other, the visual would be enough to know outright that they didn't match. And then there was his reputation as a lawyer. Adam was Seattle's, if not America's, best lawyer. He was the kind of lawyer that the White House called to consult with on a monthly basis. And she hadn't passed the bar yet. Sure, being his student was amazing. She'd learned more in the time she'd spent with him in the library than she had in her time at university. But then again, that showed how much she lacked in comparison. Adam ate dinner with politicians and movie stars. She ate yogurt from the plastic container and drank soda from a can. They'd been in this little bubble of paradise where they were the only 2 people on the planet. With the contract fulfilled, the bubble had burst. She scrubbed her face again, sighing heavily. Doom and gloom seemed to have taken over her thoughts. If he was surprised by her tone, he didn't show it. "I came to deliver this." He held out a long, skinny envelope. The kind that carried checks inside. She eyed it warily. "What's that?" "Your father's payment on the contract. The Cove was completed on time, just like he said it would be." Bella stared at the envelope. She didn't want to take it. She wanted to tear it up and throw the pieces in his face. "You came to deliver payment?" Her mind filled with 23 more questions, some which were difficult to put into words as her heart cinched tighter in her chest. This felt an awful lot like a goodbye. The kind of goodbye that left cuts and tears on your heart. He nodded. That little nod, the coldness of it, the finality, made something inside of her snap. "Don't you have people to do these things for you?" The acid in her voice surprised her, but she couldn't seem to bring herself back from the edge. She loved Adam, and yet she was striking out at him because she was afraid that if she didn't strike first, the beast would. She snatched the letter from his hands. His expression didn't change. "I thought that would take away some of the stress." Hospital bills. Tears built. All she wanted was for him to hold her, to tell her that life wasn't fair, but they'd face it together. Instead, he offered her a slip of paper with a bunch of zeros on it. "Money can't make things better, Adam. Money won't drain the fluid from my dad's lungs. It won't make him sit up in bed and talk to me. You can't just build a sandcastle and expect the world to right itself." Hot tears fell, splashing against the ugly linoleum tiles at her feet. Adam reeled. "I didn't say that. You didn't have to." The weeks of having someone care for her every need, making meals, wiping out the bathroom sink, and not finding one streak on a mirror had made her weak. Or maybe it was her heart breaking at the fact that Adam's hands were back in his pockets and not on her shoulders that drained the strength from her limbs. He didn't rub her back in sympathy or cup her face while he told her everything would be all right. A part of her knew she was being irrational, but the sensible section of her brain hadn't gotten any REM and she was a mess. Her world was falling apart. Her father, the man who had raised her and loved her without question, could die, and it was killing her. "Why don't you come home and take a nap? I'll have the nurses call you if anything changes." "No," she snapped, recoiling from him. "I need to be here in case he wakes up. I can't stand the thought of him waking up alone." Adam nodded, but it wasn't the type of nod one does when he agrees with what you've said. It was the kind of nod that happened when a fear was confirmed. Only Bella didn't know what she'd just told him, nor how to figure it out. "Thank you for the books." She bent down and hefted the bag over her shoulder, tucking the envelope and check in the outer pocket. Her father had worked hard for that money, and she wouldn't refuse it on his behalf. "I'll make sure my father gets the payment." She stared at her hands, wondering why it felt like Adam was slipping out of them. She'd never had a hold on him. Not really. He had his own plane. The moment he walked out that door, he could be on his way to another state, another country, and she wouldn't know. She really needed to figure out what day it was. A sliver of panic hit her foggy brain. The bar exam? How long did she have until the test? Her study schedule was blown to pieces. She'd have to cram what she could into the hours at her father's bedside. She needed Dad to wake up. Adam took a step back, and her focus zeroed in on him. "Wait." She blurted the word out, not really knowing what she wanted to say but not wanting him to leave. "What?" His eyes were pools of hope. Clear, blue, and wanting. She lost herself in those eyes. "Thank you for bringing all this. I'm sorry I snapped at you. It's been." She folded her arms around herself. "Stressful. And lonely and scary. I'm sorry." He stepped towards her again. "What can I do?" Bella drew a blank. When she didn't answer, he moved to the door. "If you think of something, text me." The doors whooshed open, and the sound of traffic on the street picked up and then died away. Bella stared at nothing. He left, she said to no one and nothing. Numb, she turned back to her father's room. Chapter 23. Adam was almost to the short limo when a beautiful woman in a tight skirt and mostly unbuttoned shirt called his name. He stopped, trying to place her face. "Do I know you?" he asked, not in the mood to make small chat or deal with an ex-girlfriend. She sauntered up to him, thrusting papers at his chest. He took them out of reflex. "You've officially been served." His eyes dropped to the top of the first page, where the words court summons were stamped in red. With a curse, he fell into the open car door and began sifting through papers. Ben leaned across the seat. He'd been waiting in the limo, insisting that Adam needed to see Bella alone. Fat lot of good that did him. "So?" he asked, his tone light. "Is Bella coming home?" Adam lowered his brow as he read. No, he yanked out his cell phone and dialed his uncle. "Philip, I need to see you right away." Philip agreed to come to the castle, and they hung up. Ben frowned. "Did you invite her for a nap, like we planned?" Adam scowled. "Yes. I followed the plan." She said no. His chest squeezed. Needing an escape, he put his energy into the court summons. "I'm being sued, for everything I own, apparently." He threw the letter on the seat between them. "I need you to find out everything you can about this Charles Alexander." Ben picked up the paper as one would a pair of smelly socks. His wrinkled nose only added to the vision. He scanned the document. "How did they get your father's will?" Adam scowled. "Bella gave it to them." "What?" "She entered it as evidence for that stupid injunction." Ben's eyes went round. He took out his phone and did some internet sleuthing. Charles Alexander is a junior associate for the Wolves. Of course he is. They found Philip waiting on the front steps for them at home. "Well, what have you to say about this?" Adam thrust the summons into Philip's chest. They made their way inside while Philip read. With a deep and impassioned sigh, he set the letter aside. I've been trying to warn you. Adam vaguely remembered Philip showing up with Gemma one afternoon weeks ago. He'd been in his climbing gear. He could use a climb right now. They'd said something about the will. Now he understood why his uncle had been such a pest. If he'd listened, looking past the rumpled suit and the naivety, he would have saved himself quite the headache. Lay it out for me, Philip. Where do we stand? Philip's usually ruddy cheeks paled. I'm afraid we've no tenants left. The last of them moved out on Monday. He lifted his palms. I tried to stop them, offered incentives, even, but they were quite set on leaving. Almost as if someone were paying them to vacate the building. Adam ran his thumb along his jaw. Like Bella. She'd been upset today, looking like she would refuse the check he offered. She'd all but pushed him out the door. Loss was like wearing anchors around your feet, it dragged you down and slowed your progress. Bella wasn't coming back. She wouldn't even come for a nap. His eyes drifted around the place he'd grown up in, and he hated it here. The castle was cold stone. It wasn't a home, not without Bella in it. Bella had given the wolves the will. He sucked in through his teeth. Had that been her plan all along? The injunction was ages ago, long before they'd spent hours together in the study, long before she'd given him a soft look. Had she come here in an effort to undo him? What did he really know about her, other than that she was Martin's daughter? He should have done his research, but she'd entered his life when he was weak, and he'd let her. The idea that she'd been a part of this treachery was too much. He put a fist over his heart. He'd never opened up to someone the way he opened up to Bella, never let his heart become involved. Decades of keeping it locked away had left it tender, and she'd walked all over it. Without her, there wasn't a point in being here. She was the warmth that filled his castle, she was the light that cast out shadows, she was the reason for it all. Even the law held no interest for him without her to debate it with. He could fight the case, but what was he fighting for? Her words rang through his head. Money wasn't a cure, it just was. And without Bella, there was no reason to fight for any of this. He stood and made his way to the door. What's the plan, Adam? Asked Philip. Let them have it. Let them take it all. He left without looking back. Chapter 24. Don't know what all the fuss is for, Dad grumped as Mary, the morning nurse, with thinning hair, checked his for. Mary clicked a few keys, her eyes on the screen. Bella couldn't remember a time when she'd looked either of them in the eye. Maybe when she was checking Dad's pupils. She didn't take any nonsense, but she was good at helping Dad heal, so Bella loved her. Everything checks out. I'll be back in a couple hours. Press the button if you need me. Mary left, not looking back. It's like I'm a dog in a kennel. Dad glared after his least favorite nurse. Bella rolled the lap table over his bed and lifted the lid on lunch, a turkey sandwich on wheat with a side salad. Looks good. She smiled in an effort to get his spirits up, even though her stomach churned at the thought of eating anything. Food wasn't as appealing as it once had been, neither was studying for the bar or discussing a legal thriller. She was officially in a funk, and she had Adam to thank for it. He hadn't called. He hadn't texted. He hadn't come back. The phone was relentless with its silence. She wanted him here. She wanted to lay her hand on his chest, to feel the solid strength of him under her fingertips. More often than not, she mentally disappeared into his study, where she could lean against his body, feel him breathe, and just be. The gold dress was a glittery reminder of what could have been. She'd finally taken it off the hook in the bathroom and stuffed it into a hospital bag for personal belongings. No doubt Gucci would ban her for life if they found out. As if she could afford Gucci. Dad took a large bit of his sandwich, chewing thoughtfully. He'd slept well last night, for the first time since they'd gotten here. As much as Bella appreciated the medications, oxygen, and monitors that helped him heal, a good night's rest did wonders. She wanted him home, in his own bed, where he could sleep easily for many nights to come. Bella, what are the tears for? Dad set his sandwich on his plate and motioned for her to come closer. She sniggered as she wiped under her eyes and smiled so he'd know she wasn't losing it. You keep trying to make me an orphan. Dad shook his head as he took her hand between his. His hands had always seemed so big in comparison, but today they were the perfect size for comforting her. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I know. She sat on the side of his bed. You can't seem to help yourself. He chuckled, the sound wonderfully clear of the scary sound of fluid in his chest. If I could, I would. I have a lot of life left to live. I hope so. A comfortable silence fell over them. Bella motioned for Dad to continue eating. You need to get your strength back so we can get you home. And which home would that be? He winked at her. What do you mean? I mean, are you planning on taking me back to my house, or the castle? Any happiness she'd gained by having a little cry and talking with her dad dripped away. I'm not going back to the castle. She got off the bed in a cacophony of crinkles and dug into the outer pocket of her overnight bag to retrieve the envelope. With a sigh, she handed it to her father. You've been paid in full. Dad opened the flap and glanced at the check. Thank you. Don't thank me. Thank Adam. He's the one who finished the project. And he must have worked tirelessly to meet the deadline while she was here. Dad's hand trembled as he set the check on his tray. Then I don't deserve this. Dad, Bella scolded, you worked for years on the Cove. You more than earned the money. Dad was shaking his head before she was done arguing her point. The contract clearly stated that I would complete the job, or in this case, you would finish it. If Adam did the work, then the contract is void. It's not about the contract, Dad. I gave my word. And you almost died to keep it. I'm not taking the money. Bella felt like stamping her foot. In fact, she felt it so much that she went ahead and stamped. Then she did it again because it felt so good. What's gotten into you? Dad looked at her in horror. She couldn't blame him, she'd never been one to throw tantrums or create a scene. Me? What's gotten into you? You're facing a mounting hospital bill, not to mention what you already owe the heart surgeon, and you won't accept a check you earned. Dad sighed. He stared at the blanket, running his fingers over a crease. He cleared his throat. A man can take few things with him when he leaves this earth. Integrity is one of them. His eyes clouded over and his forehead wrinkled. Bella. He motioned her closer. There's something I have to tell you. The fevered look in his eyes had Bella rushing to his side. She looked him over, sensing that something wasn't right. Fear pricked her thoughts. Did he sense that he wasn't long for this world? Good heavens, she needed him. What? What can I do? Dad proceeded to catch her up on all that had happened before his illness. He told her about meeting with Charles and the will and all that transpired. I believe Charles was bribing renters to move out. Dad coughed, his energy draining. Bella's mind spun and she thought she might be sick. I didn't know the clause was in the will when I submitted it for evidence. If Adam thought she'd done it on purpose, a way to bring a private document into the public eye, then his standoffish behavior in the waiting room made sense. He thought she'd betrayed him. She'd seen how lonely his life could be, how few people he could trust. I know. I need to tell him, to explain. It might be too late. Dad lay back against the pillows, his lunch forgotten. Bella shoved the rolling table aside. Why? Charles was intent on pushing his suit through. He, cough, wouldn't wait around. Bella snatched up her phone and looked up the court agenda. I can't see anything. Try Judge Stavish's court. He never did like the beast. A shiver raced up Bella's spine. She remembered sitting in Judge Stavish's courtroom for the injunction, and how he'd let the wolves run free while holding a tight rein on Adam. The calculating look in his eyes haunted her. The page loaded, and she gasped. It's today. She glanced down at the pink scrubs in dismay. There's no time to change. Dad made a shooing motion with his hands. Just go. She kissed him quickly on the forehead. "Get some sleep." "Like I could sleep with all this excitement going on," he whispered, already halfway to nodding off. "I'll tell you all about it when I get back." Bella snagged Dad's jacket off the back of the bathroom door and ran. The courthouse wasn't that far away, and since there weren't any cabs waiting at the curb, she took off on foot. By the time she got to the courthouse, a line of perspiration made its way down her back. Her reflection in the elevator doors was a fright. She took the 15-second ride to slick her hair back into a ponytail at the base of her neck. All the while, she pleaded with the Lord to get her there on time. Chapter 25. Adam slouched in the wooden chair, his chin nearly touching his chest. A week had passed since Bella had run out of his life. A long, long week full of dismal days and dreary nights. Eating was done without tasting. He didn't climb. Phase 2 was on hold until this lawsuit was taken care of, so he didn't have much to occupy his time. And everywhere he looked around the castle was a reminder of Bella. Even sitting here in Judge Stavish's courtroom reminded him of her first day in court. That was the day she'd offered him kindness. Kindness that led to friendship. Friendship that led to love. At least on his part. Bella may love him, but that wasn't enough to make him her first priority. And, as egotistical as it may seem, he needed that. In a world where most people only saw his bank account, he needed someone who saw his personal worth. He'd thought that was Bella. He'd been wrong. As much as he hated being wrong, his heart hurt more than his pride. "I submit for evidence." Charles Alexander's voice boomed through the courtroom. Philip poked Adam from behind, jolting him out of his contemplative state and back to the matter at hand. Adam sat taller, clasping his hands in front of him on the table and applying a look of interest to his face. "The last will and testament of Duke Moreau." He handed the document to the bailiff, who in turn handed it to the judge. "Where it clearly states in Section 27, subsection D that Adam Moreau is to keep the Rose Apartments at 80% capacity." Judge Stavish flipped through several sheets. He donned a pair of thick reading glasses and took a moment to peruse the section in question. Adam swallowed, hating his father for his controlling ways. Even in death, he had to manipulate Adam's life. Charles walked in a slow circle as he waited. When he passed Adam's table, he leaned down and said, "I'll be sure and show my gratitude to Bella for giving me the will." He winked, making Adam's stomach churn. Something flashed, and his eyes were drawn to an engagement ring in Charles's palm. He snapped his hand shut, the ring in his fist, and continued on his circle. Adam should have punched him, but he couldn't bring up the energy to fight. If Bella had chosen Charles, if they'd been in on this from the beginning, then he'd been a fool. A fool and his money soon parted ways, right? Go on. Judge Stavish nodded for Charles to continue. If he fails to do so, his inheritance, including any gains from said inheritance, will be given to the city of Seattle. Adam could hear the politicians salivating. They were not here in person, but their aides occupied the entire back row. Several lobbyists had put in an appearance. No doubt they were ready to snatch up the funds to further their agendas. The wolves were here too, sitting 2 rows behind Charles. The 3 of them lined up as if posing for a portrait. He could hear them almost panting with anticipation. The whole thing was exhausting. "I'd also like to submit as evidence the stubs for the renters' deposits returned to every occupant of the Rose Apartments in the last 3 months. Charles, the bailiff, and the judge went through the same dance. "I'm so sorry," Philip whispered beside him. His uncle insisted on coming to testify on his behalf. No doubt that Charles had subpoenaed the check stubs. Adam waved off his concern. This wasn't Philip's fault. The man had done more than his share of trying to warn Adam, and Adam hadn't listened. In a sad way, Adam was glad Philip was here. He may not wear fine-cut suits or dine with Seattle's elite, but he was a solid person who was here for Adam. That was of more value than the castle. Once the judge had counted through the slips and noted the evidence, Charles continued, "Because he has failed in this stipulation, I move that Adam Moreau's fortune be turned over to the city of Seattle." He sat down with a flourish, his back straight and his grin confident. Charles was an excellent lawyer. Not an ethical one, but one who got results. Defense? Judge Stavish shuffled papers around on his desk. The sound filled the courtroom. Adam remained in his seat. When he noticed the silence, the judge looked up. "Mr. Moreau, what have you to say?" Adam ran his hand through his hair. "Nothing." "Nothing?" Stavish said, aghast. The room erupted in whispers. Stavish banged his gavel and called for order. "Mr. Moreau, your entire fortune, your holdings, your investments, and your home are included in this trust. Do you have any defense?" Adam lifted a shoulder. "I do," said a beautiful, melodious voice from the back of the room. "Permission to approach the bench?" Adam thought he'd heard Bella. But then, he'd wanted to hear her voice so badly over the last few days that he could have made it up. He didn't dare turn around to look. "And you are?" asked Judge Stavish. "I'm Mr. Moreau's clerk," came the confident reply. Charles snorted in disgust. Adam flipped in his seat and took in the beautiful sight of Bella, her hair in a bun at the base of her neck, and wearing pink scrubs, standing there holding nothing more than a cell phone but with her jaw set and ready for battle. She walked forward, her posture perfect, her chin level. Man, she was so beautiful, it was breaking his heart all over again. But wait, did she say she had evidence for him? Charles jumped from his seat and intercepted her. "Bella. It's so good to see you." She glared. "Get out of my way, Charles. I'm here for Adam." Adam's heart leapt and his body followed the example, bringing him right next to Bella. "For me?" She turned to him, her whole being softening. "I hope I'm not too late." Her words seemed to carry a double meaning, not too late for the court, and not too late for them. He didn't want his words to have double meanings, he wanted them to be loud and clear. "Never. I'd wait an entire lifetime for you." He picked up her hand and pressed a kiss to her warm skin. A smile blossomed on her lips and reached all the way to her eyes. "I've missed you." She laid a hand over his scarred cheek. Adam leaned into it, drinking in her nearness. He'd ached for this very thing, and now, to drink from the well of love in her eyes made his life full of meaning. "I'm afraid I'm about to lose everything." He put his hand over hers on his cheek. "But as long as we're together, it'll be okay." She laughed lightly. "I'd gladly teach you how to wash your own dishes, but don't get in line at the soup kitchen just yet, handsome." Adam kissed her palm as she pulled her hand away and turned towards the stand. Charles stammered. "Bella, you can't possibly think." "That's your problem, Charles. You didn't think I had a brain." She pushed past him and stood before the judge. Charles stared after her, his mouth hanging open. "The defense would like to call your attention to Section 27, subsection M." Bella looked over her shoulder and winked at Adam while the judge flipped pages. Adam grinned back. He didn't care that he looked like a lovesick schoolboy, he was a lovesick schoolboy. This woman, this fantastic, amazing, strong woman, had come for him. For him. He felt like he was flying. Judge Stavish finished reading and set the paper down. "Yes." Bella smiled. "As you can see, Adam is also charged with keeping the building in good repair. I'd like to ask Mr. Philip Wilson when the rose was last updated." She tuned, her hands clasped behind her back, and stared at Philip for an answer. Philip adjusted his tie. "It was in 1997. 1997. Bella lifted a finger high above her head. "Over 20 years ago." She waited a heartbeat for that to sink in. Now, a complete remodel of the building would necessitate the removal of all the tenants, would it not? "Objection, Your Honor." Charles was on his feet, leaning over the desk. "I fail to see how this is relevant to the will." More like he could see exactly what was coming and wanted to derail the train. "If Your Honor will indulge me for a moment, a man's fortune is on the line," argued Bella. "I'll allow it." Not even the hate Judge Stavish had in his soul for Adam was enough to dissuade Bella's charm and determination. Adam grinned at Bella's saucy smile. They were going to win, he could feel it in his gut. Your Honor, displacing over 300 renters, families, at one time would cause considerable disturbance in their lives. But if Mr. Moreau let them leave of their own accord, without renting out the apartments, he'd eventually have an empty building. Stavish nodded. Your Honor, Charles interrupted again. I can understand the reasoning, but to have all the renters move out within 3 months is quite a coincidence. I don't believe Mr. Moreau intended on remodeling the building. He threw his hand towards Philip. I've had numerous conversations with Mr. Wilson, and he never once mentioned a remodel. That's because he didn't know about it, said Bella matter-of-factly. Charles rounded the table. You mean to tell me that the building manager wasn't told about a remodel project of this magnitude? No, he wasn't. Bella stood her ground, Charles towering over her. Adam gripped the edge of the table, ready to hurdle it and throttle the man if necessary. Well, if he didn't know about it, then there's no evidence. Charles laughed mockingly. You can't expect the court to take the word of a. He looked her up and down with derision. Clerk. Adam's hand ached with the ferocity in which he held the table. If he had anything he could throw in this man's face for evidence, he would. Bella lifted her phone and turned on the screen. Your Honor, I'd like to submit the bid for the remodeling project as official evidence. She handed her phone to the bailiff. The judge scrolled through the image. Adam was dumbfounded. How Bella had gotten a bid for a remodeling project he hadn't approved was beyond him. Philip leaned over. Did you know about this? Before Adam could answer, Judge Stavish lifted his gavel. In light of the evidence, I am dismissing this case. The gavel fell and Adam shot to his feet, holding Bella in his arms before his mind registered that he'd moved. Her arms came around his neck, and she held him close with a fierceness that surged through him. Before he could get lost in her, a low growl came from behind them. They turned to find the Wolf brothers circling Charles. He held his briefcase to his chest, the law firm's crest facing outward. Fool, barked Zeke. I had him in my hand. Charles shook a fist. We can still take him down. There are other ways. No, snapped Orion. We're through with you. Don't bother coming into the office. We'll have your clerk send your personal effects over. Charles whitened. You can't do that. The man's a fool. Stop embarrassing yourself. Leopold flicked lint off his jacket. I suggest you find someplace else to practice law. Because if we ever catch you in a Seattle courtroom again, we'll sue you for fraud. Fraud? Zeke nodded. Your billable hours are questionable, Charles. He leaned forward. I suggest you run. Charles glanced over his shoulder. Seeing a clear path out of the room, he made a dash for it. Zeke made eye contact with Adam and glanced down quickly. The three brothers kept their heads down as they filed out. Adam didn't want to waste another minute thinking about wolves or ex-fiancés or anything else that would keep him from the woman in his arms. He hugged her close and buried his face in her neck, breathing in her scent and enjoying the feel of her curves against his body. You came for me, he said into her skin. She giggled. Of course I did. I love you. The words popped out of her. Effortless. Truthful. Believable. Freeing. And breathing new life into his soul. He pulled back so he could look into her eyes, not wanting her to doubt his sincerity when he said, I love you too. He glanced around. What is it? Well, this isn't exactly the most romantic place for a first kiss. She took his face in her hands, her touch feather light. It's perfectly romantic for us. Time slowed down as she skimmed her fingers over his lips. His eyes grew heavy with desire, and he leaned down, capturing her mouth with his own. Her lips were very big, as velvety and delicious as he'd imagined, and her body molded to his as if in a dream. Only this was a dream he never wanted to wake up from. He gathered her closer, deepening the kiss, forgetting where they were. She was right, the romance wasn't in the place, but in them. He could feel his love for her growing, expanding, reaching beyond time. They finally broke apart, gasping for breath, their foreheads pressed together. And then he kissed her again and again, never able to get his fill. "Marry me, Bella?" Love shone in her doe eyes. "Yes." He picked her up and spun in a circle. His head tipped back so he could see the beauty in his arms. "I want to tell the whole world that you're mine." She laughed. "Well, you could always throw a ball," she teased. He joined her laughter, setting her gently on her feet. "Done." "Really?" Her eyes lit up, proving that she didn't really believe he'd do it. "If it would make you happy, I'd do anything." She melted into him. "I don't need a ball to be happy. I just want you." She pressed her lips to his, and Adam felt the truth of her words in that kiss. She'd rescued him and he'd rescued her, and together, they'd turn that drafty old castle into a home. And, of course, they'd throw a ball. Epilogue. Bella glided down the hallway in her A-line, cream-colored ball gown with gold accents. The gold gown was tucked away in her giant walk-in closet. Even though no one but Adam had seen her in it, Mrs. Poole insisted she have a new dress for tonight's ball. Bella was glad. She'd use the gold gown for one of their balls for two on a Wednesday night. Adam lounged against his doorway in his tux, looking dangerously handsome. Her breath caught at the sight of him. The idea that this man belonged to her was grand. Her pulse pounded in her ears as she got closer. He looked up from his phone, and his eyes filled with love. Once again, Bella was hit with the feeling that she was more than enough for him. He loved her just for being her. And that was pretty amazing. Bella hooked her hand through Adam's crooked elbow and grinned. "Believe it or not, this is my first official ball." He gasped in false shock. "How have you survived?" "I'm a tough girl, I guess." "Yes, you are. A girl who passed the bar exam on her first try." His pride for her accomplishment shone through. It was partially his accomplishment, too. After all, he dedicated himself to helping her study. They'd spent countless hours at her father's bedside, covering everything from embezzlement to alimony. With the lively conversations on his favorite topic, Dad healed quickly. He was inside the ballroom with the rest of the guests, mingling. She was so thankful to have him here tonight, to see him healthy, that she didn't even mind his complaining about having to wear a tuxedo. And while her father had napped, she and Adam had kissed and then they'd made out and then they'd kissed some more. She could not get enough of this man. No one would believe her if she told them the beast was incredibly romantic. He'd taken her back to the beach to build more sandcastles and to Paris for pastries, bought her the latest courtroom thriller, gave the world's best scalp massages, and shared candlelight dinners and lakeside picnics. Adam gathered her into his arms and buried his face on her neck, leaving a trail of kisses on her skin. "Are you ready for your first ball?" I could skip it for more of this." She kissed his ear. Adam groaned, low and inviting. Inside her lower belly, a pool of molten lava came to life. He suddenly pulled back, his eyes burning with desire. "I'm taking you to the ball." The words didn't match up with the way his hands pressed her lower back, drawing her closer to him. "Because we have our whole lives, and you only have a first ball once." She smiled up at him. "Here you are, rescuing me from myself." She pressed a quick, chaste kiss to his lips and backed out of his arms. "More like I'm rescuing myself," Adam muttered. She laughed again. "Speaking of rescuing." "Yes." They made their way to the ballroom. "I didn't ever ask you where you got that bid for the apartment remodel." "Oh." She took a deep breath. "When I saw the will that day, I read the clause about the remodel. It was on my mind when I talked to Jake at Convo Construction a couple days later. I asked him if they did that sort of thing, and he said he'd get me a bid. I forgot about the conversation until the bid came in, and then everything happened with Dad, and I didn't have a chance to talk with you about it." "So it was fate? Or your mother watching over you?" Bella nudged him. "Do you believe that?" She paused. "I do. I think of running a race, and the first thing you do when you cross the finish line is look for the people you came with. I think our moms are up there and they have our backs." Adam smiled ruefully. All this time I was worried about my father cursing me from the great beyond. Silly. Light and love always win. I'm beginning to see that. He kissed her softly. They reached the ballroom, where residents of the Cove danced to a quartet, sipped from long-stemmed glasses, and glittered with diamonds and jewels. A sense of accomplishment filled Bella. "They're mingling," she whispered. "That's what you do at parties," Adam whispered back, making Bella giggle. Bella spotted Lincoln West and Emmett Rockwell, neighbors and old college roommates, on the edge of the dance floor, chatting. The company was on the NASDAQ, and their stock was up by 7 this week. A loud Texas drawl cut through the elegance of the evening. Every head turned towards Jamon West, who was chatting up a server. She looked less than thrilled to be in the spotlight and raised her tray of drinks to block her face. Jamon wore a large black cowboy hat and black Wranglers with his tux, standing out like a cactus in the desert. Adam tensed beside her. "I can feel our property value dropping." Bella giggled. "Come on. He's the nicest guy." Still, Adam hedged. "Something needs to be done about his style." Bella glanced around the room. Yeah, everyone was staring at Jamon like Mrs. Poole stared at her when she poured a bowl of cereal for herself. "He just needs a little help with his image." Adam's head perked up. He scanned the room quickly and practically dragged Bella to the corner where his PR advisor was sitting in a chair, reading something on her phone. "Gemma, I have a new project for you." Bella loved Adam's deep voice. It was positively scrumptious. She cuddled a little closer. Gemma stood and smoothed her dress. "Does this mean you're taking me off of paid leave?" Adam pfded. "As if you ever stop working." Gemma's eyes widened. "But no. I have a project for you." He motioned for her to follow them to a spot where they could see Jamon, but he wouldn't know they were watching him. "There's your new assignment." Gemma's nose wrinkled. "What, exactly, do you want me to do?" Adam glanced at Bella. She jumped in, trying to soften Adam's assessment of the Texan. "We'd like you to take a little country out of the boy. Refine him," added Adam. Gemma's jaw set. I'm on the clock." Adam smiled. He put his arm around Bella and whisked her onto the dance floor. Bella giggled as she caught sight of a fuming Gemma. "You're going to hear about this one." Adam shrugged. Bella slapped his arm. "Fine," he conceded. "I'll give her a bonus." She shook her head. I know. Money doesn't solve problems." He grinned and nudged her nose with his. "And it can't buy you love." She melted at his tenderness. "You don't have to buy love. It's a gift." "Exactly my point." He kissed her softly, the violin swelling and the room spinning. This was not the life Bella had planned for herself, it was so much better. She wasn't working as Adam's clerk anymore. He was stepping in to oversee Phase II, and she'd gotten a job as a junior lawyer at Taylor & Thompson, an upstart firm that was looking for new talent. She started work on Monday. But tonight, she danced in Adam's arms at her first ball. The little girl inside of her squealed. When she'd started as Adam's clerk, she hadn't even had a dream, and now she was living one. "What are you thinking about?" Adam asked softly. "I'm thinking that I love you." She wrapped her arms around his neck. "And I want to get married at the lake." Adam grinned. "I've heard that the gazebo is the perfect spot for a wedding." Agreed. He lifted her off her feet and spun her in the air. "We're getting married." Bella laughed and gently cupped both sides of his face. His cheeks were warm against her cool fingers. People were watching, but she didn't care. They were her neighbors, and some had become friends. The Cove was her home. She stared into Adam's crystal blue eyes, seeing a blessed life full of loyal friends, children, and grandchildren. The pain was gone. The strength and wisdom had grown. They were good together, better than they were on their own. Adam set her down and kissed her softly. It was an enchanted kiss that promised a lifetime of love, and Bella lost herself in the magic of the moment as the violins swelled, the candles flickered, and the promise of forever encircled them. You've been listening to Her Beast of a Billionaire Boss by Lucy McConnell. Narrated by Christina Dimmick.
Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your time in Billionaire Cove. If you enjoyed this video, please hit the like button. And for more romances and more billionaire romances, hit subscribe, and I will see you on the next audiobook. Thanks for listening.